right, good morning, folks. It is now 9:04, December 9th, 2021. This is our official last meeting of the year. Thank God. And before we get started, and for the benefit of the public, City Attorney, just for clarification, and I want to make sure we understand this for, obviously, for future practices. So if an item gets pulled away from the consent calendar and then we hear it later and we start hearing it, we have to take public comment on that. Is that correct?
What I was noting is that if an item remains on the agenda at agenda approval and it's later continued, you still need to take public comment at the time that it was going to be heard.
All right. Just want to make sure we clear that up for the record. All right. With that, City Clerk, do we have, are we up, YouTube, CMAC, everything that we need to be on?
We are live.
All right. So, and we have Councilmember Bredefeld that's joining us via Zoom today. So we'll be taking roll call votes for today. All right. With that, City Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
All right. Councilmember Soria. Here. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Esparza.
Present.
And President Chavez.
Here. All right. Thank you for that, City Clerk. Now we will go on to our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And today we have our invocation being led by Mr. Reza Nakumanesh with the Islamic Culture Center of Fresno. If you could please rise and remove your hat.
Greetings of peace be upon all of you. I want to thank the entire council and especially Ms. Esmeralda Soria, who has invited me so many times, and I'm grateful and always honored. As our community is beautified by so many different traditions of faiths and perspectives, all of whom call out in a different fashion, I call out to you in my own faith tradition, in the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I call upon you to awaken in us the need to serve community. I then call upon you to strengthen our tongues with the words needed to achieve peace and unity. I then call upon you to empower us with the will to do the work needed to bring about justice and to build a more equitable community. And lastly, I call upon you to give us the energy and the spirit needed to continue to do this work, even when we are broken down and tired. I ask you, O God, to silence our egos and magnify our humility so we can better serve all of creation. I ask you to guide those vested with authority to goodness and justice and fairness. And as it is true that any city is judged by the treatment of its least fortunate, the least privileged, the least known among us, let us all work together to uplift and empower those whom are too often left on the sidelines. People are suffering in so many ways in our city. The pandemic of homelessness and abuse. One such pain that our city experiences is that there's a housing crisis, out of control rent and costs. We need our leaders to safeguard the homes of the most vulnerable. There is so much pain, and we pray that our leaders are inspired and empowered to ease the suffering of all those in our city. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen. All right, we'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all.
Thank you for that. All right, and before we move on to approving the agenda, there's some probably surprised people at home. Today, we are in traditional ugly sweater attire. So that's the reason for our fashion statements today. We thought this being the last meeting, we would make it a little fun for our staff and our team. And so that's the reason for that. Please stop sending me text messages asking me that question.
Council President, I
Yes.
think this day is extra exciting for me. So the Council President got me a sweater that holds my hand sanitizer, and that also might be stolen. You guys take a look at this. I'm not sure where he got it from.
Can we have the district attorney look into that matter? She has plenty of time on her hands.
Hey, for the record, the vice president is not part of that smash and grab group that's been going around grabbing stuff. I apologize for the tag still being on the sweater. It's a minor oversight with that. And hopefully, I think we have Jenna now in the room. She's going to be doing a brief TikTok. Don't include that in the TikTok. All right, we now go on to approve the agenda. City Clerk, which items have been requested to be removed from the agenda?
All right, we have a few announcements. Of course, the meeting will have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators through Zoom, and Councilmember Bredefeld will be zooming in, as you mentioned, and all votes will be done by roll call while he is online. The following items are requested to be pulled from the agenda to a future date. 1A 21-966, that's approval of the minutes for the December 2nd, 2021 council meeting. It'll be returning the first meeting of January. The following changes are to the agenda. Item 1XX, that is 21-966. And for the record, the title of the resolution for item 1-XX has been changed to a resolution of the Council of the City of Fresno renaming the property currently known as Hyde Park to be more accurately known as Florence Avenue Landfill and removing its designation as a city park. The next change is to 3A 21-863. That is the workshop formation of a Fresno Veterans Memorial District. This item is being sponsored by both President Chavez and Councilmember Arias. The next change is there will be closed session, item 21-1023. It is a special closed session meeting that was separately noticed for today, and it is a conference with real property negotiator regarding APN 507-030-48ST, that is at Herndon and Brawley. The following items will be pulled from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. The first one is item 1D as in dog, that's 21-1014, pertaining to the waste gas flare at the Fresno Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. It's pulled by Councilmember Arias. To be heard after closed session, item 5B. The second item pulled by Councilmember Carbasi is item 1F, 21-958, pertaining to the requirements contract to rehabilitate public water supply well in the North Quadrant. The next item pulled is by Councilmember Carbasi, 1U, ID 21932, regarding the Second Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement for the City of Fresno and De Novo Planning Group. Next up, skipping down to item 6, 1AA, that is ID 211017, pulled by Councilmember Carbasi. That is the resolution authorizing application to and participation in the Home Key Program, Valley Inn, Parkway Inn, Tiny Homes. And the last change that I have is 1CC, that is ID 21948, to approve a 3-year agreement with an option to extend for 2 additional years with the County of Fresno to reserve 5 bed spaces in Fresno County Jail. And that item was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
All right, thank you for that, City Clerk. Any items to be pulled by my colleagues, Councilmember Soria?
Yeah.
Additional items to be pulled? Sure, Councilmember Carbasi? Any items, additional items?
No.
All right, Councilmember Arias?
1G for separate discussion.
1G.
1L for separate discussion. 1BB for separate discussion. And 1DD for separate discussion.
All right, that's what I got. I got item 1G, 1L, 1BB as in boy, and 1DD as in dog.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell, any additional items?
A couple of changes, Council President. 1FF, I would like to continue to January 13th to be included with a workshop by the administration as to the different types of programs the city has established.
So 1F, you want to continue it for the next meeting?
That's FF, Council
Oh,
President.
1FF, I'm sorry. 1FF to the next council meeting, okay?
And the second change I'd like to make, I just want to read an amendment into the record, if you'll accept it, Council Presidents, for item 1ZZ. I'm going to make a motion to approve with the addition that this would be be good for 6 months, and then the folks would come back for a council review at that time for additional 6 months.
Okay.
That'll be the end of my changes.
Well, I'm agreeable to that. Second that. All right, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I don't know, was a W pulled for discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, 1W by Councilmember Corbasi is in the.
So you're correct, at the last moment, I was told those were being removed, that I didn't read them into the record.
I don't want to pull that anymore.
So Councilmember Corbasi, you do wish to separate 1W from consent to contested consent?
No, I no longer wish to pull 1W.
You don't. Okay, Councilmember Bredefeld, that item was not pulled.
All right, so the WW is the one I was wanting
Oh,
to pull.
I'm sorry. Now we're in double digits and you're confusing me. All right. Do you wish to pull 1WW, Councilmember?
Yeah.
Bredefeld?
Yes.
All right.
And was ZZ pulled for discussion at all?
No, it was just modified.
Yeah, I'd like to pull that for a brief comment on it.
All right. Councilmember Bredefeld. All right, Vice President.
Yield my time.
All right.
Council
Oh,
President,
Councilwoman Soria.
sorry, yeah. So I just want to make a note for item 1VV. I am recusing myself.
Okay. To enter that into the record. Any other items, Councilwoman Soria, or just that?
Just that.
And that was
Thank
BB as in boy, right?
No, sorry, 1VV as in Victor.
Oh, VV as in Victor. Okay, thank you.
All right, we do have 20-something pages of agenda items
President?
today. Yes, Councilman Arias?
I want to confirm that 1W was pulled for separate discussion.
It was not.
No,
It was
it's
not. Apparently, it was withdrawn by Councilmember Corbasi. Do you
So-
wish to pull it for
Yes.
discussion?
I'll pull it for separate discussion.
Okay. All right, so we'll stick with that, and I'll make the modification that it was Councilmember Arias.
And just to be clear, I know 1Y is also on the list, but Councilmember Carbasi is leaving that on consent calendar too, 1Y.
Okay. So it's on consent.
Correct.
Okay. Any other modifications, City Clerk?
No, that's all I have.
All right, so with that, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Mr. President, can you pull 1XX, please?
1XX.
Just want to point out, Council President, that I pulled the least items today. So
Thank you
I deserve an
for-
award for the end of the year.
Thank you, but no, thank you for that.
Less than zero.
Look, listen, guys, I'm prepared to be here till midnight tonight. So it's my last meeting. I prepared mentally for it, and don't worry. I will not have any of my supporters storming the building to keep me in power. I am perfectly fine transitioning out. All right. So with that, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Vice President Esparza, and we have to do a roll call vote because of Councilmember Bredefeld zooming in. Which, by the way, Councilmember Bredefeld, this is one of the reasons why we need that item every 30 days to allow the flexibility to have folks of the public and council members participate remotely.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes, to accommodate Gary.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes. All right, so we've got a long list of contested consent items. Let's go on to our ceremonial presentation, and the one and only we have today is by myself and Councilmember Carbasi, and it is to present a proclamation to Jenna Liston. She's here today, right? I just saw her earlier. Okay, great. All right, good morning. All right, so this this is a pretty special proclamation, and in all seriousness, Jenna has been doing a great job, particularly during the pandemic. And the reason that we picked her was because of the work she's done, particularly in reaching out to our young folks, that as we know, the world of journalism is changing every single day. And you have to be very innovative and creative and keeping on top with what that works. And I invited the mayor up here too because I think he's the only one that has a TikTok. And so you see bridging that generation with senior citizens and millennials. I won't pay for that later. But in all seriousness, Jenna, during the pandemic, we had a chance to, go back and forth a little bit. You did a really great job in reaching out, and I think Jenna really captures what it is to be a MMJ. And for those that don't know, it's a multimedia journalist. That field is changing ever so rapidly, and I really saw that she did an amazing job in reaching out, particularly during the pandemic. Putting yourself at risk, and other journalists too putting themselves at risk. And I know that your photographer, Olin, he puts up with you. He deserves a lot of credit too, because I know that he's right there with you. But again, the world of journalism is changing, and I knew that you had captured something when my 22-year-old daughter sent me one of your TikToks to see. And so I said, look, this is something that I know she's really worked hard to capture, and we just want to recognize you for that. So today, Jenna will be named the first official TikTok master for the city of Fresno. And with that, I'll let my colleague say a few words, and then the mayor can say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I first met Jenna. You talked about putting herself at risk. It was LifeBridge Community Church by the Costco in Northwest Fresno was putting on a drive-by food giveaway. This is before any federal assistance came by, and you were reporting that. And then because of that, people ended up donating more and helping more people. And that's the power of media. But I don't know much about TikTok, unfortunately. I think I've reached that point. But thank you so much for what you do and putting yourself at risk. That's the power of media and how you help make us a better city. Thank you, Jenna.
All right, we need to have our senior citizen voice included today.
Thanks for letting me speak semi-last as a senior citizen. It is good, and it is good to recognize you because of the connectivity. We kid and joke a lot about TikTok, but I will tell you, I held a series of youth forums and asked some of our youth what they wanted to see more out of the mayor. And I was thinking they were going to talk about maybe crime or parks or something like that, but they said, we want to see the mayor do more TikToks. So with that, prior to that, I had hired Fabiola Ramirez, who was at the time 27, now 28, and because she can, help an old guy like me connect with our youth. And so we started doing some TikToks, and it's been incredible in terms of the feedback. I almost said Tic Tac. I did say Tic Tac. So I do need one. So I do understand the importance of it and connecting through social media, and what an incredible opportunity to do that. So thank you for what you've done and the way you've done it and who you've reached and the reasons behind a lot of that during the pandemic. So thank you, and it's my honor to stand here with the TikTok master.
Jenna, you want to say a few words?
Thank you guys, for even giving me this chance. When you reached out to me, I honestly thought he was joking, and I said, let's just do it. And sure enough, you made it happen. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who's accepted me into this community. I've only been here for 2 years, and I'm planning on staying a lot longer than that because of how amazing everybody is here, how welcoming you guys have been. So just thank you for accepting me and letting me be here.
Awesome. Now, for the finale, we'll read the proclamation, but after that, council, there's a request, and Jenna's going to do, from me, to do a brief TikTok, so we're all going to dance. No, we're not going to dance. We're just going to wave at her from the back there. All right, so City Clerk, could you read the proclamation?
Whereas Jenna Liston is a multimedia journalist at Fox 26 in Fresno and a member of the Great Day Morning Show. And whereas Jenna Liston brings a sense of energy and compassion to her reporting to connect with community members to tell their unique stories. And whereas Jenna Liston is a TikTok star with 278,300 TikTok followers and 4,800,000 likes on TikTok due to her brilliant and hilarious TikTok videos. And whereas Jenna Liston is a vital member of our community and positively influences our youth. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes all of the fantastic work being done by Jenna Liston day in, day out to help keep our community informed with important news and information. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, December 9th, 2021 to be Jenna Liston Day in the City of Fresno.
Congratulations, Jenna. So, Mayor, if we could have my colleagues and council go back there, she's going to do a quick TikTok. A tic-tac.
So Jenna, I'm going to add an additional whereas to the proclamation. Whereas whenever the mayor is late to a meeting with me, he's too busy on TikTok with you.
That's Fabiola. That's not Fabiola. I said that's on Fabiola if he's late making a TikTok. You ever done one before? Oh. Like a dance? Oh, are we going up here?
Hey, Luis, what did you do?
Yeah. Yeah. Drink local.
Whereas there's a committee meeting.
All right, what do you want us to do, Jenna?
Okay, what are we doing? You gotta repeat that at least 3 times.
Okay.
Hey, Jerry's gonna do a little coyote ugly on the diet.
You wanna help him up?
I'm not as tall as you, but.
Away or dance?
All right, that's it. That's it.
All right.
No different than any council item.
Awesome. The TikTok is done. Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's a Merry Christmas TikTok.
Hey, Luis, just for Chief Balderrama, you know, if you want people to sweat under interrogation, make them wear a wool sweater.
All right, let's go on to council member reports and comments, and we will go in numerical order like we usually do. First up, we'll have Councilman Soria. Any reports or comments?
Yes. So, as was shared yesterday, the city of Fresno got some great news. The District 1, especially residents west of the 99, received an early Christmas gift from the state of California. We received $8.5 million to actually get the Milburn and Dakota Park that was promised 30 years ago built. I do want to thank our city parks department, all the community residents that for the last couple years, even during the pandemic, were engaged, attended our virtual community meetings, filled out surveys, and even participated in a drive-through activity to come and provide input on what they wanted to see for the design of this Milburn and Dakota Park. Excited that it will serve the Steinbeck Elementary and Central High East Campus community. much needed. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved, and we're looking forward to working with Parks to get this under construction and hopefully built in the next year and a half. So just thank you, everyone. And we're just so excited for residents west of the 99. Then I also just wanted to remind folks that our office is holding our 9th annual, I started this before I actually became a council member, holiday toy drive. We will be blessing many of our unhoused children this year. And so if you want to drop off any gifts here at City Hall, and also some of the local restaurants that we have partnered with and businesses in the community, you can visit any of them in District 1, but you can also stop by our office to drop off any gifts so that we are able to bless the unhoused kids of the city of Fresno. With that, pass it over, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Soria. Councilmember Carbasi?
No comments, thank you. Merry Christmas.
All right, thank you for that. Councilmember Arias?
Just really quick, City Manager, if we can sit down this week on the Self-Help Enterprises 22-lot subdivision in West Fresno. It looks like the city has recently requested that they increase their insurance, which has now become an impediment to the project. So we can just have a sit down this week to try and get it resolved before Christmas. That project has been 2 years in the making. And as you know, Self-Help, it's where the residents built their own home and gain all that equity through sweat equity. So we want to make sure it's one of the final projects on that West Fresno-Anadale corridor that we've been trying to finish. So with that, I want to invite everyone to Christmas Parade Saturday. I believe it's 1 to 4. So please come by and enjoy the weather and the time with friends and family. And I'll turn it back to the Council President.
All right, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you, Council President. I'll also keep my remarks brief. Just a reminder that a week from today, the 16th, we're going to be having our first annual toy drive. Still a lot of families in my district that are facing the effects of COVID-19. A lot of folks have been laid off, and a lot of children will not be receiving a gift this year. So as a ticket into entry at the Me and Ed's Victory Grill at Granite Park, bring an unused, unwrapped toy for your ticket in. There will be drinks and food for everybody that could join us. We'll be distributing it to District 4 elementary schools the next morning. We'll have free pizza. I don't know if Soria could offer that, but I promise we'll have a good time at our toy drive, so I hope everybody can make it by. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, nothing to add other than watching the TikTok moves by my colleagues. I'm glad I'm not there.
We're glad you're not here either.
That's well known.
Vice President Esparza?
Oh, man. Great last meeting for the Council President. I'll be very brief as well. With the Prop 68 news that came down yesterday, we had a number of wins here for the city of Fresno, including in District 7. We were awarded over $6 million for improvements over at Radio Park. I do want to thank the Parks Department and just the residents who we worked with for over 2 years to make this happen. Just really an example of community collaboration and sticking through it. We were not successful in that first round, but we came back and were ultimately successful in getting the Prop 68 grant for Radio Park. So big things coming. It was a great day in the city of Fresno yesterday. Additionally, Saturday, December 18th, from 2 to 6 p.m., my office, in collaboration with the Central Policing District over at the Manchester Center, as well as many other different community organizations, will be hosting our Santa's Workshop there. So, if it's anything like the turnout we had for our Halloween event at the Manchester Center, I think it's going to be great. So, we're very much looking forward to that and invite the community, District 7 residents, out to that.
All right, thank you, Vice President. On my end, I'll be very brief. I just want to thank our city employees, our team. I think it's been a long, tough year, but a good year. Last year, I think, was a little bit more difficult. This year, it's getting a little bit easier, but it's thanks to the work of our city employees and our community really pulling together. And I didn't really have any complaints or anything to turn in. I just want to take the opportunity to thank our team. Mayor, thank you. This is going to be your first complete year Appreciate the work that you're doing. I think people see the positive changes that are happening, and I just want to publicly acknowledge your work. And then our city manager, our team, Assistant City Manager Barfield, Francine, Georgianne, all our directors. We've had a lot of changes. We've had a number of new directors in our department, and as we're going through that process, I have full confidence that we're going to really end up with an amazing team that just keeps improving every single day. So I just want to thank our team as well. And then I want to also thank my district office, Brenda, Lucio, Jose. They've done a great job. They're actually the ones that put out that Christmas tree out there and the decorations with the cookies and everything, because we wanted to make sure that folks were reminded about really the season that we're in. It's a season where, in a good way, we become more giving, more friendlier, and a time to remember what it's really about. And it's about our family, our community, our city, our friends. I know for some of us, we've lost some folks along the way during the year, but it's also a time to remember that as well. And so I just wanted to take the time to thank you. With that, we will now move on to Mayor and City Manager reports. Mayor, do you have any comments or reports?
Yeah. Thank you, council.
We get the mic. It's not.
Thank you, Council President, and I echo the comments. Thank you to the council. Thank you for your leadership this last year on the council as the council president. Not an easy task by any means, especially when you have triple-digit consent agenda items on your last session. So, job well done. This last Saturday, we had a Beautify Fresno cleanup event, San Joaquin River Bottom. And we had 70-plus volunteers come out, including 3 high school Beautify Fresno clubs, and a person out there on a kayak cleaning up the river bottom. Saturday also, thanks to the police department, we had a huge Santa's Village as part of bringing broken neighborhoods back to life. The 20th year, I got to spend some time there with our police chief, Paco Balderrama. And there were thousands of toys given out to kids that are in need, and thanks to Amazon who provided those toys. Also yesterday, perhaps one of the best known secrets in our city, the Kaiser Corporation is located 2470 South Cherry. For those of you have not been made aware of that, it is an incredible place to visit. The Kaiser Corporation, they are responsible, or they make all of the equipment, fitness equipment for the NFL, NBA, college campuses. Every spin bike that you see in the United States at a fitness club comes out of Fresno. And so they're going to be expanding in the coming years, and we're going to be assisting them to do that. I know during the pandemic they were producing 170 bikes a day. And so we want to be a good friend to them. So incredible thing. And then lastly, thank you to the council for the Office of Community Affairs that all of you supported and initiated. Special thanks to Councilmember Esparza and Council President Chavez for being at the news conference. So with that, I look forward to the Rumble.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, any reports, comments?
Yeah, just real quick, I'm going to have Assistant City Manager White update the community on something and the council on something in a moment, but just wanted to I wanted to thank all of you guys for the kind comments you guys gave today to city staff on the work they've done this year. For them to get up, stand up a new administration like they did with us, and to deliver the things that they've done have been nothing short of amazing. But next year's going to be better. I mean, next year's going to be huge. So I look forward to working with you guys and having staff continue to work with you guys to deliver the important services and things that the community expects of us. And then so when we get back in January, so 2 things we got on our agenda. One, talked about the need for the rate update for the utilities, and then the Rebuild Fresno program and how we wanted, our thoughts on the Rebuild Fresno program and working with you guys to prioritize those things. I'll talk a little bit later when we talk about the ARPA proposal, how the survey results came out. We did some data mining on all the responses, so we'll share a little bit with that with you. So I'll let Assistant City Manager White update the community and the council on an item that's kind of going on right now.
Thank you, Tommy. In case you have gotten calls or will get calls, we are having an issue with our online payment portal for utility bills. Both finance and information services are working to identify the problem. Those online payment options are by third-party vendors, and there seems to be a problem with the interface. So we're aware of the problem. We're trying to figure out exactly who's responsible and get it resolved. We'll be posting something on the website today and putting out on social media acknowledging the problem and making sure that our residents know what their other options are to pay their bills other than the online portal. We're trying to get to the bottom of it as quickly as we can.
Assistant City Manager, are we going to be waiving late fees for folks who can't make the payment on time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager, I actually was one of the persons that has been emailing someone in Department of Public Utilities through my personal because I had an issue with auto pay.
Oh.
So my automatic payment didn't go through. And so I don't know if that's part of the issue. I've been trying to find out. I haven't received a satisfactory response because I did ask about late fees because I had signed up. I had gotten an email confirmed that I had signed up for auto pay and it just didn't go through. So I received a late notification.
Thank you. We just became aware of it yesterday, Tommy and I, so we're moving as quickly as we can. I'm glad you said that because I'm set up for auto pay, so I need to go back and see if my payment went through. So thank you. We're working as quickly as we can to resolve the issue.
Any estimated timeline on when it'll be up and running?
Honestly, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I can just say we've got the leadership of both teams working on it, and I think we want to make sure people know what their other options. There's been some misinformation given to the public about if you can't do it online, how else can you pay your bills? So we want to make sure we get that word out quickly too. I would love to say it's going to be done today, but I don't want to make that commitment because we just, it's out of, if it was our staff, I would be telling you, we'll have it done today. But we're dealing with third-party vendors, and we're just trying to explain to them the urgency of the situation.
Totally understandable, and the only reason I ask is I know that we've gotten calls from our residents, so fair to say that our answer could be, or will be, they're working on the problem, we don't have an anticipated timeline, but your late fees should be charged, will be waived, and they're not going to have to go through another process. Can you just give direction to staff to address those automatically so that they don't have to petition?
For the late fees, yes,
late fees?
absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other reports or comments, Assistant City Manager? City Manager, good? Okay. All right, let's go on to consent calendar and unscheduled communication. And for the benefit of the public, I will be taking comment now on all consent, closed session, and unscheduled communications. I've got quite a bit of cards up here, and I've got some folks also punched up. In order to ensure that everybody gets an opportunity, we'll do 2 minutes. And I will start with Mr. Sam Frank, will be the first speaker, followed by Mr. Elizondo, Ministries Elizondo Sr. Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Council President Chavez, Council Vice President Esparza, the rest of you esteemed council persons. I'm up here as president of the Fresno City Employees Association for a couple things. I want to thank all of you for your diligent, hard work as council people. I want to thank Mayor Jerry Dyer and his team, of which I'm a part.
Can you speak to the mic, Sam? It's a little bit muffled.
I thank them for all their hard work as well. And it is a season of giving thanks. That being said, I wanted to especially talk about the hard negotiations that we went through. And I want to thank the team. Specifically, I want to thank TJ Miller for the change that she brought. I want to thank Christian Pyrock. I want to thank Stephanie Hernandez for all the work she did on that team. I want to thank Stephanie Foglio, and I want to thank Lieutenant Jennifer Horsford, because having somebody from PD on that negotiating team made a huge difference, and they all acted as perfect conduits to bring their areas of expertise to the table, and it helped us to achieve a contract which fixed a lot of problems. And I just want to say that that it was nice having them, and I want to thank the mayor for picking that team, because they did a very good job, and it was a lot different, I got to tell you. And so, just on behalf of the 700 people that I represent, I want to tell you that we're still hanging in there, and we're still fighting hard and going through all the changes. I overheard a supervisor on the phone with a customer who also had her payment not go through on auto pay, and so and right away we were trying to do a workaround, but I can't speak to that because I'm not here as a as a UB&C employee. Delete your auto pay and then redo it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Frank.
It's a possible workaround. I'm not saying it's something, but anyways, I just want to let y'all know that all of your hard work is appreciated and is noted by every employee. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Next up is Mr. Elizondo, Senior with Ministries. If you could just give our folks a quick minute, sir, to sanitize.
Peace be with you.
Go ahead, sir.
We thank the Lord for the rain that we have. Like I said last week, there's no drought. It's a doubt they're telling you the truth. And that's where it's at. We have to quit playing God. Let God be God. And the rest of us obey God. And this council, we seem to have we're going backwards. We get 2 minutes, we have to wait here 3 hours to listen to you, but you don't want to listen to us. We have to get back freedom of speech. This is a federal and state, you are under federal and state law. And this is what I determined to accomplish, is to get back our freedom of speech. You are not paid by the hour, you're paid salary. We listen to you, we stand here and we listen to you until you're done, but yet you cut us off because you don't want to listen to us. You don't want to hear what we have to say. We don't want to hear you complain about us, and the money that you get is dividends. It should go to the people, not to dividends. We also have another issue that every time I come here, I see somebody giving you thanks, and the other opposition is giving you no thanks. There's grievances always. We need to stand with the fundamentals of law and stick by them and abide by them and conduct yourselves by them. We hired you, and we can also replace you. Thank God. Anyway, peace be with you. And remember, it's Jesus' birthday. If it's Jesus' birthday, why are you getting the presents? He doesn't get yours on your birthday. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next up is Shara Thompson, followed by Janine Nkosi. If you could just give our folks a quick minute to sanitize. Do we have Shara Thompson that wishes to speak? All right, we will go on to Ms. Janine Nkosi. Is Ms. Janine Nkosi in the building? Apparently they have left. All right. Let me move on to the next person then. Jaylene Swank. Do we have Ms. Jaylene Swank also here? All right, Ms. Swank.
Great morning. I speak to the importance of public safety as the daughter of a veteran and a retired law enforcement officer and a concerned citizen. We know gun violence is a public health crisis which has a stronghold on this city. Judging by the ARPA fund budget, it is apparent that increasing the number of officers in the city is important to the city council and mayor, especially with the steep increase in officers transferring to other agencies. While I agree with increasing the police force in the interest of solving these homicide cold cases, I am against the one-sided mindset when searching for a solution to increase public safety. We need to understand this is a multifaceted issue. Gun violence can play out in many ways: homicide, suicide, police involved, gang-related, mass shootings, unintentional, and self-defense. There is not a sole solution, but many solutions, because there are many factors contributing to this issue: income inequality, poverty, underfunded public housing, under-resourced public services, underperforming schools, lack of opportunity, and perceptions of hopelessness, as well as easy access to firearms by high-risk people. I agree with the notion that we have a duty to increase confidence, and we do that by allocating a budget that focuses on more than just policing. I urge the council to commence this partnership in curing this disease and not the symptom. I furthermore urge the council and mayor to not invest nearly $10 million of ARPA funding in police, and to instead support real community safety by funding community health and well-being, such as free mental health treatment, programs to help parents raise emotionally healthy children, and efforts to identify and intervene with troubled individuals who are threatening violence. I compel the council to begin by attending our peaceful multicultural rally and march focused on healing for the families of victims of violence, taking place Wednesday, December 15th, 2021 at 11 a.m., starting at the courthouse facing M Street. We need to find the solution to public safety together, or we won't be effective at all, and the number of Fresnans murdered will continue to rise at alarming rates should we continue to put a Band-Aid on broken bones. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swank. Next up, we will have, and I want to give everybody an opportunity. So if you fill out a card, please stand by. I've got close to 40 cards, 40, and I want to make sure that folks get an opportunity to speak. So let me go back to the folks that I had to skip. Shara Thompson. Is Shara Thompson in? If not, I'm going to have to skip her. All right, Janine Nkosi. Janine Nkosi filled out a card, represents Fresno State and Faith in the Valley. Oh, okay. All right. Are you Miss Janine Nkosi? Okay.
I'm here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, council. Good morning, everyone. Residents from Fresno who showed up here really deep. We felt that we needed to come here today to demonstrate what public comment, what an inclusive and equitable and responsive public input process would look like. I'm a regional advisor for Faith in the Valley and a professor of sociology at Fresno State, and I am an expert in Fresno's housing crisis. Not just because I have spent the last 10 years of my life literally researching the problems, researching the scope of the crisis, and also researching the solutions, but because I've moved 35 times in my life. I have lived in practically every one of your districts. I have lived in all kinds of housing, slum housing to equitable housing. And it's an injustice when some of us are living in safe and secure housing while some folks are unhoused and unsheltered and out in the cold. And we are here because we want you to put housing on the agenda and prioritize it. We have held countless listening sessions. We have been doing a public input survey over the last year. We've been phone banking. We have been knocking on doors. And the number one thing that we hear across district, across age, across gender, across party line is that housing is the number one priority that people want to see a solution to. But y'all already know that. That's why in the ARPA survey that you just put out, you included police and housing together, because y'all know that people care about housing. In all the conversations that we have, not one person has lifted up more policing. People want public safety, but they want it in the form of things like advanced peace, real public safety. People want investments in youth, investments in health and well-being, investments in housing stabilization, things like universal basic income. Please listen to Fresno residents. We are here today in person, and we are even stronger on Zoom. And we're coming in 2022. If we have to form a tenant union, if we have to show up every single day to city council until you hear us, we are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that everyone in the city of Fresno has access to safe, accessible, sustainable, and deeply and permanently affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nkosi. All right. Next up is Ms. Sherrod Thompson, followed by Christopher Washington right after her. Welcome, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you in advance for having me and respectfully listening to me. I'm Shara Thompson. I'm a Fresno resident. I'm a proud single mother of one and a housing liaison, as well as an active community leader. Have you ever experienced homelessness? Have you ever endured harassment that has been brushed off by a commissioner or a judge? Have you ever had to move more than one time in 2 years? Do you live in fear that the home that you live in can be taken in a blink of an eye just because? I myself was homeless due to a domestic violence issue for 6 months of my pregnancy. I also endured harassment from my previous landlord that resulted in her abuse of a power of authority and started an active CPS case where I'm still fighting for my son. I myself moved 4 times in this pandemic and was threatened with a 30-day notice in my current home when I complained about my home being 105 degrees inside the house because the AC wasn't working. We as tenants need to stabilize rent. We need the right to cancel. We as tenants need to stabilize strengthen the just cause eviction policies. And we in the city need you to do your part and get these tasks done. A new action is needed. We need to start envisioning a new housing system to ensure the rights of tenants are protected. We need a homes guaranteed. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All right, next up is Ms. Christopher Washington, followed by Ms. Mia Vasquez.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Washington.
So, defend the weak and the fatherless, uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed. Psalms 82, verse 3. Good morning. My name is Christopher Washington, and as stated last week, I serve as a community organizer and resident of District 7 here in Fresno with Councilmember Esparza. In continuation of my comment from last week, I continue to urge the council to allocate funds for people who did not qualify for unemployment. There is a great need for community support programs, especially court watch programs in regards to legal counsel, along with just cause protections. I believe that the conversation regarding public safety is one-sided, and I believe that there should be an identification, redefining, along with the reimagining of public safety, thereby causing the daily conversation to be steered in new ways. What does community accountability look like? Community accountability is transformative justice. And transformative justice is a decriminalized social and interpersonal strategy for responding to violence, conflict, and harm within this community. This practice is not really a practice of the state. Transformative justice looks at the wider lens in order to come up with a sustainable solution. It looks at the choices that will come before an act of harm, as well as what actions need to happen after. It also acknowledges systems, people, values, and needs surrounding the issues as pathways to solutions. And I believe today that we should allocate and invest funds that speak to these endeavors. We should not continue to sway the punitive measures for repairing harms. Meeting violence with more violence only creates a harsher environment. There needs to be mediation with the ability to participate within the healing process. Transformative justice is a commitment to community. We should not rely on the prison industrial complex and the form of incarceration to fix our communities. I believe that you can transform people's lives through family reunification and other means of trauma recovery. Transformative justice is an individual and collective practice, a certain set of practices that are facilitated and they transpire outside of systemic oppressive systems which are incorporated in today's society. Why should we wait until things get out of hand? Why should we wait until the crisis, which is already here? Why should we wait until things get to scale
Thank you, Mr.
until we need to
Washington.
intervene?
You could wrap up.
The concept of transformative justice is outside the system, and we need to intervene now. We need to allocate ARPA funds to support this endeavor, and I sincerely urge the council to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Mia Vasquez, followed by Margaret Rusnock, I believe. Go ahead, Ms. Vasquez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Mia Vasquez. I am a current Fresno State student, and I reside in District 4, which is located within the Fresno County. I'm here representing the community as an avid supporter of Faith in the Valley, Homes Guaranteed, and the lovely sociology department at Fresno State. I strongly believe that housing is simply a human right and should not be debated on any further. Housing is not something that you should earn or have to work so hard for. It is as basic as a human need as food and water. Every resident in Fresno County should be able to have safe, accessible, maintainable, and constantly affordable housing. Poverty and inequality have been forced to reveal themselves during such trying times, and it has led many people to see things for what they truly are. And quite frankly, Fresno County has the means to change the story being written right now. The Here to Stay report alone provides 46 policy recommendations for tenants residing in the county. The 3 policies that we asked to see implemented first include rent caps, just cause for evictions, and the right to counsel. Let's not forget that the CARES funding and the American Rescue Plan Act provide hundreds of millions of dollars to the city of Fresno to take care of things like the current housing crisis. We ask that our officials use this funding to improve the community and put an end to unaffordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Next up is Ms. Margaret Rusnock, followed by Ms. Erica Lara after that.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Rusnack. I've been a resident of Fresno for the entirety of my life. It wasn't until I was around 12 or 13 years old, though, that we had affordable, steady, and stable housing. For background, my father and my parents have lived in Fresno for 25 or so years, and the entire time they haven't been able to own a house. They've barely been able to afford rent, and my dad drives for hours out of the city to be able to work to afford housing here in Fresno. While my housing is stable at the current moment, that's not how it is for many of my peers. And I'm here to ask, or rather to demand, that you use the CARES Act and the ARPA in transformative actions so that people can afford housing here. It's one of the most populous cities here in Fresno in the entirety of California, so why can't most of your residents afford housing? Minimum wage is not enough to cover rent. That's just a fact. You can't afford housing on minimum wage. On minimum wage. And that's what most of us make. So I just wanted to ask that you consider the citizens and not just funding police or funding other resources. Consider housing.
Thank you, Ms. Rusnock.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Erica Lara, followed by Ms. Briseida Rivas after her.
Good morning. My name is Erica Lara. I'm a first-generation college student at Fresno State. I am a Latina, a daughter of Salvadoran immigrants. I currently live in Fresno District 4. See, how many college students are drowning in loans? And if anybody relates, the audience can raise their hands or their signs. How many of us work 2 jobs and struggle to pay rent? How many of us have heard that our friends or families are being evicted? How many of us see our hardworking parents contemplating whether to pay the rent or put food on our tables? How many of us see our family members who work in fields struggling to have the money for the next rent bill because the minimum wage we get paid is not even close to enough? You see how many hands? We are all here today, and many more of us on Zoom, to ensure the city of Fresno puts rent control, just cause for eviction, and right to counsel in effect immediately. I am here this morning because having a safe and affordable home is a human right, and we can make that happen for everyone in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lara. Next up is Ms. Briseida Rivas, followed by Ms. Adelaida Hernandez. Ms. Rivas?
Good morning, everyone. I am Briseida Rivas, and I was born and raised in Fresno, California. I am a student at Fresno State University. A little bit of my housing story is that I have moved around houses a lot because of problems with house owners and the house itself. I am here today because I believe housing is a human right and everyone, regardless of their income, background, ethnicity, location, or social and legal norms, have a right to safe, accessible, and affordable home. Across age, gender, ethnicity, social class, and party lines, housing is the #1 concern of Fresno residents. Thousands of our neighbors are living on the streets out in the cold. We have everything we need right now, major investment from Fresno residents, we have funding, and we have solutions. We demand that the city of Fresno implement all of 46 policy recommendations in Here to Stay report, starting with the following 3: rent caps, just cause for evictions, and right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Next up is Ms. Adelaida Hernandez, followed by Ms. Sonia Sanchez.
Good morning, my name is Adelaida Hernandez, and I am a student at Fresno State, but I also live in District 5. And this morning, I am asking for rent stabilization, just case eviction protection, and the right to cancel. I am asking this because about 6 months ago, I was trying to find a home. And it was the hardest thing because my single mother and I are working to try to have a home. But the rents are so high that we had to find a place that right now has a trash issue. We have so much trash. We have people throwing their couch and appliances, and no one is cleaning that up. Anyone in the community knows that that's an issue, but they're afraid to speak up because they don't know their rights. They're afraid that their landlord will kick them out because they have a complaint about trash issues. We have kids who can't even go outside and play. This is an issue that we have to talk about and that we have to care more about. And that's why I'm here representing my community, because I don't see any of them here. But that's what I'm asking for today, for you guys to please consider that there are families who are living in this situation and can't afford rent and also are afraid to speak because they don't know their rights.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next up is Ms. Sonia Sanchez, followed by Tim Maldonado.
Hello, President, Vice President, and Council members. My name is Sonia Sanchez. I am a first-generation Fresno State student. I live in District 3 in Fresno County. I would like the City Council to please take action and support policies that help renters, rent stabilization programs, eviction resources, and support quality housing. For 18 years, I lived in a cold, animal-infested, rundown apartment because my parents could not afford housing. The unfortunate part is that I see this continuing to happen today in my own community. As leaders of our city, you need to take action to support our most vulnerable communities. Prioritizing safe, clean, affordable housing is a basic need for all individuals. Supporting these initiatives will improve our neighborhood and city as a whole so that other children and families do not have to go through what I went through growing up. Poverty and inequality is real and here in Fresno. I ask you support rent stabilization now and help build generational wealth for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next up is Tim Maldonado, followed by Pahua Lee after. Mr. Maldonado.
Good morning. My name is Tim Maldonado. I'm a Fresno State student. I'm here on behalf of my friend Nate.
He's a 56-year-old who is mobility impaired, living on a fixed income, currently unhoused because of the lack of affordable housing in Fresno. Nate experiences bouts of depression and alcoholism caused by the stress of being unhoused, leading him to treatment programs. Nate waited months to obtain a housing voucher, which is only valid for 90 days, so he could afford a roof over his head. As of July 1st, 2019, the estimated population of Fresno was just over 531,000 people, with a 25.1% poverty rate. According to the Housing Voucher website, 13 housing vouchers are distributed with approximately 3,000 owners of property rentals in Fresno that are part of that housing voucher program. Someone is bound to be unhoused unless more chairs are added between songs. Nate, unable to drive, has no car, so he could not find housing too far from the necessary resources. Unfortunately for Nate, his voucher expired before he was able to find housing, pushing him into another bout of depression and remaining unhoused, and is currently in a residential facility. If there were more affordable housing, situations like Nate would not occur. There needs to be more affordable housing. What about Nate? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. Next up is Pahua Lee, followed by, I believe it's Silvestre Gomez.
Good morning. My name is Paholi, and I live in District 7. I want the City Council to take actions like rent stabilization programs to help families stay in their home and support renters like my sister. Just cause eviction protections and the right to cancel because it is difficult enough. I want to speak on behalf of my sister. She is a single mother living with her 2 young daughters. When she got divorced with her husband, she was unable to afford housing. Through her marriage, her and her husband struggle every month trying to pay off their rent. Even though she has filed for Section 8, the process took at least 1 year. In the whole year, my sister had to squeeze back into my parents because she could not afford housing. For 10 plus years, my family still live in the same tiny houses. And now my sister and her 2 daughters is living with us. Our home is chaotic. Because of this, as a student, I have no room to study or sleep. Many times I would have to give up my sleeping spot just so that my sister and her 2 daughters could just have a place to sleep. I would often sleep on the couch or in the living room. Even today, she was still unable to move out because she cannot work just to pay off her rent and just to take care of her 2 children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next up is, I believe it's Silvestre Gomez, followed by Ms. Josefa. Sure. All right, Ms. Josefa. Is Ms. Josefa here?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Josefa Vega. I'm a resident of District 7. I hope Nelson can hear me from wherever he is. I'm urging City Council and the Mayor to reconsider the proposed budget and allocate the overdue ARPA funds to our community members that have long been left in the dark. Our city needs permanent solutions to the unhoused crisis. Investing in transitional housing isn't sufficient and has not been for the past 30 years. We need more resources devoted to permanent housing and addressing the root cause of houselessness and the mental health issues and everything that those folks are experiencing. And also by allowing the community to weigh in on a greater scale. As we know, these meetings aren't the most accessible. I'm glad as many folks have been able to turn out to today's, but we know that this isn't common. Allow for a 4-round process to gather priorities directly from Fresno residents and do what we can to defend our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Josefa. Next up is Ms. Jeannie Barnes, wanting to speak on ARPA. And then it'll be followed by Mr. Gomez right after Ms. Jeannie Barnes. Sir. Thank you, Ryan.
Council President Chavez and council members, my name is Jenny Barnes. I am a Fresno community resident in District 3. Outside, it is raining. Winter will be here in less than 2 weeks, and every day I see my unhoused neighbors on street corners struggling to meet their basic needs. They are not only victims of an unjust system that criminalizes and perpetuates a cycle of poverty, they are my neighbors. They are a part of our community. The city of Fresno is receiving $171 million from the American Rescue Plan Act to help address the unequal impacts of the pandemic. There is no doubt who has felt the brunt of the trauma and harm in the last year and a half. I urge the city of Fresno to invest in systems of care to address the root problem of our community, of problems in our community that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. I ask the council and mayor not to invest nearly $10 million of ARPA funding in police and instead support real community safety by prioritizing funding that directly supports the health and well-being of the most vulnerable in our community. Funding needs to go towards housing stabilization, emergency cash assistance, youth and community resilience centers, and health and wellness programs. Every Fresno resident deserves safe and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. Gomez, Mr. Silvestre Gomez, followed by Fabio Sayavia, I believe, or Savavia.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Silvestre Gomez, and you may or may not know me. I'm also known as Sil Gomez. Basically, I'm actually recently retiree from the city of Fresno, 22 plus years, and I'm hearing a lot of problems that are going on in the city, which have been here, and I've been part of that front line fighting it. But I'm really not here to talk about myself. Actually, I was kind of forced to come because the negotiations that had been going on for quite a while, it involved a lot of work and probably, a lot of give and takes. And I'm glad it is gone through, I believe. But my problem is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, in there it says everybody will be getting a proactive pay starting from this past year, and it will go on until for the time they spent. The only thing is they're excluding retirees. Now, I've been there from the get-go at the beginning of the negotiations. Like I said, I just recently retired. Now, what's happening is that I will not be excuse me, I will not be eligible for those funds that other people are going to get, even though I was there with them. So what I'm seeing is when you have a group of people here that are getting paid for time they earned, and then you divide it and say, oh, this group over here is not going to get them, and that group over here is the retirees. Not only are the retirees, but it seems to me that group is the elderly. Now we're talking into problems that could be later on down the line. Oh, you're retiring, you're not paying them because they're retirees, but actually they earned it. They've earned it, and they are now being punished for doing something that most people want. They want to get to that point to retire. So when you get to that point, then you say, oh, no, you're too old now. That's where I see the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
And I do want to say, your job is very difficult, and I respect that. The problem is that, well, in everything, your job gives you authority, your actions give you respect or not.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. All right, next up is Fabio Sabavia, followed by Alexandra Alvarado, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Good morning, all. My name is Fabio Saravia. I live in District 1. I've been living there for a good, let's say, 6 years now. I've lived in the same apartment building. I live with a family of 4. And my dad is the only income that I get because, well, he came here to this country when he was 18 from San Miguel, El Salvador. And he's been the only one supporting us for a long time because he's the only one that can. My mom can't work due to her being, well, not from this country either. She's from Sahuayo, Michoacan. And, okay. And it would have been really great if we had any of these policies that were rent control, just cause eviction protections throughout our whole life, because we've been moving from place to place, which seems like forever now. I finally have lived in the place, Fresno, for 6 years, which is probably the longest time I've ever lived in a place without moving, and which sucks, you know? But I have it lucky compared to other people who do not have that same privilege. There's people out here who've been raised rent and having to go homeless because, well, they can't pay anymore, and it's not right. I'm lucky enough to have a home, but I can't say the same for everyone else. So I hope you guys today can pass those policies that got to do with rent control, just cause eviction protections, and right to counsel. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lavia. Next up is Alexandra Alvarado, followed by Jessica Flores right after her.
Whew, I made it this time. Hello, council members. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a daughter, a sister, a wife, a Fresno State alum, a community organizer with Faith in the Valley, and I have lived in slum housing. I've had to sleep with bugs crawling on the floor. I have had to watch TV and watch rats pass by me. I've had to wake up in the morning, live in these conditions, and have to say, there's nothing I can do. I work alongside community members, community leaders who risk everything they have to have their voice heard so they can have stable, affordable, accessible housing. I'm going to talk on a couple topics today, and for the sake of timekeeping and for the time of so many who cannot be here for 7 hours to be able to speak, I want to mention how disappointed I and others are in the process of public comment. Last week on Zoom, we were not called. For myself, this is the second time this has happened to me. We listened for the allowed time for public comment, raised our hands, and kept them up until after public comment in person was done. I'm requesting an evaluation of this process and procedure because it is not working as it should. On ARPA, there has been a lot of talk about community and safety at these meetings, which is important, which is great, but whose idea of community and safety is being discussed? I'm at a loss as to why none of the council members or mayor have taken the opportunity to take any kind of meaningful steps to include the voices of community members that each of you serve. In particular, the members of the community who have been working through this pandemic, risking their lives, those families who have been historically and economically disenfranchised and kept out of this process and policy for equitable input. I'm not sure why the city of Fresno would use the money to eventually be put into reserve. Neighborhoods, communities, families need the money invested in them immediately. Historically, we know where general funds go, to police, and that's not what we want. On housing, I want the city council to take action to support rent control, just cause eviction protections, and right to counsel because I believe that prioritizing safe, affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality and life for the city. Tenants are being forced out of their homes via intimidation, harassment, illegal evictions, left trying to find safe housing, non-slum housing, with a 7-year eviction on their record. This is happening because of the prioritization of profit over lives. Stable housing is a matter of public health, and with over half of the population as Fresno are renters, many are at risk, and the city of Fresno has done no action and has made no moves. Put these on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Next up is Ms. Jessica Flores, followed by, I believe it's Janet Porras, representing Fresno State.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jessica Flores with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, a community-based organization that works alongside the most impacted communities here in the city of Fresno. Based on my work that I have been doing these past few months, going door to door, it is evident that we need safe, affordable housing policies now.
Children do not deserve to be living in these places, like they've mentioned, where there's trash laying on the floor, where these kids, it's not safe. And I have grown up in these places. I'm from Madera, but I work with this community, and this is something we need to prioritize because many of the people that live here, many of the people that are renters, they don't have access to the things that other people do have. They are field workers, immigrants, and they are doing everything that they can, basically breaking their bodies, risking their lives just to barely provide for their families. So this is important to take action now. It can't wait any longer. We do need these safe, affordable housing policies. A lot of people love to complain about the homeless out on the streets, but they don't like to take the time to realize that many of these people out on the streets is because they couldn't afford their rent any longer. So I do think that it's time to take action. Hola, mi nombre es Jessica Flores y aquí estoy representando el Consejo de liderazgo aquí en Fresno y es tiempo que el concejal de la ciudad ponga en acción esas pólizas porque es necesario tener viviendas seguras y asequibles para los residentes aquí de Fresno. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up is Janet Porras, followed by Ms. Jessica Mahoney.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. My name is Jeanette Porras, community member, single mother, and first-generation senior student at Fresno State. Today, I am here to speak on behalf of my close friend who can't be here to speak on her part due to many circumstances and the rain. My closest friend's apartment unit lacked an unhealthy and basic living standard. Some of these unsuitable living conditions, such as having infestations of roaches, poor outdoor and lawn maintenance, and graffiti gang signs covered on the fences of the apartments. It looks unsafe and dangerous for children to want to even play outside. The lack of updated maintenance inside hardly gets updated and shows no motivation to fix things that go wrong. However, her landlord insisted on hiring the rent by 22% after increasing it within a 6-month period. She was obligated to either sign the rent lease for the next 5 months or receive a 30-day notice to leave if they didn't agree on the rent increase. I feel saddened that my friend has to stress further with financial burdens due to affordable housing, and especially during the months around the holidays where it's the most expensive month and time of the year. I want City Council and City President to uplift and relieve those affected by unaffordable housing by taking action and supporting policies that support renters like my friend and her family, along with just cause eviction protections and right to City Council, because facing difficulties of increased rent policies in an area where a landlord does not keep up with the maintenance is not practical. I believe that prioritizing safe and affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality of life for everyone, my friend, and everyone in the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porras. Next up is Ms. Jessica Mahoney, followed by Des Martinez. City Clerk.
Hello, Council and Mayor, Jessica Mahoney. This is a big opportunity, historic opportunity with this money that you'll be giving from the government, which there's no such thing as government, it's the people's money. So it's our money. And so we have to realize this, it's our money, and so the people should have a say what you're gonna do with that money. We elect you, the people, to represent the people. And we all know historically Fresno has always been left behind due to politics, bickering, whatnot. We know we have a high homeless population here. And what the housing folks are saying here from these groups, it goes hand in hand. Keep people in their houses so we don't have more homelessness. We have the homelessness, we don't have immediate shelter. If I became homeless today, I don't have nowhere to go. It's raining outside, obviously, so the next couple days, and it's historic in Fresno. When did they do the sweeps when it's raining? When did they take their blankets, their tarps, any little piece of humanity they had left? And then to lump police with the housing, when I first saw that survey, I refused to do it because I don't want more policing to go out and tell our in-shelter people, sorry, you can't have that tarp on the fence to keep you dry. You can't hang your last dry pair of socks out on a fence. You can't be here on the sidewalk to take a rest. You can't have this shopping cart. You can't have this suitcase because it looks dirty to me, so I'm gonna throw it away. Or you look 5150 because you're not responding to our request for you to just leave. Or you're not responding to our request to go to the hotel. Well, I don't want to be there with my rapist, my past pimp, or more prostitutes and drugs, and I don't want to go to that area. Yes, I want shelter, but I don't want to go to that area. It's time to wake up, Fresno.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Next is Ms. Des Martinez, followed by, I believe it's Martha with Faith in the Valley. I couldn't read your last name.
Hello. I'm not going to do a speech today. I'm just going to talk until my time runs out because I always get cut off anyways. So I want to say, thank you. Happy holidays to everybody. I hope everybody's nice, dry, and warm right now because there's a lot, 4,000 people out there that are not. We have beds available. I demand that we open them now and not save them for the mayor's next project. We are not your project. We have a housing crisis out here, and everybody knows it. We've known it for years. We've known it since Swearingen has been telling us we're going to have tiny homes. How many mayors do we have to go through that lied to us? How many? I am getting sick and tired of this. Right now, I just got a letter the other day from my landlord because she doesn't want me there because I called code enforcement. My rent went from $750 to $975 against the law. What's being done? Nothing. Your homeless advocate of 6 years that's been out here in the streets is going to be homeless again. You know why? Because there's not one place in here that any of you can tell me where I can go to tomorrow to get affordable housing. There's not one place here. And I'll be damned if I even vote for any of this money to go into the Fresno Police Department. Because this shirt that I'm wearing is what happens to our unhoused community when nobody is watching their body cams. I guarantee you guys, you pull their body cam footage up, you will see so much abuse. The city is being sued. The city is already being sued because one of your cops was on the phone crossing a red light and hit one of our elders that were out here. Rest in peace to him, his family. You guys already paid that lawsuit, didn't you? Now you got another one coming. How many millions of dollars is this going to cost? I'm sick and tired of giving money to the homeless task force. They announced themselves as the Fresno Police Department, shaking tins up yesterday. So if they are the heart team, why are they introducing themselves? And I have it on camera. I have footage of them introducing themselves as the Fresno Police Department. Police officers are not supposed to touch property. They're touching property. That is another lawsuit for the city. We need housing. We need tiny homes, not talk about it like Swearingen and Brand and Bubba and now Dyer. Stop talking about it. Why do we have to constantly come every 4 years and trying to convince every new city council member, every new mayor? Is that my time?
Go ahead, wrap up this.
I'm sorry. I'm just tired of coming up here, you guys. I'm exhausted. I have to fight you guys and the police and try and save the people, the elders, the seniors that Kerbasi talks about. Seniors, Kerbasi. We have more than 71 homeless deaths on your streets. Why do we only have that number up? There is more than 71 deaths, human beings that died on your Fresno streets in every single district, and you're not representing them. So I would love to see that count be put up, every single district member, to have a number of individuals, homeless individuals that died in your district presented in front like Kerbasi does with the murders. And maybe we'll get somewhere, and maybe people will understand.
Thank you, Des. Next up is, folks, if we could please temper down the applause. I've got a lot of cards. Everybody wants to speak. Let's be respectful and make sure we accommodate them. Next up is Ms. Martha from Faith in the Valley.
Good morning.
Your last name is
It's
right?
Armas Kelly. Armas Kelly. Martha Armas Kelly.
Thank you.
And I am here with Faith in the Valley, but I am representing the Central Valley People's Housing Coalition. People's Housing Coalition. Why is it the People's Housing? Porque es para la gente. Es para todos que están aquí, for all that are here. I am the voice, and I come today to elevate the narrative for housing rights, for housing representation. when a person has to go through the mediums of having to steal, to scrape and scrape to be able to pay rent, when they have jobs, we got to change the narrative. We've got to change the assignment that is put on our people, our families. We don't want the crime, but we put it out there for folks to have to do whatever they do to survive. I make my $20 an hour and I can't afford to rent. I can't afford to rent. You say, go get an education. I have an education and I can't afford to pay rent. When I live in substandard housing conditions, I have to raise my voice and say, no, I know how to navigate through the system. But for my people that don't know how to navigate through the system, and I'm not talking about color, I'm talking about my people that are living the disparity that I'm living. We have to change the narrative. No, we can't be complacent. Every single one of you, I know, has someone in your home or in your family that is dealing with this issue. Homelessness. When you drive up and down the freeway, you cannot turn your back on what's happening. You have to make that change, and it's within your power. That money that you are holding in your hands belongs to the people, to you, the people, to all of us. Make decisions that are going to impact our community for the betterment of our residents here in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martha. Next up is Ms. Jessica Ramirez, followed by Ms. Amber Crowell. Jessica Ramirez, then followed by Ms. Amber Crowell. Go ahead, Ms. Ramirez.
So good morning. I want to thank God for allowing me to be here today. And I want to pray that each and one of you take my words into consideration. My name is Jessica Ramirez. As you guys heard my story multiple times, I've attended multiple meetings here. And I'm here today. I am a mother of 5, a community leader with Faith in the Valley. I am here today because I know housing is very important. But less unfortunate to the city, many are vulnerable and need housing now. Just look at the city. Many are homeless, living in the streets. Many of us are struggling to pay rent, living paycheck to paycheck, can barely afford rent. Rent control will definitely help many of us, mothers, students, teachers, fathers, many more in our community. As you can see, it's 40 degrees weather out here. Outside, people are sleeping, wet, nowhere to go, living of hunger, being evicted. This is why I urge you to take action to improve right of counsel now. It's about having a safe, affordable home. Sorry, I'm shaking.
Okay.
Don't you think every child deserves a home? I lived it, experienced it, living this trauma. My kids, I know what it is to be homeless. My kids know. They know what it is from moving to house, moving from motel to motel. You will never feel my pain. Never. But we can make a difference. Take action now. Lead and make a homes guaranteed. As you can see, I'm representing homes guaranteed. Look, my hands, they're twitching because this is the pain. I'm here today with proofs. I got evicted. I have proofs. I can pass this to you guys. Proves that I should have this eviction on my record. It's still on there. I'm 26, still going through this trauma, pain. Today I'm here to have homes guaranteed. And I want to pass this. I'm not sure if I'm able to, but I want to let you guys have a copy of this to read if I deserve this eviction or not.
Thank you.
Please give a copy of that to the clerk. All right, next up is Ms. Amber Crowell, followed by Ms. Tracy Ward right after her.
Good morning, Council. I'm Dr. Amber Crowell. I'm an Associate Professor of Sociology at Fresno State. I also am with Faith in the Valley. I'm here on behalf of my students at Fresno State and residents across the city of Fresno. I am here to call on the Council, you, to treat housing as the urgent matter, the emergency that it is. Most of my students cannot afford housing. A lot of them moved away during the pandemic because they couldn't handle the rent, and now they can't come back. They're struggling to get back here. My online classes fill up faster because they can't get back to Fresno. Most of my students are doing their very best, working their hardest, working 2 and 3 jobs at this point, and there is still no give. And as an educator, I do everything I can to help and support my students. I can't help them. I can't help them when they're saying, I need an extension because I'm getting evicted, because I have to go help my mom because she's getting evicted. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to send them. There's nowhere to send them. The rent is too high and the rent eats first. Y'all treat the housing crisis here like it is a given, like it's normal to have people living on the streets and getting evicted from their homes. It doesn't have to be normal. Have we not learned from this pandemic that we can't go back to the way things are? Just because you think you can, because you're safely and securely housed, doesn't mean everyone can. Most can't. The typical renter, not the minority, the typical renter is considered rent burden by the federal definition in Fresno. That's not normal. That can't be normal. It's time now to act, to stop treating a basic need like a political football. We're not here to play that game. We're here because people are dying, children are missing school, students going to college as the first in their families. Most of these students are the first in their families to go to college. And they are watching those dreams slip away because they're trying to keep their families together, to stay housed. We need rent control, just cause evictions, a fully universal right to counsel, not a conditional one where you decide who gets it. Universal. This is the floor. This is the bare minimum. Right now, that floor is caving in, and you need to see that. Listen to these young people crying for their futures and their children's futures, and do something. We're over it with the games, and if you're still talking about spending our tax dollars on police to fix every problem and putting police in the same category as housing, you learn nothing from the We Can't Breathe march that these folks put on last year. One of the organizers is here in this chamber. You are letting them down. Treat it like the emergency that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crow. Next up is Ms. Tracy Ward, followed by Lance Cruz. Ms. Ward?
Hi, I had no idea this would be like this. I just came down here for help. But I'm here for rent stabilization and just cause protection. I'm scared to speak up or ask my manager to fix on anything because it's always a problem or he's always harassing me or putting something on my door. I literally asked him to fix my refrigerator that went out, and it's been out for like almost 2 weeks. My oven went out, and when I asked him to fix it, he told me that I would have to wait on someone who stays in our apartments, which is supposed to be a maintenance man. And he works in a hospital. I don't want anyone that's gonna be working all day in a hospital to come inside my house that's around, sickly people. When I asked him to fix it, he went up on my rent, which was $1,095. And then my water heater went out Monday. My daughter was freezing when she woke up to go to school. I told him that I wouldn't pay on the rent if he didn't fix it. So I guess he got mad and he ended up giving me a 90-day termination. I pay my rent on time. My apartment is, it could be, it's fine, just like, the best that it could be. I don't have any problems with any tenants. The parking lot is full of trash. There's homeless people that are always laying on the beds that are thrown out from other people that stay there. We don't have a maintenance man at all. We always have to wait after 5 o'clock when things need to be fixed. Anytime I ask for him to fix on anything, it takes almost a month. I'm just asking if, you can help us out when it comes to the just cause, because I know I don't deserve that termination at all. I'm a good citizen. I don't do anything. I'm nervous. I just hope you guys can just help us,
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
Miss, if I could just real quick, ma'am, before you walk away. If you have a few minutes, if you could just wait out in the lobby, I'm going to have some of my staff come out there and give you some resources so maybe we could help you out on that eviction, okay? Thank you.
All right. Next up is Lance Cruz, followed by Erica Cruz.
First, just so I understand something, sorry, I didn't know who to ask. It appears the ARPA funds, the first 38 million, are going to get voted on tonight at 6 o'clock. Am I reading the agenda item correctly? What does it mean at 3Cs after 6 o'clock? And it says the resolution, 30th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution.
Sir, it basically means that we can hear it any time before 6 o'clock.
Anytime before 6 o'clock. So if people put in cards to speak on that agenda item, they should just wait and listen to the whole agenda and then speak on it at that time?
You could. You could speak right now if you want, just if you're not going to be here. It's up to you.
No, I'm just encouraging everybody if they have, if they have availability in their schedule to know that the actual agenda item where they're approving the 38.
Do you wish to speak on the item?
I understand. I'm just making sure because it gets confusing.
Thank you.
So we can speak during the open session right now, and then we can speak actually when you're going to vote on the 30th.
That's correct.
That would be great.
Do you want to speak now, or?
I'm trying. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
I was
sir.
trying to clarify a little bit before. I'm a middle-class white guy. I'm good. Okay? I get the feeling that these meetings are at 9 o'clock in the morning and hard to be here when the thing is the $38 million is going to be voted on because it's convenient and you got some riffraff that can show up at 9 o'clock in the morning and you can let people speak and then you come back and vote hours later. Maybe it's at 6, maybe it's not at 6. You know the frog in the boiling pot analogy? You can put a frog in water, turn the heat up, let the water get warmer and warmer and warmer. Eventually the frog dies in the boiling water. Doesn't he know, right? These aren't frogs. Like, the people aren't going to put up with this forever. My point is, we've got a completely unsustainable system. I think everybody knows, whether it's housing, whatever the situation, we're living in a completely unsustainable situation. So what are we going to do about the fact that people can't afford to live? Like, just what are we going to do? Are we going to be able to get the speculators out of the market? Are we going to be able to cap rent? Are we going to be able to have just cause and right to an attorney? Like, is there a goal? Like, is there just to just let it go unsustainably? Just drive the car off the cliff. Well, the people who are good, the people who have their homes, the people who are securing them, they're good. Then we end up in some weird dystopia where they're living up there and everybody else is living over here. And is that where we're headed? I feel like we have a city the right size to take this amazing infusion of funds and maybe do something differently. Right? Like maybe take this incredible infusion of funds and take the city, what are we, not even 1 million people, right? Like, and maybe do something differently. Maybe look at, other communities have rent control, but get the speculators out of the market. There has to be something we can do as a municipality to get the speculators out of the market. People are just making money hand over fist. I can't imagine how much money is changing hands every day. People are talking about $200. There's people out there, 10 grand. They got no problem just spending money. We got to deal with the people who are living hand to mouth. Okay? We are in an unsustainable situation. I don't know if you've got 6 months. I don't know if you've got 16 months. I don't know if you've got 5 years. But we're in an unsustainable situation. Please listen to what these people said today. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. There were some amazing stories.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Next up is Ms. Erica Cruz, followed by Cynthia Quesada.
Council, if I could say something quickly.
Yes, City Attorney.
Erica Camarena, who's a lawyer, head of code enforcement back in the corner. If you're having rental or eviction issues, she may be able to help you. So you can step over there and talk to her or step out in the hall if you would like to. That's Erica Camarena.
Thank you for that option, City Attorney. All right, Ms. Erica Cruz, followed by Cynthia Quesada.
Out of the first
$38 million from the American Rescue Plan Act. The City Council is looking to approve $10 million. Over a fourth on policing, and another inadequate solution to stop crime. Police do not stop crime. Data shows what does prevent crime are social services. What does improve life for hundreds and thousands in our community are social services. Today, I urge the council not to invest the proposed $10 million on policing and instead invest to rescue current and establish more social services, including premium pay for employees who risk their lives to continue to work during the pandemic, rescue conditions at shelters and transitional housing, rescue roads and public transportation, rescue access to mental and health care services, hire more social workers, not cops. These programs are working and can continue to be successful with more funding. With this money, we can fundamentally change the lives of those most severely impacted by the pandemic, the unemployed and underemployed, immigrants, the homeless, the elderly, children, those with pre-existing health conditions, and the working class, including those who continue to expose themselves to this virus to keep things operational for all of us, including those who are privileged enough to work from home. With this money, we can establish long-term solutions to the problems that remain prevalent in our community, such as housing instability, insufficient access to affordable, quality childcare, and address the lack of support for those suffering with mental illness and substance abuse. Today, the resolution is quite literally the opposite of rescuing the lives of those who have lived through the pandemic. Some in this council want to use a rescue plan to purchase weapons that hurt and kill people. Invest in the community, not cops. Invest in the people, not police.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Next up is Cynthia Quesada, followed by Rain Chamberlain.
Hello, Council. My name is Cynthia Quesada. I am a lecturer in the Sociology Department at Fresno State. Today, I'm here to support my fellow peers and neighbors and friends and urge you to invest in the right to counsel, the just cause for eviction, and tenant rights. I come from a generation of parents and elders who were displaced from Zacatecas and Guanajuato, Mexico, and I've lived in subpar housing with roach-invested housing in Fresno. I came here to get my education at Fresno State. I got it, right? I'm now teaching in Fresno State, and I'm still one paycheck away from not being able to pay a rent due, right? So I urge you to listen to what folks have said and to invest in the needs that our community have spoken about instead of systems of surveillance and terror that you call policing. Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Rain Chamberlain, followed by Asante Kosi, I believe. Thank you, Ryan.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Rain Chamberlain. You all know me as somebody who always comes in and yells about accountability. I want to talk to you today about why. I am in my mid-30s. I'm a single parent. I have been homeless in Fresno for about half of my life. The times that I wasn't homeless as an adult were either times that I was having to spend years going back and forth between an abusive partner and the streets or a programmer or whatnot, trying to juggle which one was going to be more or less dangerous for me at the moment, or times where I got housing for a couple of years, but there were pipes burst in the walls and flooding, and the landlords wouldn't take care of it. Or right now I'm dealing with extreme, like decades of mold in the house that has been code enforcement violations for who knows how long, and struggling to get it taken care of. There have always been basic hurdles to get my own needs taken care of, to get my child's needs taken care of. And everybody points at somebody else's department. Oh, it's not my department. Oh, it's not my job title. It's not my responsibility. Oh, we don't do that here. Everybody wants to act like this should get taken care of, but nobody wants to do it. Everybody wants to act like people should be empowered over their own lives, but everybody wants to actively, either intentionally or consequently, disempower people who are experiencing poverty, disabled people, trans people, people of color. I have dealt with, obviously not the people of color aspect, but I've dealt with all those other aspects. I've dealt with how much my voice, my life, my well-being, my autonomy didn't matter as a disabled homeless person who's trans. I've dealt with how much my own child's safety didn't matter to people that were claiming that it mattered, but only when it was opportunity to disempower me. When it was an opportunity to empower me to take care of ourselves and our safety, it didn't matter. The housing here, there are no options. There are no options that are safe, that are good. We need to be investing in Homes Guarantee, in housing for all, and in safe housing for all. We need to be holding the landlords accountable. And we need you all to be representing us in this, not your stakeholders.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. Next up is Ms. Asante Nkosi, I'm sorry. And followed by Jayla Thomas.
Peace, peace. My name is Asante Nkosi. I'm a Fresno native, and also I'm a lawyer. I want to specifically uplift the importance of right to counsel. Less than 1% of folks facing evictions are represented by counsel. I don't know, I mean, many folks, don't have a law degree, but even with my law degree, it is still difficult to navigate the legal system that we have, and to understand the language that is contained in these documents and how to proceed through these proceedings. I strongly encourage y'all to invest in right to counsel, so that folks are well represented when they go through proceedings. Not only is it extremely difficult to navigate the legal system, but also to navigate it while you're extremely stressed out, while your back is against the wall, when your family is extremely stressed out through a pandemic. And so I want to stress the importance of right to counsel. And as y'all, as city council, it's y'all jobs to listen to the people, and y'all need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jayla Thomas, followed by Jimmy Hay, I believe.
Good morning. My name is Jayla Thomas. I've lived in Fresno my entire life. I currently live in District 4. I work 2 jobs in customer service. I work about 40 hours each week. And I make $16 an hour, and I still cannot afford to find another place to live in. I live with 3 other people at my current place, and even we struggle to make rent each and every month. In the last 2 years, I've struggled finding affordable housing, and a unit could be everything I could ask for, which is just 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and it's still, it's too high. I can't afford it. I don't make 3 times the rent, and I have to remind myself that I won't get approved. which is heartbreaking for me. So, any moment I can spare is spent looking for something. However, again and again, I'm met with the same harsh answer, which is, I can't afford it. So today, I'm urging the council to put housing on the agenda and pass policies like rent control, right to counsel, and just cause eviction protections. The council and mayor should also create a public process for ARPA that is equitable, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the community who have been hit hardest during this pandemic. Excuse me. It's a very difficult thing to stand up here and talk about what's happening to me, and even my situation isn't as harsh as others. I've never been evicted. I have the support of my family, and I still at night am stressed out about what is going to happen to me at the end of the day. So I urge you guys to listen to every single person who comes up here, tells their story, talks the statistics, and make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next up is Jimmy Hay, followed by Denise Rogers.
Hello, I'm Jimmy. I am a resident of Fresno, California. I've been here for 22 years. I am 22. I'm just here to say every year that I've lived here, I've never had stable housing. When I got to college and started renting, a lot of homeowners didn't want to rent to me, or people like me, because they see, the neighborhood that I come from and people that look like me. They don't want to rent to people like me. And I am from the west side of Fresno. And I will say that the west side of Fresno has looked the same every single year that I've lived here. And I don't know what you guys expect from people who grow up from that side of town to become if you guys are not investing time and money and, investing what you need to people like that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. But I will say that, sorry. Thank you.
Right.
You've got time left.
You still have time.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I will say that I think it's important to invest this money in families and college students and children that really need it, because I know a lot of my siblings are still waiting, for fair housing and for like food stamps and Section 8 and things like that. And you guys have the money, So put in the work.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. All right, next up is Ms. Denise Rogers, followed by Harman Singh.
Hi. My name is Denise Rogers Height, and I was one of the co-organizers for the demonstration last May. And firstly, I want to uplift the same message everyone has been saying in this space about the need for right to counsel, because there are still people, residents of the city, who are being evicted who don't qualify for the EPP program. And then I also want to go into the ARPA survey, and I just have some questions, and they don't necessarily obviously have to be answered right now. But just looking at it right now, reading through it, and I know that people have brought up the fact that police are included in the public safety, public health, and housing insecurity area. And for me, after everything that happened with the demonstration and getting the Police Reform Commission and the Black Lives Matters Day established, it just kind of goes into like what people say about performative work. Because you're having Black residents vote for something, like both things that are very impactful for especially like West Fresno, which is highly impacted with Black residents. And so you're having them vote for something that they already don't get it taken care of. And then, secondly, after we go through the survey and rank our preference of each thing, you provide, okay, so which do you want to be funded? And then it says, for public safety, expanding 911 dispatch center to reduce 911 hold times, and then provide new vehicles, equipment, and technology to our police officers and firefighters to keep the public safe, which I've looked at the budget for police before, and they already were spending money on that. So what are you going to be doing differently? What is the outcome of voting for this stuff? And it needs to be more comprehensible for the community. Why are we, like, what happens when we rank these things? What is the importance of it? What are you going to do after we rank these things? Is the next decision going to be okay, so basically whatever if everyone votes for public safety, and that includes police, the next decision, is it going to be public safety first, and then the money starts going to the police? Like, what? There's no transparency here, especially if we're not going to have communal spaces for the community to also see what you're doing, then the work needs to go into it to be as specific as possible for the community to understand and as detailed as possible.
Thank
if
you,
you're not
Ms.
going to
Rogers.
let us in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, next up is Harman Singh, followed by Navjot Kaur.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Harman Singh, and today I'd like to speak on housing in Fresno. I may not know all of y'all very well, but I do know your renters. I've been working on distributing the rent assistance funds with the city of Fresno, with the Jakarta movement, since the beginning of, I guess, like July of last year, July 2020. Because of this, I've had the unique opportunity to speak with a lot of Fresno renters throughout the pandemic and see how they were impacted. I've heard stories of renters being priced out of their apartments. I've heard stories of renters being threatened with evictions throughout the pandemic because they weren't able to pay rent. I've heard successful evictions that go through the proceedings because they give the facade of being legal when they're actually, when you look deeper into the case, they aren't legal, but the renters don't really have any counsel, right? There's no right to counsel in the city of Fresno, so they can't really protect themselves from that type of eviction. So not only do I know your renters, I also know our landlords. I've had landlords tell me straight to my face that they were purposefully hiding information about the rent assistance program from their tenants so they could evict them and raise the price of rent for that unit afterwards. I've had landlords tell me to my face that they were, sorry, I kind of just messed up right there. Let me backtrack a little bit. Property management companies from SoCal and the Bay Area buy properties here with no roots to our city, in our city, and no care for our Fresno natives. Because to them, we're cheap, we're easy, we're easy profit. You can talk to any of the other project leads from the other 5 CBOs that work on this project, and they can all tell you the same stories. That we hear these stories on an every single day basis, where folks are coming to us saying, hey, we got a 3-day notice, we can't pay rent because we were affected by a pandemic. The pandemic is still going on, so people are still being affected by it, and they are still receiving 3-day eviction notices. I've heard stories, I remembered what I was going to say, I've heard stories to my face from a landlord saying, hey, yeah, we're giving these 3-day notices out hoping that they'll self-evict. These cases are real. People are being threatened with unjust evictions, and people are losing their homes. I urge y'all to listen to your constituents, to listen to all of us. We have a lot of experts in this room. I've only been working with this project for a little over 18 months now. I don't know nothing compared to what other people have told you, but I have heard their stories. I do know that our renters' concerns, their worries are real. Pass right to council, pass rent control, and put the funds where the community is asking you to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Next up is Navjot Kaur, followed by Matthew Gendian. Oh, Dr. Gendian.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hello, respected City Council members. My name is Navjot Gaur, and I'm here on behalf of the Sikh community. But before all of these labels, you, me, and everyone here is a human being. And as human beings, God has given us the basic birthrights of food, water, and shelter. Unfortunately, we see that not all of us are blessed with these basic birthrights and struggle so hard just to survive. 2 weeks ago, my community and I went to serve the homeless community. There, we saw the obvious poverty, the dirtiness, and the mental health crisis. But what we don't tend to see is how broken these human beings are. And it's not supposed to be this way. It's just not normal. We live in a democracy as we like to believe, and in a democracy, leaders are here to serve the community and see which parts of the town and the community you took the responsibility to take care of needs improving or help. And what a better way to spend this money on the community. You all hold such power to make such a big difference on lives that depend on you to make decisions that can drastically help them. Many hearts here are hurting and are in need of help, and we look up to you to provide that. So many of my brothers and sisters here live in survival mode, and it shouldn't be this way. And now it doesn't have to be this way with this money given to you guys. And I have faith that you all will make the right decision to put this money towards the right cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the benefit of the public and folks that are here for other items, I don't anticipate us taking any other items. I've got a full stack of cards, and I've got quite a bit of folks on Zoom, so you'll probably have to come back after lunch, 1:30, but I just want to make sure folks understand that. Dr. Gendian, welcome.
Thank you, Council President and Fresno State alumnus Luis Chavez. My name is Matthew Gendian. I live in Esmeralda Soria's District 1. I teach in Fresno State in Tyler Maxwell's District 4, and this is what democracy looks like. Thank you for hearing the people out, the time you're devoting to this. I want the City Council to take action and support policies that supports renters like me, including rent stabilization, just cause protections, and right to counsel, because it's difficult to pay rent when we are not making the incomes that keep pace with the cost of living. As a Fresno native born and who has lived and worked and gone to school in Fresno for the majority of my 53 years of life, I am sad to have to stand before you today, the elected leaders of our Fresno City Council, to ask you to do something that you have the power to do on behalf of the last, the least, the left out, and the overlooked. I may be sad, but some of my students and neighbors and their families are suffering, truly. It's affecting their physical health, their mental health, their educational achievement, their relationships, their ability to live a dignified life. Is this what we want for our beloved community? No. One of my students this semester, while working full-time, 40 to 60 hours a week, has gone the bulk of the semester couch surfing while she is waiting for an apartment that she's on a list. This housing problem may look like an individual problem. You're hearing lots of individual stories, but it's a structural problem. It's a problem that's built into the structure of our economy. People's incomes are not increasing at the same rate that the cost of living is increasing, especially housing. It's a simple math problem. We guarantee a basic income to everyone to keep pace with the consumer price index, and/or we do something to regulate the housing market. The Fresno County rental market is a $1 billion industry. $1.6 billion goes in rent each year to public and private sector landlords and their agents to secure their homes. 54% of residents in the city of Fresno are renters. The cost of the rise in cost of housing for renters in the city of Fresno over the last 4.5 years has increased by $280, from about $1,150 to $1,450 in 1 year during a pandemic. And that is the 5th highest increase in the country. 5th highest in the country. It's the highest rate in the state. Rental stabilization is one of the answers. We've got to pair that with just cause protections. Now, I'm not sure what your faith orientation or spiritual orientation is, but I'm very sure that no matter your orientation, something you believe in is compassion. And as author Susan Sontag said, compassion is an unstable emotion. It must be translated into action or it withers. I'm asking you to breathe in the pain and suffering of the narratives that you're hearing today. And I'm asking you to exhale the action that brings peace, goodwill, safe, decent, affordable, and accessible housing. It's been too long for us to wait for action on housing from council. I remember Mayor Autry using a phrase, a tale of two cities. Our current mayor pledging to work to create one Fresno. It's been too long for us to wait for action on housing from council. I remember in 2004, we organized a housing tour under the precursor of Faith in the Valley. Council members, Mayor Autry, saw the deplorable of the housing crisis at that time. We know what the situation is. It's been too long to wait. And as Martin Luther King reminds us, that wait has always meant never. We must come to see that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
Thank you, Dr. Zindian. Next up is Montserrat Sanchez, followed by Eric Payne.
Good morning. I am Montserrat Sanchez. I'm a daughter of immigrants, and I'm a daughter of farm workers. I lived in Fresno County my entire life, and I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. This morning, actually, like with the rain, it reminds me of the times when my parents and I were living under JD Home Rentals, and there was a leak on the roof. And as it was raining, the water was leaking down onto my bed. So I was awakened by water falling onto my forehead. This story is important because there's a family out there facing this, and they're fortunate to have a roof over their head even though it's leaking. But then it reminds me that there's people that are actually homeless. They are insecure with housing, and they are living in the streets. And they are having to be living under the conditions of cold weather and rain like today. So I ask you, maybe not ask, I'm actually demanding, because everyone is tired of asking you guys to listen to these stories, to empathize with us, not just sympathize, empathize and try to really put yourself in our shoes. Everyone out here is suffering, and it's honestly very upsetting, Mayor Dyer, that you want to invest $10 million into the police department. And you know, the U.S. Treasury Department actually encouraged city councils to listen to their community members, their residents. And I haven't seen any of you guys actually put out a newsletter for a community listening session on what these funds should actually be advocated and invested in. So I encourage you guys, like the Treasury Department, to actually do those listening sessions with your community members and truly ask, what is it that we would like those funds to be invested in, not just the police department, because the police department already has funds. And I'm sorry, Mayor Dyer, but you are no longer the police chief, so stop investing in the police department. Invest into your community members, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next up is Mr. Eric Payne, followed by Sophia Ruby.
Good evening, council members. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. Before you, you should have a memo that we've issued for your viewing pleasure.
Clocked in copies that are on their way out.
Okay, thank you. And your council staff should also have our memo in addition to the mayor's office and the city manager's office, because I only got 3 minutes. So And we know Council President is going to keep me to that, right? All right. But just to highlight a couple of things, we are asking that for continuance of this item, and we're asking for those items that are most important for approval this evening be approved, like the fire component, and discussion for the rest of the remainder of the items. There's not a lot of clarity that centers around the listening sessions. As you've heard before, the U.S. Treasury Department has provided clear guidance that those that are most disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic these resources be allocated towards their benefit. And so we don't have a clear idea of what that looks like based on the plan that has been brought forward by the city manager's office. And this process has kind of moved extremely fast. We recognize the mayor has done his due diligence to include some really good components in this plan, but there are some other things that we would like to discuss around mental health services, housing, to ensure that those that are most disproportionately impacted receive the greatest benefit, and not just get back to normal from COVID, but get back to better for the residents that we serve in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Next up is Ms. Sophia Ruby, followed by Mr. Aaron Foster.
Good morning, you guys. My name is Sophia Ruby. I am a local recording artist, and I am also a former foster youth who aged out of the system here in Fresno County. I am also a recovering alcoholic, and I say recovering because we all know that when you're in recovery, especially when rent is way more, when alcohol is way more expensive than rent, that even though I'm almost 5 years sober, any day I can take a drink. I also am a 4-time felon, 4 times. So if I lose my house today, my kids are homeless tomorrow. My credit isn't that great. Although I do a lot of great things for the community, my kids are nothing like I am. I have a senior in high school. Anybody who has ever put a senior through knows that this is my most expensive year of my life, and I can't afford it. I can't. My child is thinking to go to the military, not because that is a choice, I am all for that, but because she wants to help her mom, and she wants to help her little sister, who also has epilepsy. You know, she has an IEP at school. There's a lot of special needs that go into it. For me, personally, every day is just a struggle. I'm resourceful, I'm smart, I'm hardworking. I go to school now, I go to Fresno City. I'm 1 semester away from getting a degree so that I can show my children. But it doesn't matter because I could still be homeless tomorrow. It doesn't matter. I am not really educated in everything that's going on in here. I just know for me, I know that there are a lot of people like me. I know that even though my child has never gotten in any trouble, she slept on floors, she slept in meth houses, she slept in hotels, and I've just worked and worked and worked to make sure that they don't go through what I go through. And I know that's a lot. That's the same for a lot of people here. People are just working so that their kids don't have to go through the things that they went through. I know I made a lot of bad decisions, but that's not the foundation that I came from wasn't stable. We need to create stable foundations for these children so that they don't have to make those choices, because it's easy for me to pick up crime. I was raised in it. I was raised with the knowledge of how to do scams, how to commit crimes. I was raised with that. I made the choice due to the little bit of resources that were forced down my throat. People don't know where to find them. They don't know where they're at. I've had arguments with this guy that's coming up behind me, Aaron Foster, about the resources, where they are, how can they find them? There's money? What? When you say billions and millions to people like me, when I can't afford my rent is $1,000. There's water, PG&E, food. I gotta wash their clothes. I have a child that's growing. So if we can alleviate the stress of the rent, can I focus on the other things like putting my child through school? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruby. Next up is Mr. Aaron Foster, followed by Rod Wade. I believe you're speaking on the advance piece item, Mr. Foster.
Good morning. I've been doing this for years, and it's still the same thing when I come up here. I get nervous, and I try to talk louder than I usually do. Hopefully y'all can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I came to not talk to politicians, just human beings, because I have a relationship and had conversations with all of the city council and the mayor. We still here in this space talking about the same thing. The first thing I want to do is tell you guys that I feel guilty. I feel guilty that I woke up in a house and it's warm and it's comfortable and I get to go home and sleep in it tonight, while there's others that have to sleep in the rain. And I know them. They're on the block that I go to every day. We have a homeless population, but we don't call them homeless, we call them family. So our entire family in one Fresno is something that can be achieved. And I would hate to have you guys as jobs because our lives are in your hands. And the decisions that you make affect us. And that's too much pressure for one person or a few people to have that burden. So I say that to say this. There's two young men that I'm thinking of right now, Brandon and Dorian. Brandon was 16 years old and full of life yesterday. Dorian was 18 years old and full of life yesterday. But they both died and bled to death in the streets this morning. This happens once a week to people we know. I actually know Dorian, and it kills me. I actually know the two people that got killed 2 weeks ago. What do? Our lives are in your hands, and these decisions that you make are really hard decisions because you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Political comfort, and then what you feel in your heart. I advise the human beings that I know, not the politicians, but the humans, to do what your heart tells you to do, even when it's uncomfortable, because y'all gave us permission to imagine. And that's ridiculous because we shouldn't need permission to imagine one Fresno. But that didn't give you permission to fail, and we're failing. So I'm speaking to us as individuals because I know everyone, and I had the pleasure of speaking, but I'm privileged. Everyone doesn't have this privilege and these relationships. So these are the people that I'm speaking for. So I say that and I'll end with, go with your heart, not with your position. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up is Mr. Rod Wade. Mr. Wade.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm a part of Advanced Peace. I work for them. I'm also part of Fresno United, another nonprofit program that's dealing with these issues right here, these murders. I also, like Aaron, know the young men killed this week, yesterday. That's part of my job. That's undermanaged, underserved, so I would encourage you guys to lean some of those funding towards helping organizations like us. My phone is ringing right now. I'm gonna show you. The lady on the name is Risha Temple. Her son was killed on Ashland and Marks last Wednesday. She's calling me right now for resources on how to bury her son, how to help her kids through counseling that need it because they just lost their brother. They're going through other issues. Not only are we in the trenches dealing with the gun violence and the individuals, we're dealing with their parents. We're dealing with the people on both sides because it's a victim and it's a suspect. Both of them to us are victims. People without homes and living conditions, they lashing out. They don't have nowhere else to go. They're hungry. They committing crimes because they're hungry. A simple need, you know. And I'm not the smartest of the smartest, but I know the individuals we're dealing with, Fresno United, these gang members that's shooting at each other. We stopped that number from being in the hundreds, I can promise you, on the relationships that we have with these individuals in our communities. We've been asking for a building for over a year just so we can have a neutral place where we can get these individuals in the same space so we could talk about why they're shooting at each other, why they're killing each other. A neutral spot. Sometimes we can't go over here because they have enemies over there. They have enemies over here. We've been asking for a year. Just give us something neutral. We'll do the work. Just give us a place to work out of. We ain't got nothing. I'm not the smartest, but I think I'm pretty smart in this. I was at a leadership conference just, what was that, Aaron? 2 days ago? 2 days ago. I heard a dude that's much smarter than me, he said this. If you guys in your position would put the people over the politics, people over the politics. Another smart dude said this, and I remember because I wrote it down. He said, things that are supposedly done for the people, which is us, that don't include the people, which is us, is not actually for the people. I didn't make that up. I wrote it from somebody else that's smarter than me. But I believe with my dumb self that I could figure this out. And it's easy. All these people that's out here, if somebody would just take a little bit of time and just listen to them. Hurt people gonna tell you what they need. They gonna say, look, I'm hungry. I need some food. I'm cold. It's raining outside. I need somewhere where I can sleep with some heat and protect my kids and my family. As a man, if I'm homeless and my kids is homely, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna commit a crime to take care of my family as a man, as any other man should do that's trying to protect his family. It's easy. Listen to your people, man. Your people voted you in these positions. You are here to serve your people. I work for Fresno United. We've been doing this 2 years. I have not put not $1 in my pocket from that because we don't have none. But we sit out there every Wednesday at the church on the west side. We give away food because people need it. People need it. And they're so happy that they cry when they come get the food that we are luckily able to provide. You know? And I'm like, Aaron, I go home to a nice warm house, but I feel for the people that can't. You know? And I work for Advanced Peace. That's a rough job. But I lost my son in the streets. And I'm tired of seeing these other young men get killed in the streets like during yesterday, the kid last week. Those are our kids. They're not somebody else from out of town. Those are people that I know. I know their parents. I feel what they're going through because I lost my son too. And I'm tired of us just overlooking what we overlooking. It's easy, man. The people out here, listen to your people. They're going to tell you what they need. Do we need a liquor store? No. Do we need a grocery store? Yes. It's easy.
Thank you,
Ask
Mr.
your
Wade.
workers. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Mr. President, can you call him back up, please? Mr. President?
Sure.
Sorry. Or Aaron?
Really
For Ms.
briefly,
Trumbull?
because I still have about 18 people.
Okay,
wanting
for
to
Ms.
speak.
Trumbull, if I can talk to you for a minute regarding our chaplaincy services, they'll come to her or take her kids out of the situation to give them some counseling, and they can do that today. So let's give me a minute.
All right, folks, let's switch over to our Zoom participants. Assistant City Clerk, who do we have up first? Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
First, a couple of things. I just want to remind the City Council that I came to you almost 2 years ago when the pandemic started with recommendations. And one of the recommendations that I gave you was for stabilizing the rent and rent control. Fresno desperately needs it. After hearing all these people, you really need to look at it, and it just needs to get done. Because if you sit under a sign that basically says, "In God we trust," then you need to live by that word, or you need to take the sign down. You can't be hypocrites. Please, for God's sake. Second, I want to publicly thank the Fresno Fire Department for coming to the rescue of my elderly neighbor who had a medical emergency, and they took care of him. They're just wonderful. You know, I can't say anything negative about Fresno Fire. I love Fresno Fire. And I would hope that in the compensation packages that you're looking at for Fresno Fire, and specifically for the dispatchers that had to deal with my neighbor, that you compensate them, and you compensate them well, especially the dispatchers. Because, you know, they have to deal with so much trauma on the daily that they should get paid way more than what they're getting paid for just for the trauma they have to endure. And that's all I have to say. I thank you all for your time. And Louie, I still have tamales for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up is Mr. Robert McCloskey. Mr. McCloskey, if you could please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Council. I just wanted to speak on that were taken off the consent calendar. One is 1W for the upholding to build a youth shelter. I would be in support of that. I speak for the Fresno Homeless Union as well on that. 1BB for financing for an encampment resolution funding program. I think that's great. And as part of 1AA, tiny homes, we're looking, that would be great to apply for that. But as far as expanding Project Hunky, I did want to speak opposing that and instead speak to looking at investing into a Housing First program. If you look at a recent report issued by the Fresno Business Journal, Project Home Key has housed about 438 people, all the different motels, and of those, 40 have gone into permanent housing on their own, 20 have moved into permanent housing with a subsidy, and 9 people have reunited with their families. Sadly, 4 have passed away. This is the stat we need to look at. 90 participants who have exited are almost 90 out of all the participants that did leave the shelter system return to the street, which is 60% of those that left the system. My point is that the continuum of care model is not working. And it basically, people are expected to make progress on any health, mental health or addiction issues they might have or pass a
Thank you,
certain
Mr. McCloskey.
So Housing First is the only solution. It's much more cost effective in the long term, and it does permanently solve the housing crisis when you look at
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey.
places that have done that.
All right. Next up is Ms. Jasmine Leiva. Ms. Leiva, if you could please mute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Jasmine Leiva, and I'm a Fresno community member in District 4. I grew up in District 7 and District 5. My love for Fresno and our community and my personal identities as a child of Salvadoran refugees, shout out to all the Salvadoran people who spoke today, and a queer woman living with disabilities, and someone who wants to stay in Fresno compels me to speak today. I'm also an alum of Fresno State Sociology and a youth organizer with Power California. And I'm also a member of the Central Valley Mutual Aid Fund, where we've given away millions of, well, not millions of dollars, but a total of millions of dollars to families struggling in Fresno County and other rural communities in the Central Valley. In the last 2 years, I've heard from youth in our city dealing with anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation, worries about school, about the pandemic, about their parents working so hard and putting their health at risk, about their family paying bills, about paying rent. I've worked with students who have had to sleep on their friends' couches or their parents' cars. At the age of 16, they already know the truth that the list for affordable housing is impossibly long and the wait is real. We need renter protections now. Councilmember Arias, on Twitter, you asked me for an RFP for a resilient center for youth. I feel like if we can build trauma centers for police, we can invest in at least one mental health center for Fresno youth. School district funds go to the police department, general funds go to the police department, and now recovery funds for police department cars. Please consider investing in the urgent crisis of mental health and housing in Fresno. I swear to you, this will impact the rate of violence and death in our city. We have a history of inequity that I know you all are aware of. I know you also care about this city deeply and want to be part of solutions. Please listen to all the community that has spoken today and all that can't be here today, and let us be part of the solutions as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Leiva. Next up is Ms. Juliana Morin. If you could please unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Juliana Marin. I am a current student at Fresno State.
I'm here representing Homes Guarantee in the Sociology Department at Fresno State. I come from a military family, so moving around is something I'm quite used to. Relocating to Fresno has made me realize how many people come and go due to the housing crisis. Although I have had the opportunity to live in many different places freely, I know there are people around me that are forced to move around because they are evicted or can't afford the rent. I'm here to tell my story and the story of those around me. Working a minimum wage job, I have had great difficulty being able to afford an apartment here in Fresno, and I know there are many people out there who can relate to me. The ability to afford an apartment on my own and feel comfortable is way out of reach for most. The average renter here in Fresno uses around 45% of their income just on their rent. In addition, homelessness has increased by 69% over the last few years, and I think we can all agree COVID is making this issue even harder. Housing justice isn't something we need to think about, it's something we need to fix now. Housing is a right everyone should have access to. We demand the City of Fresno come together to prioritize housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morin. Next up is Mr. Ruben Espinosa. And Mr. Espinosa, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Ruben, and I'm a resident of District 5. I believe that housing is a human right, and I'm here to urge the city council to take action and support policies that support renters, and that looks like rent control, just cause evictions, and right to counsel. Currently, I'm going to tell you a story about what is going on and why we should support these policies. On Thanksgiving, I spent time with my aunt who lives in Selma for Thanksgiving, and sat in her kitchen in a small roach-infested apartment. As I look around, I see cockroaches dominating the microwave and coming out of every nook and cranny. And I ask if her landlord has come by and does, or if they do extermination or pest control. She has told me that they have uplifted this issue many times to her landlord, as well as there's some black mold growing in the carpet of her room, so she had to get rid of it, and that the landlord has not been responsive at all, and only that they have responded in sending her rent increases, and then finally a notice of termination of tenancy. And so I think that really speaks to why we need rent control and just cause evictions, because as she has never been late on rent, and she works 40 hours and she keeps records of all her stuff, and she's getting evicted. I'm her only advocate at the moment. She's elderly, she's in her 60s. And so she's come to me to ask what she needs to do, because she's terrified. She doesn't know what to do. Her landlord is not responding to her. She doesn't know how to get access to a lawyer, and that's what I'm helping her with. And I'm so fortunate enough to be connected to a network of organizations that are housing advocates, but that's still not enough.
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa.
So I really want the city council to support rent control, just cause evictions, and right to counsel, as so many people in Fresno are facing these kinds of challenges, and we need to support them and stop supporting and wasting our money into police.
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. Next up is Mr. Ariel Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ariel Rodriguez. I reside in District 4, and I'm a Fresno State student. I am here today to stress the importance of housing on behalf of Homes Guarantee and Fresno State Sociology. Earlier, it was highlighted that the city wants to connect with the youth. Well, look no further, because the youth is here and the youth has been here. From a young age, I have lived a privileged housing story in which I never struggled with insecure or unsafe housing. However, even though I've had a privileged housing story, I understand the importance of housing for all, because my story is one of few. I believe that housing is a basic human right. Currently, housing has been turned into a for-profit industry that prioritizes profits over people. Over 50% of people in Fresno are renters, so it's time that we start showing support to people who make up half of Fresno's population. Nearly half of residents in Fresno make under $50,000, despite rents being over $1,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. This is a problem. Fresno is short more than 36,000 affordable housing units, according to California Housing Partnership. This is a problem. Rents in Fresno continue to rise at some of the highest rates in the nation. This is a problem. With a 69% increase in homelessness, It is clear that housing isn't a personal problem. Housing is a social problem that cannot be ignored. I am not asking, I am demanding that you all take a hard reflection and a look at the future you want for generations to come. If you don't want one in which many people are homeless and struggling to keep a roof over their head, you must act now for 3 things: rent control and stabilization, just cause eviction protections, and the right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next up is Ms. Jacqueline Calleres. Ms. Jacqueline, you'll have 2 minutes. If you could unmute yourself. Do we still have Ms. Calleres on? No. Let's go to the next person, Moai Saturn. If we could have Moai Saturn unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. Hi, councilman members. My name is May Saturn, and I'm here to represent my brother and his family who lives in District 7. The councilman is Nelson Esperanza in the city of Fresno. I want the city council to take action and support policies that support renters like rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections and the right to counsel, because my brother and his family are struggling to pay their rent. 3 years ago, he lost his job from a union job due to depression. Ever since then, him and his families have been struggling financially. The new apartment, which is at his budget when he first moved in, was in 2017, and it was at $650. And it increased in 2018 to $900 in just 1 year. 1 year. Due to a 250% increase. I may be just doing that math wrong, honestly, but that is a high increase. He was unable to pay all his rent on time and was late or short on rent several months out of the year. And on several occasions, he has asked me for help. I visit my brother, and I notice sometimes, appliances are out, his light fixtures are out, but, the stove is out, so he's unable to cook. I've seen him buy like propanes and, so he can cook, or sometimes he would just barbecue, and he's, told the landlord, hey, I need you to fix this. And the landlord is giving him the runaround. I'll visit him, and is he still continuing with the same issues? He has children, and he does his best to keep his apartment clean, so he doesn't contribute to the breeding grounds for bugs. But it's hard when the whole neighbor or the whole apartment unit is infested, and the management has made no attempts to call pest control to debug the apartment, and it keeps getting worse. I asked him why aren't you making a big deal with management to withhold the rent, or, so he can fix the stove or buy bug spray, and he's replied, I don't want to make a big fuss because I can't afford rent, and I'm late on rent several months, or sometimes the landlord allows me to pay late, so I don't want to cause any attention. So my brother and his family are suffering because of issues, the people who are lacking in just cost protection and rent stabilizations.
Thank you, Ms. Saturn.
Fix this. Thank you.
All right, next up is Ms. Dominique Kitchener, followed by Mr. Miguel Ambris. Ms. Kitchener, if you could please unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Dominique Kitchener. I'm in one of the homeless shelters at the Valley Inn. I've been trying to get my little brother in with me, him and his girl, because I can't have roommates. I have 2 pit bulls, and my brother and his girlfriend are the only ones that are going to be able to be my roommate. And I've been trying this since the Project Off-Ramp started, and I've seen people. It's favoritism, because I've seen people walk in and get a room. I've seen people get kicked out and get the same room. Why can't my brother be my roommate? It's not safe for my brother to be out there. I got an ex that threatens him because I won't come back. And I'm scared for him. And it kills me. I can't get him in because of favoritism. They had referrals from Des, and just because the people at the Valley don't like her, they rejected him. Me and my brother have done everything they said to do, and it's just one thing after another. It's like they're sending us in circles, and I can't seem to get them in. So what good is it doing? They're not trying to get people off the street. They're just trying to look good for the press, And I've done everything they said, and they still won't. And it's just really frustrating. as far as the help that they're supposed to be giving us. I've gotten every document they asked for. I personally walked in and gave them let them make copies, and now they can't find them. So what are they doing with them? You know? I don't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kitchener. Next up is Mr. Miguel Ambris. Mr. Ambris, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Miguel Ambris. I'm a new member of the Fresno community, and I'm excited to be here with you all to talk about the importance of the housing crisis. I was born in Porterville, California, and I was raised in Pixley. I relocated to Fresno earlier this year for college. I'm a student at Fresno State. I'm majoring in history. I'm a resident in an apartment in District 4 with 3 other roommates. I'm here representing Fresno State and Homes Guarantee. I took a sociology class this semester, and it really taught me the importance of the housing crisis and many other problems that affect our community every day. It also taught me that housing rights are not luxury, but that is basic human rights and that everyone deserves it. I'm here today because I do believe housing is a human right and that we deserve to be treated fairly and have the same rights as anyone else. We deserve to feel secure and not have to worry about being forced out of our homes. A little bit about myself is that I was fortunate enough to have grown up in stable living conditions, but knowing that many families cannot do this because of the unfair housing rights they have breaks my heart. As a sibling, son, uncle, and as a member of this community, it just breaks my heart. It's obvious that there's a huge housing crisis in Fresno. It's not a secret, everybody knows about it. Almost anywhere I go around Fresno, especially around my area, around Fresno State, there's a lot of homeless people. These people are hardworking, good people. They just aren't provided a fair chance to be able to get back on their feet. But the housing crisis we live in today prevents them from doing that. The average cost of rent per month in Fresno is reaching over $1,470 per month. That's just ridiculous. I don't know about all of you, but as a college student who just recently moved out here out of high school, I'm not sure how I can manage being able to provide for myself.
Thank you, Mr. Ambris.
Cautious about how I'm going to pay for my rent and tuition for school. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take the last 3 cards I have of folks in person. First up will be Mr. Gabe Lozano, followed by Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Go ahead, Mr. Lozano. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me for my appearance. I just came from having procedure done.
If you could bring the mic a little bit closer to you, Gabriel.
Okay. Good morning, council members. I'm just here to explain about the parks and the plan that they come from the 25% to the 50%. First of all, I'm just at a blast how Southeast doesn't have more parks. I understand that the committee is going to recommend to you guys what to do, and you guys make the final decisions. But you appointed the people on the committee. So somehow, they're trying to pacify us by putting us on the list, and the 2155 South Beach, the 49.9 acres park. What I see wrong about all this is that committee's just continuing what's going on, what's been historically happening. I'm not blaming this council. Actually, it's no blame. It's just, we just need to make some changes because we need to not argue. We need to fix this because that park is shovel ready, man. It's there. It's grading out better than any of the parks, Inspiration Park or any of that, because they don't got trees. A lot of these grants are because of the metric carbon consumption. And I ask that we support that part because it's if you take away from Peach to the freeway, it's even worse than any part of Fresno. According to Calvin Bible Screen, whatever you want to use. So I implore you, if you guys can support that park and give them kids what to do. It's also the highest concentration of apartments in that area, in that part of town, Southeast. And also everybody on the school lunches is on the free lunch program, so it's needed. And I ask you and implore you to support that park project. It's dear to my heart. I lost my job because I believed in that park project. I could have left it, but I didn't. I held tight. It's what I was taught by my parents and what we learned in the Navy. But again, I beg you to support that park site.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Next up is Ms. Brandy News Villegas, followed by Navdeep Kaur. Go ahead, Ms. Brandy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I'm a little disappointed that when my community members online were speaking, that some people walked away and weren't paying attention just because they can't see that. They need to be heard. I am, regarding 1S, 1W, 1Z, 1AA, and the consent, I know that you are seeking these home key monies with the idea of using ARPA as well. I'm glad for more money and more options for our in-house, and I'm so grateful for a youth shelter. But please do not approve items pertaining to purchase of Parkway and other motels on Parkway. I know that they're contested, 2 of them are in the consent and can be quietly passed. I asked instead that you invest in tiny homes, which in safe areas, transitional housing, permanent housing, and shelter in other safer parts of town, just as everyone's been asking. The shelters are meant to be temporary while housing options are sought out, but we know that there are rarely options for housing for the people there and few transitional housing. Invest in places for them to go from the shelters. We've told you that those who are unhoused want shelter until they can get housing, and many will take what they can, but many people in Fresno don't feel safe there, and many people won't go there. Some of the reasons are there's sex traffickers that are preying on children, there are gang issues and stuff. We have people who go and don't stay because they don't feel safe. I told you about a couple who went there because they had no options even though they knew it wasn't safe, and one of them got jumped and they left. And there's a lot of people in the same area. When I told the mayor about this, he basically said, you know, there's safety issues everywhere, and I feel that the mayor's proposing this is dismissing the concerns of real people who do not feel safe there. They deserve better. They deserve safe areas. Our in-house are saying that they want shelters in every district in their own neighborhoods and permanent housing. Crossroad Villages is a good example. Like Rain and Des said last week, we feel that you've been ignoring us and ignoring our street family who've been speaking about this for months. Please take time to listen to them. It is worth the money to invest enough in safer areas and get transitional housing and permanent housing for those who are desperate for shelter, not just housing. Please do not vote on getting more motels on Parkway.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy. Next up is Ms. Navdeep Kaur, or Navdeep Kaur. 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hello. I am a I am a labor rights organizer, and I am here to speak on behalf of the workers that I often speak with. These workers are monolingual immigrants, oftentimes elders from the Punjabi and Latinx community who are working hard, essential jobs, getting paid minimum wage that barely pays for their basic needs. And although I reach out to the workers regarding their rights and problems at work, I am often left helping them with housing issues and rental assistance. Many have shared that their landlords do not keep up with the maintenance, but their rent has increased multiple times this year. Many of my community members pay their rent before even buying groceries because they are afraid of being evicted. And they have this fear because the city has not done its job in providing resources to educate folks about their housing rights. This is not right. No one should have to choose between having safe and secure shelter and other basic human needs. So whenever I speak with anyone within, whenever I speak with anyone within my community, not a single person ever shares that they need more police in their neighborhood or that the help that they need comes from the police. So why the heck are we continuing to invest millions in the police when our community needs, what our community needs is mental health resources, domestic violence resources, child support resources, food security, and housing security, among all other social services. So I urge you to pass rent control, the right to counsel, and put the funds where the community is telling you to put them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaur. Let's go back to Zoom. City Clerk's office, it'll be Kimberly McCoy. Ms. McCoy, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes. I'll be able to take 2 more speakers before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Council President, for allowing me to speak this morning. Hello, my name is Kimberly McCoy, Project Director with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. There have been a lot of powerful testimonies today, many of which have been about safe, affordable housing. It is important that this council stand up for and invest in both safe and affordable housing and to create policies that protect all Fresnans. When I drive throughout Fresno, I see families with children either living on the street or in their cars. Fresno is the 5th largest city in California, but yet we can't provide the basic right of affordable housing. No one, I mean no one, should have to face living in their cars, on the street because of wrongful eviction or any number of reasons, nor should they live in unhealthy or unsafe conditions. I ask the council today to put yourself in their shoes. Many of you have wives, husbands, and children. Would you want to live this way? No. Today you have the power to make a real change in our city, but the question is, will you? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCoy. Next up is Mr. Ruben Lucero. Mr. Lucero, if you could please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes. Mr. Lucero?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
All right, yeah, good morning, Council President and council members. My name is Ruben. I'm a community organizer for Fresno Barrios Unidos. I'm here today to state my belief that housing is a human right and urge the City Council to support safe and affordable housing for Fresno residents. This would include both housing stabilization and rent control. Fresno has the 2nd highest increase in rent since the start of the pandemic of all major cities across the nation. Renters here in Fresno need to earn around over $19 an hour, which is 1.5 times the state minimum wage, to afford the average monthly rent of over $1,000 in Fresno County. This affects young people in particular because many do not yet have the work history or education to get well-paying full-time jobs. Another thing that I'm demanding is that the city enact just cause eviction protections for renters. Unlawful evictions displace our most vulnerable residents too young or sick to work. We know the displacement of families has a snowballing effect of negative consequences that lead to unemployment, family separation, foster youth involvement, school dropouts, and adverse mental health effects. I also want to urge the City Council to implement a universal right to counsel program for eviction hearings. Currently, roughly only 1% of tenants in Fresno have legal representation during the eviction process. And on top of that, Fresno only has one organization providing low-income legal aid for the entire city. Because of this, we need a right to counsel program, a universal right to counsel program implemented here locally. I also urge the city to create an inclusive, accessible, and transparent public input process to direct the $171 million in ARPA funding. Decision makers can choose another path so that Fresno emerges out of this crisis stronger, healthier, and more united. Our city needs more community care, not cops. For too long, the city has relied entirely on the police and prisons as a Band-Aid to deal with crime, instead of addressing its root causes like low wages, lack of youth programs, mental health services, affordable child care, substance abuse programs, housing, as well as a deteriorating school system. So again, please do not keep funding more police so they can run rampant in our communities. We need care, not cops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. And with that, we're going to break for lunch. It is now 12 o'clock, and we'll pick this up at 1:30 afterwards. We've had over almost close to 3 hours of public comment. Back in session, and I think we've got three more individuals punched up. We can wrap up the public comment and actually get to city business. First one is Ms. Haley White. You'll have 2 minutes if you could unmute yourself. Do we have that person on? If you could unmute yourself, Haley White. All right, let's go on to the next one. Anastasia Deanda. Ms. Deanda, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ms. Deanda.
Hi, I am Anastasia Deanda, a student from Fresno State. I came from a home that couldn't afford more than rice and ramen for a good portion of my childhood. But now in Fresno, I live in an apartment with my emotional support cat and 3 roommates. We're all having some issues with the rent because it's so high. And it reminds me of how students come here to try and get a better life, but they're struggling to stay here because the rent is getting higher and higher. And whenever I leave my apartment, I keep seeing more and more homeless people that pass through the streets around here. And where I came from, sometimes you want to help people. And when I actually buy water for them, I learn their stories. And one story is from a man named Murphy that I met, where he told me how he lost everything and he kept losing every single place he tried to stay because they just kept evicting him because he couldn't pay their high rent of maybe $700 or more, maybe $1,000. And he carries this old metal wagon around in front of 7-Elevens or basically anywhere he goes to try and survive. Another person I met, I never caught her name, but she used to have children with her, but they took them away because she couldn't afford to care for them and she couldn't afford a place for them to stay. A lot of people around here don't have what they need to keep their families with them. And most of the time, family is all they have left to keep going on in life. As a student, it's really hard to think about the idea that if I don't have this apartment, I can't keep going to Fresno. If I can't keep going to college, I won't be able to have a better life. And if I can't, then I'll be just the same as Murphy. And all of the students from the school that I came from, they're all in.
Thank you, Ms. Deanda. Those are your 2 minutes. Next up is Alexandros Acedo. Acedo, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, I hope you're familiar with, hope that the City Council is familiar with psychologist Abraham Maslow's theory of a hierarchy of needs. It's basically a theory of a hierarchy of human needs to fulfill human potential. And it basically states that fulfilling human potential, like self-actualization, are premised on more basic needs being fulfilled. Essentially, basic needs must be fulfilled before folks can realize their potential. And the 2 basic needs that form a foundation of human fulfillment are physiological needs and safety needs. This applies to children and adults. For people to thrive, for the city to thrive, for society to thrive, we need decent housing and we need safety. If they don't have these, then we're likely to have adverse social consequences. So I'm challenging you to have a vision and imagination to work for a Fresno that directly challenges homelessness and housing instability. Have courage to live by the creed that housing is a human right. Have courage to challenge the status quo. Have courage to value human life, all life, especially the working poor, the less fortunate, the marginalized, and voiceless. You have slated $10 million for police vehicles and surveillance. You've only slated $50,000 for parks, after-school recreation, and community services. That's 200 times more for police than the whole parks, after-school recreation, and community services department. Your city council chamber says, "In God we trust." What would Jesus do? Would they fund the police 200 times more than parks, after-school recreation, and community services? I know most of you are Christians and live by Christian values as best you can. So let me ask you and have you think about this. What do you think God wants for Fresno? Do you think he wants an expanded jail, more police, more surveillance and punishment? Or does God want empathetic, equitable, and just solutions for people to live fulfilling lives? Do not spend money. Do not spend money on more additional money on the police. Support people, support care, right to counsel, rent stability, rent control. Do it for people, and just do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sella. Our last two speakers will be Carla Martinez and Douglas McKinley. Ms. Martinez, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, and I'm also a resident of District 3. I will be making comments for item 3C and also on the ongoing housing crisis. The city of Fresno is set to receive $171 million from the American Rescue Plan allocation, but has failed to meaningfully engage residents on how to adequately and effectively spend these dollars in ways that help them most impacted by COVID. ARPA funding is meant for an equitable economic recovery of constituents who have been hit by this crisis the hardest. I also want the City Council to take action and support policies that support renters, like rent control, just cause eviction protections, and right to counsel. People continue to live in uninhabitable conditions and unsafe conditions and in unsanitary conditions. You heard the stories here today of folks who are facing these hardships, so please listen to the community and put their needs first. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker is Douglas McKinley. Douglas, you'll have 2 minutes. If you could unmute yourself, Douglas. Nothing?
Hello?
Go ahead, sir. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I know I don't have a long time. Everyone's talked about the housing crisis. The truth of the matter is, I agree with them all, but the major problem is obviously the corruption that rocks this entire county and especially this city. From the mayor's office all the way down. May 17th, 2019, my children were removed from me, and a coalition of illegal activities by government officers have continued to keep my children from me, have gotten paid for it, and all for profit, have lied, manipulated, and still, yet they think they can just keep doing it. I've had 3 judges that have literally broken the law. These things can't change. We will never have a better Fresno. I'm going to be the one who will everyone see in the Supreme Court soon. I refuse to give up. You stole 7 of my children, and I will have them all back. Your mayor, as the chief of police, took my children without warrant, gave them unlawful home, forced me into a police car, where he then took my children and made them believe I was being arrested, and they have lied, manipulated. Caseworkers with convictions are being given raises and opportunities to get into paperwork to see all of our innermost important things they should never be able to, and why a person who has been arrested and charged and convicted of human trafficking is even working for CPS is ridiculous. If this is one person, what other infractions or outright unlawful activities are known and covered up every day in this county? Anybody has a question? Feel free.
All right, thank you, sir. That's your 2 minutes. That concludes our public comment portion. And just for the benefit of the public, legally, we're only obligated to take 1 hour of public comment. I took close to 3 hours of public comment. Just want to make sure that our folks understand that. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Council President, I do have one item I'd like to pull for separate discussion. 1M as in Mike.
1M as in Mike?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll add that to the long list. So with that, do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, motion made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Do we have Councilmember Bredefeld joining us by Zoom? Then let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right. With that, let's move on to, you already spoke, sir, earlier.
You're denying me freedom of speech, right?
No, I'm not denying you. You already spoke, and I'm gonna need to move on with city business, sir. I have your card. I called on you, and you spoke. All right, let's move on to contested consent items. The item 1D, we're supposed to hear after closed session requested by Councilmember Arias. Let's go to item 1F. I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi. Who do we have on staff to answer questions? All right, go ahead, Councilmember Carbasi.
Director Brock.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Just a few quick questions before we vote on the item. So according to standards, the wells, and these are in districts 2 and 6, should be serviced every 10 years. How many wells do we have right now? I know there's a priority list, but how many of them are past the 10-year mark? And the reason why I ask that is I want to see, is the scope of the contract enough? I mean, should we in the first few years be servicing more so they don't go out? I've had residents at times that they are concerned about pressure and things like that. So does that make any sense?
It does. Good afternoon, Brock Buki, Assistant Director of Public Utilities. So we don't have that comprehensive list you're looking for, but what we're trying to do is put together these bids so that they're palatable for multiple contractors to bid on. We have probably a little bit of a backlog, and that's why we're doing these requirements contracts. We're trying to break the city up into quadrants so that we can move in and do this work in an expeditious manner. And so previously we've been, trying to do it with individual contracts. We're able to do more in a timely and cost-effective manner through the requirements contract approach.
Okay, and then it shows a few wells on this list that are on the first, the priority for the first round. If I can get a location, and maybe Councilmember Reddiff may want this too, of where they're actually located, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we can put together an exhibit for you.
So, and then the other question is, we put it on Planet Bids. Why only one bid? Is it just because there's not enough companies that can specialize in this, or what can we do to help with that process in the future?
Well, and that's why we broke it up into these quadrants, so that, part of the issue is just coming up with bonds for some of the smaller outfits and trying to reduce the overall size of the contracts. We are hoping to be able to pull in more contractors that are capable of bonding for this type of work.
Right.
So we haven't had quite as much success as we had hoped, and there's certain contractors in the area that.
Well, that's perfect, because the city manager and I, along with the Chamber of Commerce, are working on that very issue to help people be able to qualify. So thank you for bringing that up. So,
sure.
Great. So there is room where we can improve that. Okay, I make a motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Carbasi, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go to item 1G. I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, Council, I just have one simple question. What's the funding source for this $5 million purchase? I know you've mentioned, City Manager, several times that we're looking at rate increases, so does this assume future rate increase, or do you have money in the bank for it?
Good afternoon, Council Member Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. So this purchase is for side load refuge trucks, and the funding source is the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. So it will be, these are annual purchases to swap out aging portions of the fleet. And so this is part of our ongoing cost and will be incorporated into future utility rate plans.
So, but you have the money now for the purchase. You don't. It's not contingent on the council approving rate increases?
Correct. We have funding in this year's budget. Going forward, each year, as without rate increases, yeah, we will have to reach a point where we start to prioritize whether we replace our fleet on a regular basis, or we have to suspend that and operate older vehicles.
Perfect. Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion.
Director Carbajal, if I could ask a quick question.
When did your department receive the quote on this?
The quote for it, I'm gonna refer to transportation on that.
So yes, Brian Barr, Assistant Director, is on Zoom here. We received this exactly 30 days ago. I know it is only good through tomorrow, but that's the environment that we live in with the global pandemic. We were lucky to just be able to have a vendor guarantee a price for 30 days. There's vendors out there that won't guarantee a price for more than 7 days. So
My question, I suppose then, Director, is why not have it on the December 2nd agenda? If this is something that's only good until tomorrow, I'd never like being in the position where we don't have a choice to go up and down on this or think it through a week. I mean, I kind of feel like we have our hands tied on this. If we've had this quote for 30 days, why was this not on the December 2nd agenda so we could at least this and other items? I think it's just an overall irritation I've had is not having any option to think it over, delay it a week if we have that availability.
I'll let Brian kind of respond to that, and then I'll share some thoughts.
So we do follow the standard council agenda, where 99% of the time. There are a few items where we do have to jet ahead, like the police cars in last week's council meeting. But most times, especially for something like this, our quotes are good for 90 days, 120 days. It's just these vendors right now don't want to guarantee any longer than they absolutely have to. So if it would have been December 2nd, their quote would have been valid through the 3rd. That's just the environment we're living in right now. Now, this is just a standard purchase for us. We're buying garbage trucks. I know it's a Mack truck and not a typical Peterbilt that we typically buy, but the axles are the same, the chassis is the same, engine is the same. It's just a cab that's different, and it's exactly the same price.
No, I was just going to say that the market, we're seeing this in a lot of our things, chemical feeds, the chemical supplies that the public utilities has been bringing forward. The vendors right now control the market. And so we had Peterbilt, remind me if I'm correct, Brian, was it Peterbilt or Kenworth that pulled out at the last minute, and that's where we had to do the emergency replacement with the Mack?
Those are other vehicles and other contracts that were canceled, and we had to figure out other solutions.
Right.
Peterbilt wouldn't offer any trucks whatsoever next year. If we were to get a quote from them, it would be a vehicle produced in 2023 that we wouldn't see for 18 months from today. With these trucks, we'll see them in 6 months.
So I think in this first year, council member, the supply chain things are just upsetting the process that we normally, this is not normal, what you're seeing. So I experience your frustration, absolutely 100%, but we're not in control of the market as much as we'd like to be right now. Usually it's when there's a buyer market, we can do the things we want to do, but right now it's a seller's market. And the metal is probably what's causing this issue right now, because metal prices are just taking off, and so the manufacturers are only getting 30-day guarantees on the metal it takes, so they're passing that down to us as well. It's just a condition of the market we're in right now, and I can appreciate your frustration. It's frustrating for us as well.
Hey, City Manager, to Councilmember Maxwell's question, internally, us understanding the new dynamic of how things are going out in the free market, what can we do internally? Because I think they said they had the quote 30 days ago to facilitate that going on the agenda a little bit more quicker.
Right, and then we previously provided and we can resubmit it. We previously provided a tray memo on the challenges we're having with our vehicle purchases, how a 3-month is now a 9-month, a 6-month is now an 18-month. So we're just in this crazy place right now. So I appreciate that, we had it 30 days ago. The process we've got to go through to get the item on the agenda, following the process, so it's not a last minute, but I agree that this one is a last minute, and we're just at the mercy of the market.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Maxwell?
It does answer the question. I mean, if there is a way to facilitate it, I would certainly appreciate, not really having a choice. I mean, we could vote no on it. I don't think anyone wants to vote no, but some people might like an additional week, especially when we have, 70 items on the agenda. I'm fine with the item. Overall frustration. I think you understand, City Manager. Thank you.
Yeah. Do I have a second? Councilmember Arias made a motion. Seconded by Councilwoman Soria. All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go on to item 1L. Councilmember Arias, you pulled it?
Who's the point person on this item? I read your staff report, and I recognize that we're not doing a separate audit of the contract. It's going to be included in the normal annual review audit, if I'm understanding the item correctly.
This is item 1L?
Yes, the convention center audit.
No, it's a different item.
Public safety network switches.
11? Oh.
Network switches for public safety.
Yeah. I don't have an
Oh,
issue with
maybe
this one. I was referencing another item.
So item L.
Yep.
You want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion made, second, and roll call?
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go to item 1U. That was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi. Who do we have on staff to answer those questions? Oh, here we go. Thanks, Sophia.
Oh, President Chavez. Yeah, 1M was recently pulled by Councilmember Arias.
You want to do that one first?
All right, let's do that one right after this one. So let's do 1U.
West area.
And then we'll do 1M right after this, since we have staff here already.
Sorry, give me one moment. Hi, Sophia, how are you?
Good afternoon, council member. I'm well, thank you.
Good. Okay, so I just have a couple questions. I read in the report the reasons listed why there was a 12-month extension, no cost to the city. But here's my concern. So we have a general plan coming up pretty soon, is that correct?
That is correct.
My concern is we've had this public process. I know that I and Councilmember Soria have heard a lot from the West area. They have the steering committee. They've been involved with this for a long time. My understanding in the past is that for some reason the West area specific plan was superseded by the last general plan. And if we're having this public process and we delay this another year, they're going to kind of overlap each other. And I don't want to basically ignore the will of the people and all the work they've done. I'm very uncomfortable with extending this a year. Would you mind commenting on that?
Of course. I think we would share your concern, council member, about overlapping the West area plan process with a new general plan process. We are on track, and we're very excited to report this, to complete that West area specific plan by summer of 2022. And we just requested the year extension on the contract as standard practice because we need to put our administrative record together and do closeout of the consultant contract. But we are on track to complete by early summer.
Okay. Well,
What is early summer?
June.
okay. Well, it says that the 12 months is being requested for infrastructure analysis for completing that report and the review of public comment. So what resources do you need to do that faster? I mean, I don't know all the technical aspects of what you do, but we do get a lot of public comment. I imagine there must be a way to do that faster because there's real time and there's government time. And that 6 months can really tack on and make a big difference. Or, sorry, the extra year, excuse me. Or is it a matter of resources, or what can we do as a council to give you what you need so we can do this much faster?
Thank you, council member. I think it's really just a matter of the 6 months that we need till June to complete the work. Right now, we are on track. We are about to release the EIR. The draft plan is complete, so now it's just the environmental documents. And as you're aware, we've got a 45-day public comment period that we need to get through, and then the time it takes to complete the final EIR.
Okay, and then, yeah.
When will the EIR, though, be completed? So by June?
Yes.
So all of it?
We plan to come before you for approval of the plan in June. So the EIR should be released in January of 2022.
Okay. Now, are there any, because there are we have a housing crisis, obviously we heard a lot of folks this morning talk about that. We hopefully will develop in the manner that the residents in the West Area Specific Plan Committee have set out. But is there a holdup for any development happening out there because we may have what's coming up and then what we have right now. Is there going to be any potential rezones or changes that are going to hold up the process now? Like we're going to say, well, hold on till this is done.
No, there won't be.
Nothing right now?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about 12 months versus 6 months. So EIR is done in 6 months. Will that also include, so then after that is the 45-day review process, or that includes all that?
It includes all that. So by June, the EIR process should be complete. The 45 days is complete. You have a final EIR. You have the plan before you.
Sure. Then how much more time, why go the year? How much more, after that, then what does the consultant have to do after that?
Well, it's just a matter of, it takes longer to get them paid, and then we, for purposes of the California Environmental Quality Act, we put an administrative record together and just, we just take that time for closeout.
Okay. I'm just trying to find a way where this won't get delayed. So we're talking about, was it June? So, City Attorney, is there a way that we can condition this extension, assuming that we get that report at a hard deadline?
Council, if I may,
Yep.
Councilmember Carbasi, I'm just a little, as much as I like speed 2 on these, specific plans, in my experience with the Southwest Pacific Plan, we got a lot of feedback afterwards that not everybody was aware of it, that some folks thought it occurred too fast. This west area has had a lot of public engagement, a lot of public input. It's going to have huge implications not only for the city's general plan, but for Measure C's renewal. I would caution us with trying to expedite it because that area has a lot of your 1 acre, half acre home rural residential folks that the properties are going to be rezoned to higher density residential. I wouldn't want a year from now be reminded that we went so fast that a lot of those folks were not aware that we were rezoning their properties. So I just caution us on going too fast that we leave residents behind because this plan will rezone their properties in perpetuity. And a lot of these folks are small rural residential county residents that are going to be brought into the city. And that area has a lot of leapfrog development, a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of lack of green space. The schools are being planned by Central Unified. There's so many tentacles there that I would caution us with going so fast that we unintentionally leave people behind and get blamed that we did it for the sake of speed.
I do appreciate your comments, Councilmember. I think that we just have a difference of perspective. How many years has the community been involved with this process, the steering committee meeting? I mean, how long has this been going on?
The steering committee was created in March of 2018.
Okay.
So.
Right. And I don't want us to move too fast.
That is actually not speed of light, just so you know. That's been 3 years going on 4, so, and I probably know my area best, so I did have concerns in terms of, also the timeline, but I think that 6 months seems pretty reasonable. I understand there's the environmental component that has to happen. I understand Councilmember Arias bringing up the point that people's properties do get rezoned. I have actually an issue right now of folks from the last general plan update that didn't realize that their property got rezoned, and so we have to deal with those at the cleanup phase, which we generally have or allow some time for those issues to resolve themselves. So I think what you at least hear from a couple of the council members up here is that we just want to make sure that we do meet that benchmark, and that just because the document says that you have a year, that we're looking for you guys to really bring this and close it out by June.
Understood.
And I'll make a motion.
All right, motion made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi.
Sophia, you are the one that goes to all the meetings. You do a lot of the work. I'm just trying to understand if there are more resources needed to get this done faster, please tell us and we'll find them, because you're invested in this too. We just want to get this done as fast as possible. Doing our due diligence, Councilmember Arias.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye, because this plan also includes my area.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, because we're really behind on our timeline right now. All right, let's go back to item 1M. Councilmember Arias, you recently pulled this one, so there's a labor one. Who do we have from staff to answer questions if necessary?
Is our friend TJ Miller here, Director of Personnel? Nowhere?
Yeah, we'll
City
go ahead and-
manager,
Yeah,
you can ask.
we can answer.
I just would just want to express my appreciation for our personnel director. It's been a long time coming since we've had multiple labor agreements that we've reached agreement on. I know it's a heavy lift for everyone. I know it was a team effort, should be the first one to say, but this is a very big lift. We did hear, and I want to recognize the public comments that we received today related to the retirees. This item authorizes the money for these multiple labor agreements, including the retroactive pay for folks who worked during the pandemic, which this council has agreed to do. So if I would just ask that as part of this motion to approve it, that city staff go back and give us an assessment of how many retirees worked during the pandemic and may have been left out of this bump, and then see if we can meet and confer with our labor partners to ensure that those folks are made whole. Because our intention as a body, I believe, was to pay folks for putting themselves at risk and being essential workers while they were not able to, Zoom their way into work and, expose themselves to the pandemic's threat. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve. If city manager can come back to us at some point, of course, it'll be in closed session and we'll get an update.
Perfect,
All
we'll do
right,
that.
motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilman Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right. Did you call me President Chavez? All right, item 1W, Councilmember Arias.
Item 1F? What item?
1W?
Councilmember, yeah, 1W.
Yeah, we saw the staff report. I have some concerns with the item. I know this is a joint application. Is there a presentation that staff is going to provide to us related to this $30 million, project?
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. I'm going to invite Jessica Burzak with Upholdings to come and answer your questions. Okay?
We don't have a formal presentation for this application?
I think, no, we do
From
not have
staff?
formal, no, but Jessica, I believe, has a couple of slides if you'd like to hear from her.
But the city is the applicant, so is the city not prepared to provide us a presentation on how this project would operate?
We can respond, but also as joint applicant, the way in which the agreement is structured is that Upholdings is really the developer, and they're going to be the ones who are facilitating operations. And so if you'd like to hear from her, that'd be fine. If you'd like me to respond, I can also do that.
For the record, the second round of home key, am I correct that the state's not allowing private developers to apply for the home key funds? It must be a public entity?
That's correct.
And in this case, you're recommending that we, the city, be the applicant, but that the project be owned and operated privately?
We're joint applicants in this instance, and the reason for that is because for us, Upholdings, having this project helps fulfill one of our goals, which is to develop more affordable housing.
How does it do that exactly?
Councilmember Arias, I would like actually the applicant, if they can show us the presentation that they do have so that we all as a body understand the project.
Do we have the applicant here today?
Yes.
Where's the- Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you presenting slides or anything? City Clerk, do we have that available?
Yes, we do.
Were those slides part of the backup material for this agenda item? So the public hasn't seen them?
No.
But they'll see them now, which is good.
This is all information we included in our community meeting several weeks ago, so anyone that did attend that was at least part of that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jessica Hoff-Burzak, getting some feedback. I'm the president with Upholdings. Glad to be here today to talk a little bit about Home Key 2.0. We also participated in Home Key 1.0. There are some key differences in how the NOFA was written this year, as Councilmember Arias brought up, and I can certainly address those as I've been living and breathing this NOFA for the past couple of months. So our proposal today is to create permanent housing covenant for 55 years, 30% income restricted, rent restricted units. We are targeting people experiencing homelessness, those at risk of homelessness impacted by COVID. We are in partnership with Fresno City College and Fresno EOC to be housing students, and within that population, a particular set aside for youth. As we know, youth in Fresno are really struggling with homelessness. There are far too few resources for those individuals, and this partnership with the city, EOC, Fresno City College, and RH Community Builders looks to work collaboratively in a public-private partnership to address those needs. You'll find this project is structured really similarly to most affordable housing in California right now with that 55-year covenant. I think one of the key differences with HomeKey compared to most affordable housing resources at the state level is that it does allow emergency shelter or acquisition towards permanent housing. And that's really what we're proposing. As we heard this morning, housing is a continuum, and we're looking to create the permanent end so that people exiting shelters, people ready for permanent housing that can pay their portion of rent, have somewhere to go. Have a landlord that understands evictions, understands how to work with people, wrap them with the appropriate services to give them stable, permanent housing. I assume this will take me through. So we are looking to acquire the San Joaquin Hotel, formerly San Joaquin Suites. It is 69 units. Many of them are very large if you've been there. So we'll be able to have 1-bedrooms, even possibly 2-bedroom apartments with an on-site residential manager. There's plenty of space there for community services. We're talking with EOC about expanding many of their existing programs that are currently downtown, and it'd be wonderful to be able to create those further north. Obviously, this is an excellent location, right in Councilmember Soria's district, but right on Shaw, easy access to BRT, straight down to Fresno City College, straight out to Fresno State. Again, this is a 55-year permanent housing proposal, and we're excited about it because this is what the state would designate a high opportunity area, which means that as we continue to find sufficient resources for the full conversion, we will be primed for those resources. The state is looking for projects that really look to affirmatively further fair housing, and this project, because of its great location, is primed to do that. I did also want to highlight this year's NOFA, different than last year, has a specific set-aside of funds outside the geographic set-aside, and that's a set-aside specifically for those targeted youth. And so we will be looking to be an applicant under that youth particular set-aside. Again, just to summarize the partners here, we are asking the City of Fresno to be our public applicant. The way the NOFA is written, you need a public applicant as well as qualified co-applicants. So by bringing Upholdings and RH Community Builders into the partnership, we bring the required experience developing, owning, and operating housing for people experiencing homelessness and supportive housing. By bringing Fresno EOC in, we also meet maximum scoring criteria for the service partnership. So we look to be a very high scoring application. And Fresno City College, again, is our partner in terms of helping augment rents so that any student is paying affordable rent in perpetuity, and Fresno City is able to pick up the balance up to fair market rents. And what's wonderful about the HomeKey program is that they will match that. So while Fresno City has currently made us a 3-year commitment, which we're very thankful for, the state will match that, which helps us extend into those 55 years further than the first original 3, while we continue to find permanent resources, again, same as last year's HomeKey program. All households will hold 12-year leases. Again, just a critical difference between any type of interim or shelter housing. This will be independent leaseholder rights for anyone that moves in. We wouldn't be placing people together. This is for households as defined by the individuals to live with their spouses, their children, whatever is applicable for the unit size. We will have on-site services, both with EOC, Fresno City College, and probably Cal-AIM funded services, which is really expanding our opportunities to provide services for people experiencing homelessness. We'll have management on site, maintenance, landscaping, and we will be augmenting the security protocols in place at the program. Lastly, just to highlight, we are considered a successful development team under HomeKey. We worked closely with Councilmember Esparza last year in the county to create Crossroads Village, a very successful program that's already secured half of the funding to convert to permanent. We hope to close on that rehab next year. So fortunately, we're in good standing with the state and well positioned to receive this additional grant in this year's round. This is a first come, first served program. We are hoping that Fresno gets its fair share of resources under that youth set aside, which is why we're here today, hoping that you can approve this. If we can get into the state in January, we stand to be in a good position to receive this grant and help with the homelessness and the housing crisis here in the Valley. With that, I can answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi? Or Councilmember Soria, it's your district. So.
No, I think there are a couple other council members that may have questions. I don't have questions. I will probably wrap up with comments after all the questions are done.
Then in that case, sorry.
Whoa.
Okay, well, I wanted to defer her to her district. If she's done, then I'll go. Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. Thank you. So you were here earlier. You said we had a lot of speakers. And I don't know if they were aware this was on the agenda. This is the very issue they were talking about. And
it's part of it, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're correct. But when it comes to students, I'm excited that there's an opportunity to act the very same day on a potentially public-private partnership. Now, I admit, I do share the concerns of my colleague regarding ownership. We need each other for this project, but without the city, there's no opportunity to get these funds. And that asset, just as much as it'd be an asset for you, it would be an asset for this city if we're bonding or doing anything in the future. So I do have a little bit of reservations there. But, you know, one of the people that spoke during the 3 hours of public comment mentioned a stable foundation. Now, the location, you mentioned being centrally located, Fresno State, City College, it's the perfect spot. There have been folks talking about, well, they want North Fresno to have their, be a part of this housing solution for our homeless and disadvantaged folks. So right now, it's Councilmember Soria's district, and I'm glad I'm very grateful you're supportive, and you've always been supportive of this kind of thing. If tonight's vote goes through, it will be District 2 next year. And for me, this property has been a big problem for our Northwest Police Department. Unfortunately, gangs have used this property in the past. They've had, when they make money, they go there and do things they shouldn't do, and it's been a big issue for the neighborhood. This is a really nice way to clean that up and to have on-site services. I saw the security plan when I read the supportive information in the packet. So I think we need to do our due diligence, but this is just the application. We don't have a guarantee we're going to get the money. And I'm worried. I don't want to hold up the application process, if that makes any sense.
That's correct.
There's a lot of questions we may have, but I think if we can move forward today and literally give the people exactly what they asked for when they were here, that it's a step in the right direction. And there's still some time to kind of go through some of the details. Okay.
That concludes your questions.
Council President, I'm just going to follow up with one question to the administration, because I know that earlier I had heard chatter that, they're competing with us. Were you and your team submitting an application for this pot of funding?
We get a mayor a microphone that works.
There we go.
There we go.
Maybe. Yeah, we are not in competition. The Home Key $2 that we are applying for are separate and apart from the ones that have been set aside. And so we have no applications that would be going forward to compete with this. And initially, when we had our conversations, we wanted to make sure that that did not occur. We don't want to compete against ourselves. But since they're going through this set aside dollars for youth, there's no competition, just a partnership.
That concludes your question. Councilmember Arias?
Yep. So now it's time for the questions.
I'm ready.
We all want to solve the homeless problem, but details matter and operational plans matter. And thank you, Brad. I know we played phone tag, and we both have kids, and we can't be talking at midnight every day when we're trying to put kids to bed. So why this location? If your target is City College homeless kids or Fresno State homeless kids, why this location versus apartments and motels that are much closer to those education institutions?
Well, I think students in Fresno live across the city. There's such a housing crisis. It's not fair to expect students to find housing within a block of walking distance to campus. It's also really important to us to find housing opportunities in these high opportunity locations. I remember talking with city manager months and months ago before the snowfall was out about the idea of expanding into the different districts as has been brought up. So we really had an eye on high opportunity locations. We work very closely with the Housing Authority. We're very much committed to being a partner to them in terms of their needs for replacement housing. The state and the feds are going to mandate that we find high opportunity replacement housing so that we're not concentrating poverty and we're finding ways to affirmatively further fair housing within our city. So all those locations, all those reasons, the support of Fresno City College saying this is a great location for their students led us to put this property under contract.
And I understand that you currently house Fresno City College students at the Hacienda and at the Old Smugglers Inn. So are you simply going to transfer those folks to this new location?
No, the idea is always to be expanding housing opportunities within the city.
So is City College, how many additional students can City College afford to pay for?
Enough that they've given us a commitment for all of the units. I don't have that exact answer. I think we might actually have a City College representative on the line. But they've made a full commitment that they could lease all 68 residential units at San Joaquin for this period of 3 years. So they have plenty of money and plenty of need to fill this location.
So
Councilmember Arias, I believe a representative from City College is online.
Okay.
Nadia Chavez?
Yeah, Natalie is on the line.
Natalie, if you can hear me, how much is City College paying for each student to be housed currently in the properties, and how much is it going to pay for under this new facility per student?
Hi. Hello, I'm from Fresno City College. This is Natalie Chavez. I am the coordinator of HOPE, which is our Housing Opportunities Promote Education program. To answer your question most succinctly, yes, we have plenty of funding. We're funded through 2025. Initially, it was a grant-funded investment for a pilot program to provide stability for homeless and housing insecure students. Just recently, we were awarded ongoing sustainable funding in perpetuity from the May revise of the budget. It was written into legislation. So we will be having funding and allocation formula that will be forever. So ultimately, Fresno City has sufficient funds. We just got our award announcement on November 12th. When we initially signed our commitment letter, we were unaware of the additional funds that were going to be coming to the college. So we will have more than sufficient funds to provide adequate financial support. In addition, we're also providing education and budget kind of creation for students to understand how to use their financial aid in order to help them support their rent. So within the HUD guidelines, financial aid doesn't count as income, and our campus and our college system awards financial aid in order for students to have adequate support for housing in order for them to attend college. So a big focus of the HOPE program is for students to understand how to manage those finances to keep them enrolled in school, in addition to any kind of part-time employment or anything like that they can do to pay for their rent-controlled portion of the rent.
And to my second question, how much does City College pay rent for every unit?
At which location? Because we have different.
At the current locations of Hacienda and the Old Smugglers, how much rent are you guys paying per pupil?
So the fair market rate is what's paid at Crossroads. So we don't call it the Old Smugglers Inn. For Crossroads, for a studio, it is $795. And at the Hacienda location, fair market rate is also $795. We do have an additional property management agreement with RH in order for them to property manage those units for the college, which per unit, we've added additional funds from the college to cover PG&E, high-speed internet, property management, and that is adding an extra several $100s onto that fee, but that's paid by the college.
And so how much would you be paying in the proposed facility per pupil?
The current commitment says that the final rent would be sized based on fair market rents because we haven't done a rent comp study. The tenant portion of rent is capped by the state program. And if we're awarded the home key, then we will go into the deeper negotiations of analyzing the market to figure out those fair market rents, which are typically standardized by HUD.
I understand that. So walk me through in layman's terms. If the fair market rate in that opportunity neighborhood is $1,500 per studio, and City College is only able to pay $800 per studio, would that difference go to the tenant?
No.
So who pays for the difference between your market rate analysis and what City College is willing or able to pay?
Well, in this case, the rental assistance provider, being Fresno City, has control over what they pay. So if I wanted to charge them $1,500, it would be up to them if they were willing to pay that. So all I'm restricted by is how much I can charge the tenant in tenant portion. And then the standard way is you analyze the market and you negotiate with your assistance provider what they're willing to pay.
So if City College is unwilling to pay $1,500 per tenant, what happens then to the agreement, to the partnership?
We'll work with them on what they're willing to pay. We're not modeling $1,500.
No, I know that, but walk me through that process, right? Because you're asking us to approve, asking the state for $30 million for privately owned facility. So what happens if you and City College or Fresno State or EOC can't work on an agreement? What happens to that $30 million asset that the taxpayers just paid for?
So it's not $30 million. I'm not quite sure where that came from.
That's the application cost.
That's not correct.
It's not? The $30 million is what I've seen in the application that's being requested.
No.
That's not correct.
What's the amount?
The property is what, 10.8 million for
The
the property
acquisition
itself?
price is about 10.5, and Home Key's, I believe, going to give us probably about 13. That's the total.
Total? So the total amount is 13 for the whole project?
That's correct. We originally asked the city for $3 million that the state would match, but that's not being presented today.
Got it. So walk me through that scenario. What happens if City College, for some reason, can't come up with the difference or the money in agreement with you all?
So we're currently modeling the 795 numbers, which they're in support of. So I don't think there's any scenario in which we'd be asking them for 1,500 or like turning them away, if that's what you're implying.
How often do you have to do the market analysis, and how often can you adjust the rent rate?
I don't believe that typical affordable housing programs you can only request rent increases annually. I don't think I've actually seen that in the home key guidelines, but we would never do rent changes more than once a year.
So once a year, you guys would be looking to make adjustments to the rent potentially?
We'd be eligible to. Fresno, has seen increases, so there's slight changes year by year.
Yeah.
But again, the compliance within the home key program is going to set that.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I understand that you're capped on what you can charge a college student, but what I'm wrestling with is we've seen the record amount of rent increases.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be protected from that reality.
Right.
You're going into opportunity neighborhood.
Right.
Far more expensive housing. So what occurs if the market forces say you should be charging this based on cost of operating the facility, whatever, City College can come to that amount, would then City College and you come to the City Council asking for us to close that difference?
So City Manager Escueda has asked us that as a part of this project that we would not do that we would not be pursuing city funds. We started that conversation, that was a no, so he's asked us to make a commitment that would be part of closing, not application.
Excuse me, Jessica and council members, so we've added is that we would want some kind of surety instrument on the back end of the project, whether it's a bond, a letter of credit, something, so that if their financing doesn't come through with Housing Authority, comes in from City College or Fresno State, they get into a deficit, that's what they go to get their money from. They go get it from the letter of credit, they go get it from the bond, they don't get it from the city of Fresno.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to do is anticipate, right? Because you guys are taking a pretty big asset. I'm assuming it's going to require a lot of renovations to open it. There'll be renovations, ongoing. At some point, you have to bake that back into the rents. If your rents are capped, then how do you make the difference up? And are we going to have to step forward and provide housing for college students, which the city has never done, right? It might be the right thing to do, but I want to understand, because we've now acquired 6 motels. We have a couple more to acquire. We're now on the hook for a lot of operating costs. In those shelters, we don't charge rent,
You know, the Housing Authority is, I think, charging $300 for some of them to build the credit worthiness to go into permanent housing. So I don't want to be in a position a year or two from now where I'm being asked to subsidize your operation for a very expensive facility, and we have to compete against folks in another city-owned facility. So I just want to be clear about what the expectations would be. But the city manager is on the record that your private company is going to give us the legal assurances that you won't come back to close a financing gap downstream, then is that your understanding?
Yes, and I think the key difference here is the existing projects are emergency shelter. This is permanent housing, and Home Key allows 2 housing types within the homeless continuum, but by creating permanent housing, you're in a completely different scenario than emergency shelter. And I spoke with the Housing Authority this morning. I mean, they were telling me their rate on successful, as people spoke this morning, is 40%. People can't find places that have the rental assistance to go. So we have to create more permanent opportunities if we want to kind of clear this backlog.
Correct. But the distinction is it's only permanent if City College can come up with the money for the student.
That's actually not true.
No, there's
because
55-year covenants that calls for the units to all be affordable. So even if community college students can live there, they're still bound by those 55 years. This project is no different than the Lingo project and the Ed Cashin affordable housing project.
I understand that.
But the big distinction, council member, is that we are actually not providing a subsidy. We've provided a subsidy for Lingos. We provided a subsidy for Cashin to help close the financing gap. In this instance, we aren't. Actually, there's another public partner that is willing to do that because they recognize that their students need the housing. And so in order to secure those units so that they can be targeted for students, the community college recognizes, plus they have money. And I'm so glad that Natalie Chavez was able to join us to talk about the sources of funding, because the state has recognized, and as we heard today from the students here that are probably still listening, this is a huge issue in our community.
Councilman, but I'm trying to get clarity on the operational side, right? I'm not questioning the need to house our homeless college students. I'm trying to understand, so what happens if City College's ability or partnership goes away in 5 years? You have the 55-year covenant. Does that mean that anybody can move into those
No, so the covenant means 55 years, 30% tenant, maximum rents, people experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness.
And
that does not change.
Correct. And is it, if for 55 years, would it be folks 18 to 24?
Yes.
College students?
Within that set aside, that's correct.
That would be your basically permanent profile for the type of person that could live there.
Within the set aside, that's right. We're not targeting 100% as youth because many Fresno City colleges that are housing vulnerable are over 24.
So of how many total units do you have in this project?
68 residential units.
And of those, how many are actually set aside for college students, 16 to 24?
I believe right now it's about 50%.
50%. The rest of the units go to who? Who would they be?
Fresno City college students over age 24.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for this exercise in understanding your operational plan. This is unique housing for Fresno, and I want the council and the public fully understand the operational plan that's being recommended, the commitments that are being promised, because the last thing I want is more homeless advocates coming in saying, you built the shelter, but it's not for us. We're being very intentional that this is for college students, 50% of it 18 to 24, the other 50% for the rest of them, and that location will only be targeted for that population for the next 55 years, irrespective of whether City College has the money for the partnership or not.
So to be very careful, because I know words matter.
Yes, they do.
So the Home Key Covenant will 55 years youth. The Fresno City happens to be paying for the youth for the 3-year period that they've committed. If they disappear in year 3, I still have to house youth.
Perfect.
Okay? So that would be true for the 55 years. My covenants to the state have nothing to do with Fresno City is committing to provide.
Understood. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
With that, I'll be happy to support the item.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Hey, good afternoon, Jessica.
Hi.
Hey, I appreciate the efforts that your organization has made to increase housing in our city. I don't think any council member up here would disagree that's not a good thing for our city.
Thank you.
I just want to let you know a couple of the things that I was going back and forth with in my head as I was going over this that I struggled with. One, again, was the ownership model. And two, really the location is kind of what stuck out to me. If this is, truly to fill that need to help young people that have some sort of housing instability. We heard from 36 at least Fresno State students today. I just want to know, has there been, and if not, why hasn't there been that conversation with Fresno State University, who, number one, has some motels directly across from Shaw, 30-second walking distance from campus that nobody would be sad to see be converted into housing. It's a headache for the neighborhood and for our police department. Number two, Fresno State has a housing portfolio. Some of my colleagues have concerns, as I do, with the ownership model. Under this type of model, the partnership with Fresno State University, I'd feel comfortable knowing that Fresno State, under their portfolio, under their separate nonprofit, would be directly overseeing the housing for years to come. And lastly, I've spoken with Fresno State leadership. There is that willingness to partner with Fresno City College students. When it comes to location, this is about equidistant from Blackstone Avenue, as your proposed site is. However, it's the added advantage of being directly across from Fresno State University, and there's a willingness, there's a need, and it's expedient, just having it right across from campus. So why aren't we seeing anything in that general? The location is really what is confusing me here.
Well, first of all, those aren't necessarily for sale. Prices have gone up exponentially.
Has anybody reached out?
Yes. We're only so big. We can't solve all of the city's problems in one NOFA. The state has promised Home Key 3.0, so maybe we can explore something further. But fundamentally, things not being for sale is going to raise the price probably 200% if you're trying to negotiate with a seller that's not interested. And there's only so much capacity. As the mayor said, there's a lot of money in this program, but it is limited. So if we were doing a Fresno City and a Fresno State proposal in the same round, we're really competing against ourselves at that point. I love Fresno State, don't get me wrong. This is in front of us. The HOPE program with Fresno City exists. It's where we are. It's what's inked and ready to go and ready to submit to the state.
I'd be interested to talk with you later about who you reached out to, because my understanding are there are some locations in that area that are potentially willing to sell. I don't expect you guys to solve all the city issues, but if we're going to choose a location to house students.
Can I add, please? This is Natalie Chavez. I know I'm not there in person, but
sure, Natalie.
I need to speak up. Okay. So I've been a faculty member full-time at Fresno City for 10 years. We are the first homeless support program of our kind in the United States. So little known fact about us is HOPE is going to be a model for the entire community college system. The community college system is the largest public education provider in the world. We have 2 million students throughout the state of California, and our chancellor has now become deeply committed to providing housing and addressing the housing crisis. And so we're part of the pilot for the entire state, which now will roll out to all community colleges. So Fresno City is being seen as a model. We went into implementation in 2020 during COVID, so that's why we're a little known program, because we were kind of made during a time when, no one really see us. So I'm really thankful that you mentioned the Fresno City or the Fresno State housing model. There has not ever in our history of 110 years of existence at Fresno City been housing support offered to our students. And we provide education to the general community. So the real uniqueness of our program and why this particular partnership is so groundbreaking and essential for the future is that any person who is living on Parkway, anyone who's in the street can apply to Fresno City College in the spring semester and be eligible for this housing. Anybody in our community, to get to Fresno State, there are significant requirements to be accepted into that educational system. As a community college provider, we are available to every single citizen in Fresno. Every citizen can apply to our campus. And almost every citizen, especially our most impoverished citizens, are going to qualify for full financial aid, which is going to help them support their rent and is going to help them become gainfully employed. And we are the largest career technical education provider in the city. And so this particular location was something that I was adamant about. As somebody who's dedicated my entire career to working with former foster youth and to young people coming out of very vulnerable circumstances, I purposely chose not to choose any of the locations around Fresno City or on Blackstone, and primary reason being, with the past history of victimization and so many vulnerabilities that these young people experience, I want to give them an opportunity to live in an area of town where they perhaps would have never been able to afford, or they perhaps would have never been exposed to. And yes, it is a little bit of a distance from the campus, but it is completely accessible. And strategically, it's directly in between, with the foresight, recognizing there is a potential for partnership for transfer, because really we are the pathway into the four-year system. And so the idea could be in the future, in this next 55 years, that we do have a strong partnership with Fresno State, where we even commingle our students. I'm not opposed to those things. And there is going to be significant investment in the next 3 years from the state Department of Finance. $2 billion was set aside to build out student housing and fund student housing, and half of that is going to community college students. So Fresno City is deeply committed to forging those relationships with Fresno State, and we're deeply committed to bridging that gap for the general community member who is homeless and seeking housing, emergency housing.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Maxwell?
Ms. Chavez, I appreciate that. That was informative. I certainly didn't mean to, downplay your role, your compassion, and the dedication and work you've put into this. I don't think anyone up here would. I support this item. I support your cause. I have a little bit of concerns going forward, if we're going to be partnering with other folks for Home Key 2 or Home Key 3 funds, that proximity to a campus is going to be key for me. Might be, a few more hoops folks got to jump through to get into Fresno State as opposed to Fresno City, but I also don't think we should downplay the housing insecurities faced by our Fresno State students. So with that, yield the rest of my time, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. And, I hear both points of my colleagues in this discussion with your project. I think we're trying to solve a lot of problems here today at once, right? We've got the affordable housing formula, but then we also have, even within the homeless umbrella, we have a very specific targeted niche that you're addressing. At the same time, there are people right now living under bridges and in canals, and folks that, won't have an option, even if it is affordable. And so I say that, Mayor, and then for our city manager, just to put things in perspective, where I think going forward, we need to be very strategic about what projects we fund with Home Key, with CDBG, with homeless dollars, and those, because I think right now we have a crisis going on with housing that we're going to address. It's not going to happen overnight, but I believe we have a bigger crisis that's in our shopping centers, that's in our neighborhoods, that's in our alleys, that are seeking shelter in homes that sometimes burn down because they're trying to keep warm, right? We've had that example here, city. So all I'll request is that we're triaging, so to speak, and address those issues right now, because I think those are the calls too that we get from folks that don't have a shelter and don't have somewhere to sleep. And I know it's part of the big overall formula, right? Because you're trying to prevent those folks from actually being in the street. But I think I would personally like to see a little bit more investment on that area first, and then working our way through in partnership with, the private sector that, has some pretty decent models out there. But I don't think we're going to solve the affordable and the homeless crisis right now. For me, I think we should prioritize those homeless shelters and bringing those folks in from the coals, particularly the next couple of months, which we know is going to be tough because it takes a while to put a project together and, revamp a hotel or a facility that we're acquiring. But that's just my preference, and I know some of my other colleagues feel the same way too. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that's the beauty of the NOFA that came out, because we're going to be pursuing dollars in the next agenda, or one of the agenda items, which is a pool of money dedicated just to local governments in the 8-county San Joaquin Valley. So that's what we're competing for, and the money that Jessica's competing for is $160 million statewide. So she's got to compete with the Oregon border down to the Mexican border and everything in between. That's who she's competing with to get this dollars, because they knew there was a need for that. And then again, when we bring the final contract back to you guys, because of the money it costs to operate, it'll include that surety bond, some kind of paperwork just to demonstrate that, to ensure that the money we're going to need is going to go to the people you've identified, and that this will get funded. Again, we're not funding this out of our pocket. We'll just make sure that that's how that stays.
And it's important to remember, anyone that's worked in homelessness will tell you the goal is not to warehouse people in shelters. Shelters are intended to be temporary solutions, but if you have nowhere to go from a shelter, you're going to have a bottleneck. We have to create permanent housing and have emergency shelter opportunities.
It's both of those problems that we're trying to solve. Vice President Esparza, you've been waiting?
Yeah, just a couple questions. So there are current residents occupying the property right now?
So we're in the middle of our relocation assessment to figure out anyone that would qualify for relocation benefits. I can't say if there's anyone permanently living there right now, but if there are, we'll make sure that it's addressed appropriately.
So right now there's not a displacement plan at the moment?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the timeline on figuring out what that displacement plan is?
We have to submit the relocation narrative to the state. Our goal is to submit by January 31st, so we'll have that in place by then.
Okay. And then this might be a question for you, maybe others. The city would be enforcing the covenant for this particular project?
The state certainly will.
The state. And the state enforces Crossroads as well?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilor Soraya, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion to approve this item. I think that
Second by
one of the
Councilor
other
Carbasi.
just comments I wanted to make, obviously this is one piece of the puzzle. I really implore this council and this mayor to have a housing plan. We don't have a housing plan in place. We don't have a housing department. We have a housing division. We have a housing crisis in front of us. We've heard it today, the desperation. But we can't develop all these policies and continue to set money aside without a plan.
Yep.
This is the issue of today, Mayor. We need to really, in the next 30 to 60 days, roll up our sleeves, get people in the room, both public agencies, private sector, and us, to figure out what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Because we don't, and we've been, you've already been 1 year in office, so we can't, no longer say we've only been here 90 days. So we got a lot of work to do.
So since you addressed me, I'll comment. I couldn't agree with you more. You must have been hearing the conversation the city manager and I had last week of part of our 2022 reset, and that is to put together a comprehensive plan for this year in the next 60 days that is going to address emergency shelter and permanent housing, workforce housing, affordable housing, and housing in general. And I've already had the conversation with Phil Sky, as well as HBs, about putting that together. And I already met with our new director for the Housing Authority, Tyrone Williams, on that. He's going to be a part of that plan as well. And so we are having those conversations now, but I can guarantee you we're going to have a plan in place that's going to be comprehensive, so we don't have to have these types of discussions. And I want everyone to know about it, and I want all the council to be involved in it. As I said earlier to our staff, it's important that we agree upon the plan up front so that when we come to council for funding opportunities, we're not having a discussion like perhaps we are today. And so I'm 100% with you. I got to tell you, the first year in office, a little bit been, drinking water out of a fire hose in terms of dealing with the homeless. And we've been more of a triage mode of putting people into emergency shelter, thanks to the council support on the motels. And we're going to continue with that. But we do need this long-term comprehensive plan, which we are committed to doing. And I'll
Mayor-
just say, as it pertains to this, the original request was for us to fund $3 million of general fund, an additional $15 million of Home Key 2, not out of the youth set aside. The reason we said no to that was because we want to focus on the unsheltered, which has been expressed repeatedly. It's not to say that student housing isn't important. It is very important. But we know there's some other partners out there that can play a role financially, Fresno State, Fresno City College, and we want to focus on emergency housing and affordable housing for our unhoused, our unsheltered, excuse me. So we are on the same page. Tyler?
Mayor, you addressed it, but just to reiterate my desire that Fresno State is in the room when Fresno City College is in the room when you have those conversations. I think we as a city council and the administration should be more proactive on identifying those sites for young people and for students. One of the big issues we have financially too is that we can't retain a lot of our Fresno State graduates. And one of the reasons is because if they want to stay in our city, that means they're going to be on the streets even though they have a degree.
Yes.
And that's not acceptable. I think we all understand that and why it is vital that we have our educational systems in the room when the administration has these comprehensive housing plans.
And Mayor, I would just add that a reminder, 65% of our city are renters, and the rent is too damn high. So your comprehensive plan better tackles some of these policies that are being discussed openly, from rent control to inclusionary zoning to development of new housing stock. But if the plan simply outlines more sprawl and market rate housing, that's not going to solve the issue for the vast majority of our residents that are renters. So it's a big task, and we'll be here to be helpful and to provide you feedback and input. And I'm pretty confident that the public will be very engaged in providing their own ideas to some of the housing crisis solutions.
Yeah, I'm very, very supportive. I don't think it's an either or, but what I've seen on the housing that's occurred on the outskirts happens naturally. Housing that occurs infill has to be intentional, which means we as a city have to be very engaged in identifying the locations, which is what we're doing. I've already met with 3 developers regarding this. In fact, Councilmember Maxwell and I spoke about this last week with one of those developers, being very intentional about the locations we choose, how we incentivize those locations, what type of housing is going to go there, manufactured housing that we can get up very quickly. Some of those things are going to be very important, as well as having the ability on some of that housing to transition it into home ownership, so people aren't renting for a lifetime. And so we are working towards all that. That's going to be part of our comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm glad to hear that, because I was going to bring that point up. I think that we can't just be in the business of continuing to perpetuate the cycle of poverty by just housing folks in, affordable housing developments, but also leasing to own so that they also have the ability to build financial wealth. We know that in America, owning property is that really step in it, really achieving generational wealth.
Yeah. Two-thirds of American wealth is based on real estate. We totally agree.
Councilmember Carbasi, we got a motion and a second. I think there's
I just wanted to
support.
bring it back to the issue at hand. Thank you, and to Ms. Chavez, please, you did a great job speaking, and I know exactly what you're trying to do, and I fully support that. Please thank Chancellor Goldsmith, who's a District 2 resident, for stepping up for students. This is a very big deal, and it's a good pathway to real opportunity. Thank you.
All right, motion was made. Second, roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Heck yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
Council President Chavez.
Yes, because it's almost 3 p.m. and we're still on contested consent.
Thank you so
again for
much.
the
All right,
Thank
next
you.
items, 1AA, pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. We're getting to that point. 1AA.
I think it's another home key project.
Right, I just have some questions. Regarding the tiny homes, is that, hang on, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 50 tiny homes. So is there a centralized location, or are they going to be spread out throughout the city?
Yeah, Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. The plan is to locate those in various locations, different mobile home parks actually we've identified throughout the city. There are vacant pads we've identified throughout the city, various parks, where those will be located.
Maybe I missed it, but is there a map of those locations?
Not at the time, not at this time, no. Again, we're pursuing an application at the moment, compiling all the background data that we need. We do not yet know which parks we're going to land those tiny homes. However, in speaking to some mobile home park owners already and just doing some due diligence, they're very agreeable to locating those tiny homes in their parks.
Okay. I don't have anything else unless go ahead, Councilmember Soria.
I just wanted to add, so one of the things that I have concerns with about the tiny homes and putting them in the mobile homes is who we're going to give them to. If we actually take control of, are we going to have control of them, or are we going to allow the tenant to have the ability to rent to own? I'm okay with that, but I do not want to just hand over the property to, the park owner.
Yeah, so City Manager, you can speak to that if you want.
Yeah, so that was one of when we talked with the Housing and Community Development Department at the state, we pitched them on this idea. They were kind of shocked at first, but then they realized the city has accepted responsibility for inspecting mobile home parks. So we'll see them, we'll touch them, we'll make sure that they're maintained in good livable conditions. And then the question becomes, do we put it into the park where the tenant can then transition to ownership? Does it belong to the park and the park just makes it available for rental with the covenants like Jessica talked about? She would have covenants. So we've got some different models. We're just looking for places to put them, and these are perfect places to put these kinds of devices. And now that we have responsibility for mobile home parks, we'll be able to inspect these and check them and make sure that they're being maintained in good working and living condition.
I do want to add that we're not restricted to the mobile home parks, but that is one location. And we're looking at our land that we own as a city. In various parts of our city, we have vacant parcels and land, and not just in Southwest Fresno. I think we've housed enough there for now, although obviously tiny homes will probably be there as well. And I do know that there are opportunities for us to do that. I met with Dr. Goldsmith this week about partnering with them on a tiny home project where they would utilize their students. They already build a tiny home. They already have a spec in place, where we would have a partnership with them as part of our workforce development, tiny home development, and being able to place those in some of our properties that we own as a city throughout Fresno. So not specific to any location yet, although there's one we have talked about that is ripe for that in somewhat of the southeast. I believe it may, I can't remember which council district it's in, going to be with the new boundaries, but
Copper River?
Could be.
House?
Could be. There's a lot of housing in Copper River.
There's a lot of empty pads there.
I do have we just approved a home motel in North Fresno. You should be happy. Okay, I would like to ask a question. But we approved this today. But if we approve it today, when you have those locations come up, the mobile home parks, or I'm hearing other pads that are available, will we be able to approve that later, or is this is this going to be done now?
Yes, no, it can be approved later. Let me just
want to make sure that we have the authority to be able to look at that when it comes forward.
Yeah, you will. And let me just add one disclaimer. Home key requires coordinated entry, so I want to be clear about that. So what that means is that what the mayor was just talking about would really be a public-public partnership between us and Fresno City College, which would be another fantastic project. For this specific application, it is coordinated entry. So to Councilwoman Soria's question, we will, in essence, be working with Continuum of Care to ensure we know who is moving into those units, and ultimately the future of those units is part of our design.
if any of these tiny homes are built west of the 99. I'm concerned about that because we do have a specific plan coming forward. We do have infrastructure issues out there, and I want to make sure the council is able to review those locations if they come forward.
Understood. Yes.
Yes, please.
If I may, I love the idea of tiny homes, but as you know, we have 27 mobile home parks across the city. They're all in different conditions. Some of them are places that we need to take them into receivership. Others are, really well operated. Putting a tiny home versus a manufactured home that they're used to, it's going to be a pretty big change for some of them. I would ask that if we move forward with this proposal on the tiny home provision, that city staff go back and work with the housing committee to flush out exactly what model we're looking at for tiny homes, whether it's, I don't want to say today it should be owned by the tenant. I don't want to say it should be owned by the landlord. I want for us to take the time to think through all the intended and unintended consequences of this new model of tiny homes in a mobile home park, or for that sake, in any other part. We have a lot of property that we own next to freeways. It's city-owned, but not the best place for a tiny home, right? There's some under the bridge, maybe also not the best place for a tiny home. So I like us to spend more time fleshing out the tiny home model. I do love the idea that we should not go to our friend down the street to build them all. We should have our college students building them all. If we're going to spend $100,000 per unit, which this proposes, we should be creating jobs within our college community sector doing that. So I just want to give staff some more time to flesh out all your thinking, get some feedback from all of us before we just, decide to spend $5 million on a brand new model.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So I guess the motion would be moved to
The motion would be to approve the item.
conditioned on working
your-
out the details and getting approval for site locations of these tiny homes.
So let me be clear, motion to approve the item, submit the application to the state with direction for staff to work with the housing committee to flesh out the tiny home model.
So that's your motion.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
motion. Do I have a
Motion.
second?
Motion.
Second.
All right, seconded. All right, with that,
Who was that second? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Carbasi.
Tiny homes are finally coming to Fresno, like for real, for real. I was the one that passed the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes, because Soria passed the ordinance and the governor gave us the money.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
Council President Chavez.
Yes, and we're still on contested consent, by the way.
Yes. Hey, I want to thank you very much for that
All
one,
right,
though.
thank you.
That's a big deal. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Item 1BB, and it was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Brevity is starting to be our friend. It is now 3 p.m., and we have a 6 p.m. hearing, and we're still on contested consent, Council.
So H, quick question. We heard today, I've heard in the past from the chief that the homeless task force was dismantled. I've heard from the public that police officers are still doing breakup of encampments. This item seeks to fund or to ask the state to provide us $5 million for the HEART program. Where exactly do we stand on using police officers to address the homeless issues that we have in the city? Because I'm hearing we don't have enough officers to respond to 911 calls, to do contract policing. So can somebody give me a clear answer of where we're at with the HEART versus the homeless task force?
Yes, I can. H. Spies, Director of Housing and Homeless Initiatives, Department of Planning and Development. Great question, Councilmember Arias. The homeless task force wasn't dismantled. It was included in a larger HEART team. And that HEART team includes our outreach, mostly through Poverello House, but also through Kingsview. It includes PD, but not just HEART PD, which is what the homeless task force is now being called, HEART PD, but it also includes POP officers. It also includes sanitation. It includes code, not just a new U.S. City Council approved a new HEART code team that we're just concluding our hiring for now. It's 10 individuals that'll be a part of a special HEART code team, but it also includes a connection with Maine Code. Then it also includes a connection with 311, our 311 call center, because we're streamlining all of our communications related to complaints, concerns, and issues related to homelessness. And it also includes all of our jurisdictions, so FID, Caltrans, railroads, county, et cetera. And then finally, it includes our CBO partners for transportation and housing, such as Turning Point, RH Community Builders, Services, et cetera. So that is the new HEART team. And in terms of your question about PD's role moves to a background role, that as calls come into the 311 call center, they will be converted to internal Fresgos. They'll be reviewed by our new HEART code team and then dispatched for various responses based on the type of call that they are. And so that may be an encampment, that may be private property residential, private property commercial, it may be another jurisdiction. As those internal Fresgos will be tracked so that as you and your staff put in a concern related to homelessness, that the status of that response gets tracked back in a feedback loop through our 311 call center.
So let me, I'm a simple-minded individual.
Anything
So,
but, I know
yeah,
that.
I think you just confused me even more.
All right.
But my recollection was that we had 12 sworn officers as part of the homeless task force the last budget.
No. The most we ever had was,
I think it's 8.
no, it's sergeant plus 5. The sergeant plus 6 now. They added 1.
7, yeah, okay.
Okay, and so of those teams, H explained exactly what it is, but I'll just say this. We are rolling this out after January in a more formal setting. Part of it had to do with we won't even have the 7 of the code people on HEART code
Until December 20th.
till the December 20th. We only have 3 of those on board now, and we were waiting to get our 311 system staffed so that we could handle it. So this is going to be rolled out comprehensively to all of you in January.
So Mayor, safe to say that you guys are still developing the details, and
The details are done, the staffing is not. So the plan is in place. In fact, I know I went over this plan, city manager and I did with you, kind of the details of it. There's a PowerPoint, more than happy to do, and probably what we should do is a workshop. Once that thing gets rolled out publicly, we don't want any confusion, because trust me, there's plenty of confusion on who do you call for the homeless, who responds, how do they respond.
Mayor, can I just ask for
Sure.
one favor? Can you do the workshop before you roll it out?
Yes.
So that we can all have the same understanding?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I didn't see in the attachments the actual application, so we don't get to see the scope or anything?
So the application is due December 31st, so we're coming to you for approval to make the application. The application, this is a very unique pot of money from the state. They're encouraging innovation and they're encouraging collaboration. So the application is actually being written by a number of our collaborative partners under our leadership. We will be including you as city council members as that application rolls out. We will get that, turn that in by December 31st. We've got some great ideas for how, but the purpose of this funding, the state has made $47 million available to municipalities to basically go after, in a new collaborative, innovative way, their toughest encampment. And our goal is to do that, and to do that with our partners, and to have a stellar application to apply for $5 million that will help us, short-term money that will help us have long-term benefit for building our homeless service delivery system.
What happened to the cahoots model that we all have kind of heard about and said that we were going to do something in that realm? Why?
Yeah, so we are currently, so we went and actually Assistant City Manager Francine Kane and several of the, Mike Reed from the PD, they've been touring the country. So they toured Eugene, Portland, Seattle. They're now going on another one, Albuquerque, I think Austin, Memphis, and San Diego. So there's a bunch of models out there for this crisis. We call it the crisis intervention kind of team that addresses this. So we're busily building that program right now, and that'll be part of our budget recommendation when we come to you in 23 with, this is how we want to go forward with that, the cahoots model or crisis intervention teams that other cities kind of call it.
23 or 22?
FY '23.
June.
Yeah, so we're building it based on all this information we're getting from all these other cities. We're getting a lot of great input. We're going to dial it in and build something specific to Fresno.
But
would
in
just-
terms of this
I would just-
application, though.
I would just
so-
say, council member, that the cahoots concept is embedded in the structure and design of the heart team approach. So what it does is it takes, and back to council member Arias's concern, it takes law enforcement and puts them in the background as backup to all of our outreach teams. And that actually, that's what we're doing now. In all of our de-encampments, all of our encampment resolutions, PD is in the background. They do a great job. They are, the fact that we have a specialized group of police officers that are sensitive to issues of homelessness, who are meeting regularly with outreach workers, many of whom have lived experience on the streets. We've embedded a lot of the cahoots principles in that. After the first of the year and then into the next budget, we'll also be looking specifically at mental health issues and how we weave mental health and crisis intervention into this heart team approach, which will be a comprehensive, citywide response to street homelessness.
If I may, I'd like you to consider and evaluate how the fire department can play a role in this heart process. Other cities, instead of using the police department, use the fire departments, because as you know, a lot of them are paramedics too, and a lot of these residents need some medical treatment. So I'd like that evaluation to happen. I know we have hundreds of folks who want to be firefighters. This might be a perfect entry point for them before they have a position with us. Whereas in the police department, we're struggling to stay fully staffed. So I'm not yet convinced that we need 7 officers to help with something. The last time we discussed the amount of incidents where somebody had to be arrested was below 1%. I like to give
one citation in 2021.
One citation,
Not
2021.
an arrest, a citation.
Correct. So I like to give the police chief all the officers and bodies he possibly can get to do day-to-day patrols and see whether somebody else can step in and provide that backup. Because when you have one citation in a year, it might be time to reevaluate it. Since we're doing a $5 million proposal, since you guys are developing a whole new model, I like to see the fire department's role in that model be considered.
Councilmember?
Second that.
Yeah, Councilmember, so I think the mayor and I are going to meet with the fire chief and Francine as well, going to meet with the fire chief, because we're going to roll out the new paramedic model. Now that you guys approved the safer firefighters, we backfilled all of the vacancies. We're going to roll out this paramedic model for exactly what you just said, that it'll be part of our response team to some of these issues that we're seeing in the community.
Let me just ask you simple terms, and all related to something we're working on right now. How does this improve the service delivery model that we're doing right now? Because as you know, I have an encampment on Clovis Avenue that everybody sees every single day. I've had it for over 2 weeks now. I've submitted it. I don't think it's a problem of turning things in and recognizing. I think it's a problem of responding. So how does this actually help us respond? And when can we expect some folks to get out there and give some assistance to those folks that are in that parking lot, that gas station? Because it's been a while now.
Right. Like the mayor mentioned, we have the rest of our heart team coming on board December 20th. And I just want to mention that the fact that I mentioned that there was one citation was not mentioned in the context of not needing police response.
I understand that.
None of this happens
But to the
without
question,
PD.
how are we improving this process with this grant of $5 million?
We'll have more feet on the street. We'll have 10 Heart Code team members working with our Heart PD members, working with 18 outreach, and we'll be
So when you get the call and you know there's a camp there, what exactly does the Heart team go and do?
Well, it depends on whether it's an encampment, whether it's a 1 and 2, whether
It's an
it's
encampment.
Okay, so an encampment, first of all, keep in mind, we have about 4,000 homeless individuals who are experiencing homelessness right now in our city. About 1,500 of them are in shelters, so that leaves about 2,500 out there. What we do right now is we have a spreadsheet that prioritizes encampments and looks at those encampments based on the calls for service, based on to PD, based on concerns from citizens in the area, based on health and safety and violence.
I understand that process, H,
So we're
but to my
picking them
question
off.
specifically, what does HART actually go and do? Once HART team gets there to the site, it's an encampment, you've identified it, what exactly do they do?
So it depends,
H,
I
let me just,
Yep.
so I'm going to use Councilmember Esparza's Tyler Street example. Big encampment, we dispatched the group out there. First thing we had to do, get rid of the criminal element. So that's the first thing we do. The first thing we did is we cleaned out the criminal elements. That's phase one. Do surveillance, get warrants, bust up the tents, get that done. Once we know it's safe for our people to be in there, then we take the sanitation people in there, we clean up the trash, so make it clean and safe. The next thing we'll do, once we get the equipment here, we'll be able to take the showers out there, so get the people clean, so that's a clean, safe, hygienic camp. Then we start the process of, okay, now we're gonna bring the outreach workers in. Now we're gonna talk to you about getting you into motels, hotels. So it's a sequential process we go through. All along, we gotta make sure everybody's safe.
So how long does that process take?
How long did that one take with you, council members? About 3 weeks from the time
It was a couple-week process.
Yeah.
It was step by step. But yeah, 2 to 3 weeks.
Here's why I'm asking all these questions for H.
I think Council President Chavez, I think you're dealing with an encampment and I should know this, but is it on private property? So this is really important. What City Manager just mentioned is what we do on public property. On private property, it has to do with no trespassing.
Private property, it takes 6 months.
Private property, no,
I can give you a list of them.
Well, I know, but you're asking a great question. What the HART team will do is the HART team, if you think that this relatively small team is going to deal with homelessness in the city, you're wrong. The key, though, is this team is going to leverage the power of all of PD and all of code. On private property, main code with the POP officers deal with a private property situation. Usually that involves filing an 808 letter, posting, and then eliminating resolving the encampment. And it's very important that we know that that's the difference because encampments on city property have to operate under AO 623. Sure. Private property, it's no trespassing and it can be relatively quick. However, the coordinated efforts, what HART will do is coordinate this so that there will be a much more speedy response to private property issues.
This is the conversation that we've not had as a council, because I think we all speak of homelessness as an abstract, just get it fixed and we'll forget about it. But it's a structural issue. So, City Attorney, code enforcement for a private property encampment that we have, what would be the process that their office would undertake? Obviously, our director just spoke and said, you got to notice the property owner, then you have to post a letter. Then once that post a letter, what's the time frame for that?
Well, yes. First of all, we contact the property owner. If they're not available, we've gone and gotten court orders before to go in and
abate
cleanups. So that's possible because the property owner is responsible for allowing people to live in an uninhabitable situation on their property. So it's the property owner's responsibility. They provide the trespassing letter saying that they're not allowing trespassing on their property. Even if not required, we go through the noticing. We give people who are there notice that at least 10 days out, we're going to come in and do a cleanup. And sometimes we allow more time than that, depending upon the situation. And then at some point, we'll coordinate with PD and actually go out there and have things cleaned up.
Is that after the 10-day notice?
Yes.
And then to the question, what services do we actually have those HART folks show up, right? Because if you don't have services, the folks are going to go and then they're going to go somewhere else. So what kind of services does the HART team show up and offer?
Great question. If it's on public property, the HART team shows up with housing and a number of other services. I mean, everything from...
But why is there a distinction if you're on private property or public property?
Because if you're on private property, it's all about trespassing. If you're on private, if we begin to offer housing for folks that are illegally residing on private property, we'll be incentivizing people to move to private property. We don't want to do that. When people are on public property, like a city sidewalk, then we go through the process of notification, of outreach over a period of time, all based on AO 623, which is compassionate and humanitarian. That's a different deal. And this is, you put your finger right on it, Council President. We need a workshop on this so that we know the nuances of this. But
So
Couldn't you say that was an incentive for them to move to our parks instead on public property?
It's like when we clean up, when we prioritize the highways, everybody moved to the highways to get housing. Right?
No, I would say that was a problem, and we could go deep on this. That what did become a problem, what we began to do then was basically move to, whether it's a highway or a canal like in Nelson's district, what we did, Councilmember Esparza's district, sorry, what we do is we do the initial notification and we register people who are there so that we develop a solid list ahead of time. Anybody else that moves on in an opportunistic fashion gets offered services, but they don't necessarily get offered housing.
And the reason I asked those questions, I did it on purpose because this council hasn't had that conversation. I think oftentimes we just want the problem resolved, right? Because we get the calls from constituents.
Right.
But it seems to me that now we have an opportunity to come out with a framework that actually addresses some of those root causes of people, that whether it's mental health, whether it's, down on their luck, whether it's, and I think for me is you just want to remove as many barriers as possible. And I personally don't want to make a distinction whether it's private or public property for them, because I think at the end of the day, the goal is to get those folks into housing, into services with that, right? So,
And Council
so let's
President-
do that when we do our workshop and flush all of this out, because this is like the number one issue right now in the city.
Council President, we don't have time though, because they're gonna apply. We're not gonna know what they applied for.
Not with this item. This is like small item. I'm talking about the comprehensive housing, homelessness conversation, because they're connected.
Yeah.
We keep sometimes thinking that they're separated, but they're connected, right? You got to put folks under housing, and it solves some of the problems.
This item gives us an opportunity to do a case study in one particular area with one particular set of encampments. But you're right, and our goal is to bring to you, hopefully by January 13th, an overall view of what's going on. And in addition, if you approve this today, we'll put the application together. We'll also inform you as we're putting the application together. And then if we're fortunate enough to receive the funds, we'll come back and ask your approval to receive it.
And I want to be just crystal clear from my perspective. I sit on the Homeless Committee and Housing Committee. I still don't have clarity on the HEART team. You're asking us to give you permission to apply for $5 million to permanently fund the HEART team, which we still don't have clarity on how to operate. The $5 million is specifically for the HEART team.
No, the HEART team, which you funded during the last budget, the HEART team puts us in a very competitive position to receive these funds. These funds will be used to create a pilot project for our most challenging encampment, which right now is H in San Benito. And so we'll be rolling out a plan for how to do that will actually impact the whole ecosystem of Chinatown, the downtown area around H and San Benito, as well as Fulton Street.
What I'm struggling with, H, is we literally have one paragraph. The whole agenda item is the NOFA and the criteria. It's one paragraph, if that, on how we would use those $5 million. You're now telling me that it's going to be to pilot how we deal with the most complex and permanent encampments.
Right.
I'd like to be intimately involved in how we do that, because I'm going to be directly impacted.
Right.
If we decide that our solution is 20 police officers funded by this grant to go relocate folks a block down.
It isn't that, but you were maybe unknowingly involved yesterday in writing this grant when you met with folks at the Poverello House.
Is that when I said no, no, and no?
No, that's when you said yes, yes, and yes, but you also said...
I'm glad we have consensus.
But you also said if, and if. And
So-
we're prepared actually to meet all of those conditions, which I have in front of me right here.
Well, that's what I'm struggling with. Actually, if you guys read the staff report, it doesn't even describe what we're gonna do or how we're gonna apply. It outlines all the different elements that the application or the NOFA includes. I'm really struggling because I think details are important. You're essentially saying, which I think it's important that we apply for the dollars and draw the resources, but I'm struggling because we don't even have a summary of what the real plan. You just disclosed one potential partner. I would have liked to see a list of those partners that have already said yes, or those other partners that you guys are working with to get them on board and what role they're going to play. I'm struggling right now to get to yes when the details are
I totally
minimal
understand that.
to nothing.
Right, and
Yeah, hang on a sec. H, let me just, so it's a two-step process. This process right now is just let us submit the application. We're going to work with you guys to show it is. Next, because we're going to have to put a detailed work plan, scope, resource plan together for the application. We get the funding. You'll see that. You'll see that as it goes in. We'll get the funding. You'll have to approve that contract. And if it doesn't have what you want in it, then you don't approve it. I mean, you're going to get two shots at this. And so we're going to work with you guys between now and submitting it so you can see what the elements are, but you're going to get the detail as we present it to the state, and then it comes back
But
to you.
don't you think that some level of detail should have been given?
I feel your pain, Councilmember Soria, because that's what I've been given. The state just came out with this money. It's a very unique pot of money.
Last week?
They're at, well, then the last month and a half. But they do not give us a lot of, they gave us a lot of latitude. What they said was that they're going to incentivize cities that come with innovative programs like HEART, and they want to provide resources. For us, it'll probably be housing and services that we're looking at. And it's exactly what city manager said. We're on a timeline. I'm feeling your pain because we actually have to assemble our partners to put this together with input from you all.
Mayor, this feels a little bit like approve it and then we'll tell you what's in it.
It
Kind of
is.
moment.
So what other partners? So Poverello is one of them. What other partners?
It'll be the ones that we're working with right now are all those that are involved in the HEART team. So that internally, that means PD, but although there won't be any funding in here for PD, it includes code, although there won't be any funding for code, we've already got that. It includes our sanitation. Externally, it includes Poverello House. It will include some of our housing partners, and it will include right now, the initial conversation is that it will include the Chinatown Business District, the Downtown Fulton Business District partnership, and the COC, and basically our whole homeless service delivery system, because we're committed to working based on coordinated entry system. It also includes Caltrans, because we're looking at the potential of utilizing California State right-of-way. So there's a lot of moving parts on this.
Well, that's a little bit more information than what was included in the staff report. I think that for the next occasion, you probably want to do a little bit more, a little better job in presenting that ahead of time, just because.
Councilwoman Soria, when's the last time that the homeless committee met?
Last week.
Last week.
A week
and was this presented as part of that?
We talked about this grant in general, but we didn't talk about specifics.
Yeah, we didn't get into
Okay,
details about it.
that's the problem.
The main issue, the reasons we met the last two times was all about Home Key 2.
Yeah.
All about Home Key 2.
All right. Okay. I'll make a motion to approve and see
I'll second.
where we're at. All right.
It's gonna go to the homeless committee before it's submitted?
H, can you give
We
the
can do
homeless
that.
committee?
I'll make that part of the motion. How about it goes to the homeless
no
committee
problem.
before we do that?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Roll call. Do we have still Councilmember Bredefeld on?
Yep.
He's awfully quiet. We might
The
have to do
city's
Zoom all the time now, Councilmember Bredeville.
experiencing the same pain everyone else is.
Sorry to interrupt your TV Land episodes. Roll call vote, please.
All right, Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
Mayor, I just want to re-emphasize that, you know, H has been put in the position to deal with homeless, which is the #1 issue in the city.
We already spoke,
And
Councilmember
housing.
Arias.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes.
Yes.
But I just want to reemphasize, the reason you're getting a ton of question from us is because it's the #1 issue in the city. And that's why, you know, the chief gets a lot of questions because he's the biggest budget in the city. So I hope you don't take it personal, but we're trying to solve a very complex problem, and every opportunity we have, we're trying to understand it better and be more thoughtful in how we address it.
Can I get the mute button? I'm going to go for the record for the longest meeting of the year, my last meeting. All right, item 1CC, and that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you. We got the chief for this one, I presume. Hey, good afternoon, Chief Balderrama. I pulled this item because it left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. On April 28th, we entered into a contract with Fresno County Jailhouse that was supposed to lock us in for $520 a day for 5 or 6 beds. I think the whole point of entering into the contract is that it was supposed to lock us in at that rate. It was never executed, so number one, I don't know what's been going on for the last 8 months. And number two, I mean, how do we let this happen? I mean, isn't the whole point of entering into a contract so they can't decide not to execute it, increase their prices, and then 6 months later put it back on our agenda for over $150 more per day?
Yeah, so this particular item also left a bad taste in my mouth for the same reasons that you just listed. Basically, the way it was explained to me is that they were already in the process of changing the going rate for everyone. This is not just a deal for the Fresno Police Department, it's for any other police department. Therefore, they were already going through that process. After we actually signed the contract, they said, look, we gave you the wrong contract. These are the new rates. They are the rates for everyone. In the contract, it does give them stipulate that they can change the rates. Therefore, for the first 2 months, we actually paid the old rates until we got
real
this.
quick? The contract allows them to change the rate on us? Is that true with this contract we're voting on today?
They were already going through the process of changing their rates. It had not been finalized in the actual document. The document they gave us was, what's that?
With this contract today, do they have the ability to do that again?
You know, Doug, I'd love the opportunity to go and fight that if we already signed a contract for old rates, but the way it was explained to me, they had already gone through the process of adjusting the rates upward, and they basically gave us the wrong form.
Chief, with the contract you're asking us to vote on today, do they have the ability to do this again?
No, this locks us in for 3 years, and with the option of going to a 4th and 5th year at $20 more per bed.
So it said that the previous contract was never executed. What have we been doing the past 8 months?
For the first 2 months, we paid the old rate because we'd signed a contract. That's what we thought we were going to pay until we were notified that no, the rates changed for everyone, and thus we've been paying the new rates.
Since?
Let's see, for July and September, we paid the old rate, so ever since then, October on.
Has there been any discussion? I mean, this is what, $1.6 million? Been a discussion on just the city creating a space for these 5 beds in a city-owned facility with this funds instead of, I mean, these are supposed to be our partners when it comes to law enforcement. I feel like they pulled a fast
Right,
one
yeah, I certainly don't think it was malicious or anything like that. I really think it was just an oversight on their part.
It's contract law.
You know, it's much more expensive to obviously build our own facility and maintain our own facility. There's a lot of oversight as far as state laws. You know, that it would be a huge responsibility for us. Right now, we have the ability to enter into a contract with Fresno County, and it does help us. You know, I'm not happy about paying a higher rate. Obviously, I could have used that money for a lot of other things, including the next item on the agenda. But you know, I'm subject to whatever the rates the Fresno County sets for us.
I'll make a motion to approve. I would assume that my trepidation is probably shared by my colleagues, but I'll give them an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Chief.
I'll second that, and I have some questions for Doug.
I was next, council member.
Yeah, Councilmember Soria, and then Councilmember Bredefeld, and then Motormouth, Councilmember Arias next.
Can I second that?
Chief, just have a question on the beds being utilized. I know when we first started this was actually under now Mayor Dyer, but we were utilizing those beds because there were these notorious folks that were stealing vehicles, and I think that was the goal at that time. What are you using the beds for today?
Thank you for your question. That's a great question. Yes, during that time, the city of Fresno was either number 1 or number 2 in the country as far as auto thefts. That's no longer the case. We're not even in the top 20. So we utilize these beds to secure individuals who we believe are going to continue hurting our community. So if we have a prolific gang member that is caught with a gun, and that's a charge that they can get out on. It's not a violent act just to be in possession of a firearm. So we may put some of those individuals who we anticipate will go out and harm our community into those beds. And we've actually been very successful in calming things over a weekend as far as shootings when we put certain individuals, gang members, in those beds so they cannot get out. They have to bond out.
Why does the sheriff let them out if they shouldn't be out? And we found a mechanism to keep them in. I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, so they cannot be let out if they're in one of our jail beds. It guarantees that they're not going to be let out.
I know, but why is our sheriff letting these people out? If we are making the determination of the city of Fresno, if you as a chief are saying, hey, if we keep these people, behind bars, they won't continue to commit other crimes and victimize more people. I don't understand why the sheriff wouldn't just, as a matter of policy, keep these people without charging us the money. I'm just curious.
Yeah, they're under a consent decree and also a lawsuit that says that once they hit 90% capacity, they have to start letting people out for the lower charges. So if it's anything that's nonviolent, they will get released, and they oftentimes do.
So then how do we get away with keeping them there?
Because these are jail beds that are guaranteed to us. They're guaranteed to us. It's like safe space, where if we want to put 5 individuals in there, they have to bond out. They have to go through whatever other mechanisms. They can't be let out for free, for lack of a better phrase, simply because they're up to 90% capacity.
Okay.
Yeah, believe me, this whole thing's new to me too, and it's pretty incredible, but these beds do help us.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I'm interested in the same way that Councilmember Soria is. I don't understand, in some sense, why we have to pay for this. If these individuals are a danger, why do we need to have 5 beds that the city of Fresno pays as opposed to they're a danger and they ought to remain? And how do we have the authority to supersede law to release them simply because there are beds?
Right, so the only guaranteed charge that you're not going to be released on is technically murder 1. That's typically a no bail charge. But anything else, people have the ability to bond out. With $0 bail, that really put a $0 amount on a lot of different crimes. So unless we put them in one of these jail beds, and we only use them when we have to, that's the only guarantee that they're not going to get out just on early release or because of overcrowding.
Did you see this in Oklahoma?
No, there was no such thing. You have to bond out to get out of jail there.
Okay. I'm just curious, have you seen this kind of arrangement between a jail, between the Department of Police and the county?
No, this is something that's new to me, and we actually crunched some numbers here recently while we were experiencing a lot of violent crime, and we discovered that a significant percentage of the people who are released, early release, $0 bail, or otherwise do go back and reoffend. So that's something that's a concern to me, that police officers are working very, very hard on skeleton crews to go out there, make a case, capture somebody who's hurt the community, just so they can get out and they can reoffend. We actually had one individual who actually was put in jail for attempted murder and was released and subsequently finished the job. So that's not okay. That's not a good process.
Well, it also seems a pay taxes in the city and the county for law enforcement. And now we're paying an additional fee to keep criminals who, as you said, are dangerous and may harm the community. Now the city of Fresno taxpayers are paying an additional fee beyond the fees they already pay, beyond the fees they already pay to the county to keep people locked in. I mean, if we're truly partners, which we are, just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But anyway, thank you, Chief.
All right, Councilmember Arias and then Councilmember Maxwell.
Chief, this may not be a question for you, maybe it might be for the mayor. What other city pays extra to have guaranteed beds to our sheriff?
I'm not aware of any that.
City in this county.
What's that?
What other city in this county pays the sheriff extra?
Oh, there are no other cities that pay for jail beds that I'm aware of. Federal government does contract with the county to hold federal inmates. And so what the chief said is true. What they do then is if there's guaranteed beds based on an outside funding source, they carve that out of their potential to release. But I am not aware of any others. I do know the other counties or the other cities, they pay for certain police services from the sheriff. We don't.
But Mayor, follow me. We have a tax sharing agreement with the county and the city, which happens to be exactly the same for every city in the county. So we all pay the same percentage to the county. But when Wrigley arrests somebody, they're not charged a shakedown fee of $1.1 million in order to keep the bad guys in jail. It's only the city of Fresno residents that have to pay that fee.
The answer is yes. And remember, historically, as we go back, what happened was when we initiated this, and I know it was with a different council at that time, but we were leading the country in auto theft. And it was frustrating because we had people that were stealing 4 or 5 cars a day, being arrested, going to jail, and getting out. And just to take you back, at that time, we ended up suing the county over that because we felt that they're supposed to hold these people. So fast forward, or at that time, they said, we can guarantee you jail beds, but you got to pay for them.
Yeah.
And so we did. Yeah. But that was for auto theft, and it's because they were being let out. Today, to say that we have a gang member armed with a gun being released from jail is mind-boggling to me. But I understand. I understand what's happened over the last few years.
But why can't
Mayor,
the sheriff?
if I may, the reason why there's a federal decree on the county jail was because of mismanagement of the county jail that led to the most deaths under any jail in the country for Fresno County. So the sheriff's mismanagement of the county jail led to a federal decree that limits the capacity of that jail to 90%. Their response is then to charge us a surplus tax in order to guarantee us that they keep bad guys behind bars. And that has nothing to do with any of the props, any of the reforms of criminal justice. That's a Fresno County specific issue. So for me, it's a plain and simple shakedown by the county because they're not asking that of Clovis, of Kingsburg, of Reedley, that all pay the exact same percentage of taxes to the county of Fresno. So as they ask us to be partners, just in the wildfires, we sent all our officers to do traffic control in the mountains to keep people safe at the expense of shooting victims in the city. And we just gave them a beautiful proclamation last meeting for that partnership. In this meeting, they not only shake us down for $1 million, they increase the cost after we had a contract that we had already approved for the previous amount. I don't see how this is a partnership. It's simply a shakedown by the county, and it's the result of mismanagement of the county jail.
Councilmember Arias, just to clear up a couple of things, if Reedley or Kingsburg or some of those other places wanted to get guaranteed jail beds, it would be the same rate for them. And I can tell you that during the summer, while we had the spike in shootings and homicides, I reached out to the sheriff and she gave us a couple of additional beds throughout the summer so we can do the gang operation, which was also helpful. So she is a good partner. This is something that is, again, new to me.
I'm very troubled though that why can't you guys, if she's a good partner, why can't you guys just have that communication where you're saying, Chief, you and your officer are saying, hey, these 5 people should not be let out. So figure out in your jail to let 5 other people. That's where I'm having trouble with.
There is that communication. Our magic staff and our gang suppression team have the ability to contact the jail. There is a jail administrator at the time, and if we have a person that we earmark that we identify as a dangerous gang member that should not get out, they will do everything possible to keep that person in jail. That's been guaranteed to me by the sheriff, and that's something that we do. But it doesn't always work out. If they're at 93%, 95%, they have to let certain people out, and sometimes those are people that we arrest.
Yeah, I just don't know if I am there today. I'm just like, it's a double tax. Like we're already paying. I feel like every time the Fresno County forgets that the city of Fresno is part of Fresno County. And that's what really frustrates me. Because I know that with those $1 million, we could probably have additional officers, right?
Yes, we could.
So I'd rather us really put it on the county and say, hey, you guys need to, I get the communication's good, but they need to be better partners so that we can actually put more officers on the street to solve other crimes. That's what I would be interested in. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to support this today, because I want to make sure that this body is able to send a message that, hey, our residents shouldn't be footing the bill twice for what we should be receiving, which is having the opportunity to keep people behind bars that are going to continue to victimize other folks.
Colleagues, just for a word of caution, this is an optional contract that we have. The alternative is, yeah, we could go ahead and not do this, and then the chief's going to have to deal with criminals being released back into the general population and victimizing. The majority of them are going to be our residents, because we have the concentration of residents and we have the concentration of gangs and all the challenges that go along with that. So I know we're upset, and I think it requires additional conversations, but let's not tie our police chief's hand or our police department's hands, because I think at the end of the day, if we send a message, it could be a message that could essentially cost the life of one of our residents, and I don't think any of us want that.
Chief, I have a couple more questions. Was it ever part of the conversation to prorate the city back for a certain amount of days that we go without using those beds, or has that never happened?
Well, that never happens. They're always full. And I have to pay for that bed whether I have a body in it, so I always make sure I have a body in it.
Understood. Having worked in the building, I think our city's probably due for a new headquarters sometime soon. If that happens in the next 5 years, what is our ability to get out of this contract if we have more space and we could add an additional 5
My
beds?
recommendation is just to focus on the 3 years, on the minimum 3 years, and then make that decision at year 3, whether we want to extend it to 4 and 5. It's an ongoing conversation between myself and Sheriff Mims, and again, I want to reiterate that she has been very helpful in a lot of other areas, and she is part of the Magic team as well. And a lot of these jail beds, as a matter of fact, most of the jail beds go to the Magic team. They get to, my Magic commander is actually oversees who gets to be in those beds. You're exactly right that headquarters needs to be replaced. It is full of encapsulated asbestos, and pumping more money into that particular building is a waste of money. So long term, we do need to consider what we're going to do about that, because every day that thing gets older.
I agree with you, Chief.
You've worked in it, you know.
You have a motion and a second on the table.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Councilmember Carbasi, I think you had a question? Councilmember Carbasi? I think there's support for the item.
Okay, prepare to have some fun, Council President. No, look, what's the total dollar amount of the contract?
Yeah, the total dollar amount is $1,192,790. That is, it's not the difference. That's the total what we're paying. Obviously, the other contract would become null and void. The previous rate was $520 a day. Now it is $650 per day per bed.
So here's the thing: priorities. I mean, everyone knows how I feel about public safety, but I'm looking at this number now. Last night it was 69. Now it's 71, and you've devoted a lot of resources to allocating more officers on patrol. dismantling special units, changing schedules. And I appreciate the sheriff. I think she's a good partner. I've got a lot of county islands. They do a great job, working with us, and I want to acknowledge that. But I think as a city policy, I think that $1 million is better spent putting more officers on the streets.
That equates to about 10 more officers.
Right. So we can vote for this today, but at the same time, we also can vote to have 10 more patrol officers out there.
What's the
Now,
chief's recommendation?
What's that?
What's the chief's recommendation?
Right, thank you. Is there a recommendation from the chief?
Yeah, my recommendation is that although I'd love to have more police officers, and we do have a plan to grow the police department because we've shrunk the last 2 years. In 2020, we're negative 30 in hiring.
Right.
This year, we're going to be negative 8, so we have a plan for that. These beds save lives because I can put people who are going to get out and kill someone.
Okay, then, yeah,
All
ready
right,
to go. Thank you.
motion was made, seconded, roll call vote, City Clerk?
Councilmember Soria.
Motion was to approve, was made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Arias to approve.
No,
I'd
I
like to
want more
withdraw my second.
officers.
No?
I'd like to withdraw my second on that
All right,
motion.
I'll do the second. So motion by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by myself, roll call?
Councilmember Soria.
I said, no, I want more officers.
All right,
Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
No, I'd rather we put the money in ongoing budget for new officers.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
yes. All right, motion carries. Council, let's go to item 1WW. We have a staff member that's going to present that needs to do something else. Aldi, are you presenting this item or Director Aguirre? You will?
My item.
All right, Councilmember Arias. I think it was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, it's an item in my district. I'd like to make a motion to approve, and then we'll take questions from the council member, of course.
Item
Item
1WW. So motion by Councilmember Arias. I'll second that. Councilmember Bredefeld, did you have any specific questions with this?
I wasn't clear on why we're doing this, what the amount was. That was it.
Councilmember Arias, I think you prepped this item.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Bredefeld. Just for background for the council, in short, the city funded in 2018 a playground equipment installation in Tutman Park in West Fresno. After a couple of rounds of bids in a couple of years, we've secured the equipment. Unfortunately, the funding source with CDBG requires a minimum of 2 bids. For 2 rounds of bidding, we've been unable to get more than 2 bids. As a result, the equipment has been in storage for, I believe, a little over a year. We're now going on 5 years before we can install the playground equipment. So we've come up with a solution with the Parks Department and staff that instead of utilizing the CDBG funds, we utilize the general fund money in the Parks Department for the installation of the equipment, and then take the CDBG funds and redirect them to the senior center, which is an eligible use for CDBG, and which add an additional $500,000 to the senior center budget. It is essentially a workaround to the requirements and limits of CDBG at the federal level, that they require a minimum of 2 bids. I was gonna show you a beautiful drawing from the student. It is a little girl who actually, if you allow me, let me read the letter that started this whole process. My name is Alina. I am 10, but turning 11 in 3 months. I live across the street from the California Tutman Park. My family has been waiting for the park for 3 years. We have had trees planted, fun events, and watched the black fence get up. It only took 1 day to put up the fence. We often go over to the park, get out of the house to exercise. My dad, Kyle, and I went to City Hall to get the space turned into a park instead of a grocery store, apartment complex, or other ideas. My mom went with my sister again to City Hall to see when the equipment would be installed in a shade structure and a drinking fountain. Can you please help us install the playground equipment? And she, of course, submitted amazing drawings of what the park's gonna look like. And again, West Fresno has been waiting for that equipment installation. Unfortunately, CDBG has some very specific requirements that they need at least 2 bids in order to install the park. So our recommendation is that we replace the funding with the general fund in the Parks Department and redirect the CDBG money to the senior center.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, thank you.
All right, motion was made, seconded.
Can I
Roll
ask
call.
a clarifying question?
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Messel.
I don't know if the question is for Aguirre or whomever, but I just want to walk through it one more time. So we're going to redirect the allocated CDBG money towards the park, towards the senior center. We're going to use park general fund instead to go towards the park. What about the general funds that were originally allocated towards the senior center? Will they stay with the senior center, or are they going to be used to backfill the park's general funds?
No, the money that was previously identified for the senior center will stay intact.
Which was 500,000? How much was it?
It was the CDBG, yes. How much?
The general fund portion towards the senior center.
CDBG and Measure P.
Correct. We currently have the CDBG and Measure P 1.9, and then the CDBG is 3.1.
Thank you. That was it?
That answer your question, Councilmember Messel? All right, roll call.
Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go back to item 1DD. I believe it was Councilmember Arias that pulled this item. It's the item for agreement between the city and Profos to purchase 300 Glock pistols, holsters, and Streamlight TLR7.
Chief.
Chief?
Paco, I'll just keep this short. I pulled the item to say thank you. A couple years ago, a former chief made it a big spectacle to be able to replace weapons on the department, claiming that there wasn't salary savings in the department to do it, and there was this huge artificial crisis around
Not this
equipment.
chief, though. Can you clarify
Not
that
this
one?
chief, a former chief.
Okay, thank you.
A former chief and a former mayor. So then the council is very clear. There's plenty of salary savings, to be able to do it. So thank you for proving the council right. There's plenty of salary savings in the police department for you guys to secure the equipment that you need to replace it. So thank you again for just being a good budget steward of the department's budget.
Want to make a motion for the guns?
I'll make a motion to buy the equipment necessary for the police department because Chavez told me to.
Second by Councilmember Bredefeld?
Can Councilmember Arias say the G word?
He did.
Glock?
I'm punched up.
Well, CCW is for everybody.
Chief, these are 17s, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm sorry?
These are 17s.
They're Glock 45, so
45,
it's the 9mm. It's changed. The model has changed a little bit.
Got it.
And just to just a very quick response. This was on us because it was not projected in the budget, so we had to go back and find the money. And I think the fair thing to do is not to impact the city's budget any longer when we have salary savings to pay for it.
Thank you. That was the same case before. So
All
thank
right.
you for recognizing that when the
So a
department does an
motion was
oversight.
made
fix
for
it.
the guns, seconded, roll call?
I'm punched up, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I've never been one to pick on someone who's not here to defend
My
themselves.
last day.
So if Chief Hall is watching, I want to thank you for your service to this community, and I wish you well.
Yes, thank you, former chiefs and mayors and everybody that we've offended in the last 30 minutes. All right,
Now we
roll
can
call
vote.
vote? Todd?
And just to clarify, the first was Arias and second Bredefeld.
Correct.
All right. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes, and we are still on contested consent.
Thank you.
Item 1XX, and that was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Move to approve.
Thank you. I'll second that. All right, roll call vote.
I'll second that item with one correction.
I already seconded.
Oh, thank you. I just need one technical correction. It'll be the Florence site will be the official name. And we've confirmed that with the
Florence.
city manager. The Florence site.
All right, duly noted. So with that, roll call.
Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And President Chavez. Council President Chavez.
Yes. The last item from contested consent is 1CZ. It was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, do you have any questions? There was a modification made to come back for 6 months for review. and it was entered into the record.
Yes, I appreciate the effort on this. The people who do local government strategic consulting obviously do a great job. Mr. Tavlian does a great job. That's why you guys are using. But my hesitation in supporting this was, can our city staff do the very same thing that is being requested so we wouldn't have to spend the $145,000? You're trying to look at getting a Fresno Veterans Memorial District. I understand, certainly makes sense. So I looked at the scope of services, and I would just like the city manager to comment as to whether or not city staff can fulfill the scope of services that are outlined here. City staff can.
City manager?
Yeah, we have the technical expertise to perform this function. We just hadn't been asked. It'll be in our planning department.
You guys have capacity?
Expertise.
Oh, I'm saying capacity.
Expertise, yes, we have the expertise, yes. I said we have the expertise.
So you have employees that are not doing something right now that could be doing something.
We have the expertise, we would have to program it. We hadn't been asked to program it, but if put upon us, we could.
Councilmember Bredefeld, does that answer your question?
Well, the question, you raise a good point. I mean, okay, you have the expertise, city manager, but would you be able to do it if asked to do it? If you're not able to do it, it makes sense to go outside the city.
Yeah, we would, at this point with the capacity issue that we've got, I think it would be best that we push this outside if we want to stick on some schedule. I'm not sure what the council member's schedule is. So for November
2022.
And it's got to be on the ballot before then even, right?
Way before then.
Yeah, so I think holding us to the deadline like that, where it's like, if it doesn't meet this deadline, then I think our better recommendation would be to go ahead and outsource it.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second it.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld seconded. Roll call?
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias, absent. Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes. All right, I am ashamed to announce this, but we are at our 10 a.m. number one item, and it is now 4 p.m. City Clerk, do we have that individual that wanted to speak on this item?
I believe we do.
Yeah, and I believe he wanted a slide or something shown on there, right?
Correct.
All right, so sir, you'll have 3 minutes for this item. As you can tell, we are pressed for time.
Yes. Well, I'll be quick as possible. Thank you. Hello, my name is Matthew Gillian, and I am the founder of Inspiration Transportation. Thank you to the council president and all of the council members for the opportunity to present today, as well as the mayor as well. Thank you. I founded this nonprofit organization in 2017 with the goal of providing electric microtransit transportation services here in my hometown. Our mission is to implement sustainable transportation, social service transportation in underserved communities throughout the San Joaquin Valley. Our services help fill the transportation gaps in our community while also providing a clean, sustainable, and reliable solution. Our public transit services are doing an incredible job implementing services with the resources that they have been allocated, but we can't put the pressure on them to have a solution for all of our transportation needs. This is where Inspiration Transportation comes in to help supplement these existing services for specific types of trips and eventually a last mile service. All right. I'd like to thank Fresno County Rural Transit Agency and Measure C, and specifically Moses Stites, for initial funding to get our services launched and for believing in what we are trying to accomplish, as well as Amelia Reyes and the Fresno EOC for letting us operate out of their transit facility, and Greg Barfield and Joe Vargas and the FACTS team for their assistance along the way. From October 2020 to October 2021, we provided 725 trips, which is an average of 60 trips per month. This may not sound like a lot, but in August 2021, due to a premature media announcement, we saw an uptick of passengers in the city of Fresno. In a 24-hour period after the night of the announcement, we received approximately 200 voicemails requesting rides. Fast forward to last month, November 2021, Inspiration Transportation provided 141 rides in the city of Fresno alone. The demand for microtransit services is growing. We had the opportunity to partner with UCSF to help administer over 5,000 tests at mobile testing sites, primarily in southeast, southwest, and central Fresno. And we also helped deliver 800 meals to seniors in partnership with Fresno County Rural Transit Agency and the city of Kingsburg. Both of these projects show how transportation services can indirectly and positively impact community health. A big thank you to FACTS's partnership and guidance on our involvement in the Clean Mobility Options Voucher Program, which allowed us to identify community needs through a robust engagement process. Inspiration Transportation has a proven track record of providing services, and we are poised and ready to scale. We have a waiting list of 175 people in the city of Fresno who have inquired about our services, and we have had to turn them down. And one of those gentlemen has called since August, since he saw that media report, each month to see when we will be able to provide him services. We are ideally positioned to partner with the city of Fresno to scale our service citywide, and by citywide, I mean geo-fenced designated zones throughout the city. With $150,000 per year for 3 years, that will help us to provide rides throughout the city of Fresno for only $3. Let's give our residents the access they need to get to their jobs, their medical appointments, social services, and even grocery stores trips so they can simply put food on the table. We are eager to see how the city will decide to utilize $170 million of the American Rescue Plan Act, as well as funds allocated for clean transportation within the $66 million allocated for TCC. This is an opportunity to use $150,000 a year to fund a service that will benefit our city's air quality through electric vehicles, our city's economy through employment access, and our city's health through medical access.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gillian.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Appreciate that. All right, let's go on to 10 a.m. Item number 10 a.m. Item number 2. A hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory. This is for Community Facilities District number 9, and I believe it's in Councilmember Maxwell's district. Who do we have on staff to present this item if there are any questions? Andrew, I think you're going to be doing that. Councilmember Maxwell, do you have any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve. The administration's been helpful in answering any questions we had. I'm fine with this.
I do believe we need to have public comment before we take the motions.
Yep. Let's have anybody want to speak on this CFD number 9? Brianna? On this item? Mr. McCloskey, do you wish to speak on Community Facilities District number 9? I don't believe he wants to speak on this item, but I'll let him answer. His dog might want to weigh in on this issue.
Sorry about that. No, I wasn't going to speak on this one. I had wanted to speak earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And your dog is very vigilant. All right, I'll close the public comment portion, bring it back up. Councilmember Maxwell made a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go on to 10:05, a hearing for a plan amendment, and I believe this is in Councilmember Bredefeld's district. Councilmember Bredefeld, I believe you've been working on this item, and I think we have staff here to answer any questions. Mr. Trejo, if you need any questions answered.
Hi, good afternoon, Council President Chavez, Council members, Israel Trejo, Planning and Development Department. This item was unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on November 17th. You have the complete staff report. Staff has nothing further to add to that staff report. I do have a presentation if you'd like me to give that. Otherwise, no additional information.
Let me check with Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, do you have any questions or anything, or would you like to make a motion?
Well, I think we got to have the people give public comment, then I can make a motion.
Do we have anybody punched up? Nobody's there. We'll close the public comment. Mr. Roberts. I'm a little bit pressed for time, as you've been here all day, so you've had to listen to what we've been trying to say.
Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of the Assimi Group and the Copper River Ranch Project. Our business address is 1396 West Herndon in the city of Fresno. I want to state for the record, we concur with the staff recommendation with all the conditions of approval, with all the mitigation measures in the subsequent EIR. with the recommendation for the plan amendment and the rezone. And I would urge this council to make the necessary findings and adopt the resolutions and ordinance bills that are contained in your staff report. We can answer questions if you have any. If not, I know Mr. McDonald would like to make some brief remarks too.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
You could come up, sir.
We have a couple of reasons for celebrating today. It's Christmas spirit with the city council. The other thing, we got more than a half-inch rain. I want a third celebration. That is a unanimous vote on our project. I'll be very brief. I had a 30-minute speech, but I would just say it's been a real challenge to get Copper River up and running. This is a 1,000-acre project, has a golf course in the middle. It's been 23 years in the coming. I'm going to be 80 before too long. If when we signed up for this 23 years ago, I would sign my name on the line and knew it was going to be to here. I'd say, no, thank you. But anyway, the many people who have worked on this project and getting the SEIR in place is most appreciative. And the one who had the heaviest lifting weight of this process was Israel Trejo. And he's done an outstanding job. He's a professional, and I wanted to specifically thank him. So with that, I'll package up my speech and say thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Any questions, I'll
McDonald.
be here.
Councilmember Bredefeld, it's your district.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, motion seconded by Councilmember Carbasi.
I have a question,
Councilmember Arias.
I do have a few questions on this. First of all, Mr. McDonald, thank you for the 50 phone calls. If most applicants communicate as much as you do, it'd make our life easier. But I do have some specific questions on the density for staff. This rezone, as I read it, would lower the density from what was originally zoned and approved in Copper River. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, by 72 units.
What's the rationale for lower density when we have, as a city, declared a housing crisis and are seeking higher densities across the city?
So there's two items after this item, the 1010 item number 1 and the 1010 item number 2. Both of those items have an up zone. The Park West has an up zone of, I believe it's 88 units, and the project on Fowler and Shields has an up zone of 95 units. So there is a net increase, actually. The Copper River Ranch has a net decrease of 72 units.
Correct.
The other two projects have, again, 88 units and 90.
So in layman's term, you are reducing density in Northeast Fresno and moving higher density to Northwest and Southeast to make up for the difference?
Yes, by 72 units over a 800-acre project.
So in your position as a city planner, what's the rationale for us doing that?
So again, this is a 20-year project. You'll notice that one of the locations has a property that's zoned general commercial, community commercial, that after 20 years, it doesn't make sense at that location. So this is staff considers it a fine-tuning of the existing zoning.
Help me there again. So why do we need to reduce density in Copper River? Specifically in the parcels that are being reduced. Why?
Yes, so...
are we trying to build bigger mini mansions? What exactly is the rationale for doing so?
So I'd like for the applicant to answer as well, but my understanding is that, so there's golf course holes out there. The parcels are odd-shaped. For example, there's one near the southeast quadrant of Copper River Ranch that's surrounded by golf course on 3 sides, and it's hard to get higher density for a project like that. So most of the parcels that are affected by this plan amendment and rezone are odd shaped. They're surrounded by golf courses.
Could the applicant address my question? I haven't been at Copper River since I rode my bike there probably a year and a half ago. So can you walk me through what you're planning, practically speaking, to change?
Yes. Jeff Roberts again for the applicant. I think Israel was touching on the very issue that is pretty prevalent out there. When this project was approved in 2003 by the council, there was an estimated density And now that we're actually looking at the exact hard lines and the topography and the grading that occurs out there, it isn't quite as efficient as we assumed it was. And so we do have to adjust some of these lines and slightly reduce some densities in some locations and then increase them in others, like the entrance to the facility, like at Maple and Copper, there's another 8 acres of brand new higher density that was never envisioned originally. So
is it fair to say that you are essentially kind of moving the puzzle pieces from originally you were planning single family in this parcel and then commercial in another parcel, now you're going to replace that with higher density?
There is some higher density that we propose that is currently commercial.
I think if you move to the podium, we'd eliminate the feedback.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Set that down. Sorry. So yes, we're changing some of the land uses. It's a fine tuning. The original vision that was proposed in '03 had a somewhat higher density. Now that we have added some land and fine tuned looking at the topography, we're actually lowering density by a few units on about 8% of the area that's out there. 92% of the project is as was originally envisioned.
Okay, and a general estimate, how much of Copper River is fully built out? Like how much of it is from what was approved in '03, what's now? Are we 50% complete
We're
there?
a little over 50% now.
Well, when do you anticipate being 100% built out? Is it another 20 years or 5?
No, 5 to 7 years.
5 to 7 years?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for the multiple phone calls and explanations on this matter.
Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up.
Mr. Roberts? I just want to clarify, comment about McMansions. Just to clarify, Copper River has different types of housing and different densities, correct? It's not just one single-family housing alone. There will be multifamily being built as well?
That's correct. As I suggest, if you haven't been there, it's interesting to look at Copper River today as opposed to a few years ago because there is quite a range of density now. Homes on probably half-acre lots at the largest. The tightest density is about 30 units to the acre at the corner of Copper and Friant. And the largest apartment project in the city of Fresno is actually being constructed there now. It's called the Lark. And,
right. Is that
so
kind of
we
like
have a range.
The idea of the complete neighborhood where you can live, work, and play kind of in the same area?
It was actually before the complete neighborhood concept came about that the council endorsed this idea of horizontal mixed use.
Okay.
And when Copper River was originally approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. Roll call.
And Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
Council President Chavez?
Yes. All right, going on to 10:10 a.m. number 1.
Merry Christmas.
We got a bunch of people to go to work. We've been holding back for almost 2 years, but we're going to build the next homes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
It'll be credible when we finish.
That's
we
a very
promise.
snazzy shirt you have on today. All right, 10:10 a.m. number 1. This is in hearing to consider a plan amendment rezone for District 1. I think it's the Development Park West. Councilman Soria, it's in your district. Who do we have? Oh, Will. Will's Tackett's on board for questions. Do you have any questions? I'm going to go out to the public. I'm going to go out to the public. All right. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak? Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Jeff Roberts on behalf of the Park West project in western Fresno. I want to state for the record that we do concur with the recommendation of staff. The support at the Planning Commission was unanimous, and the District 1 Committee was unanimous support as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, and we do have Ms. Lisa Flores on queue to speak. Ms. Flores, if you could unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Hi. Good afternoon. It's been a very long day, and I just wanted to concur with the gentleman that just spoke that as a member of the District 1 Planning Review Committee, that we were very fine with this project. They were very cooperative in working with our committee with questions and some minor changes that needed to be done, and we look forward to working with them in the future. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, I'll close the public portion. Councilwoman Soria?
Great, thank you. Just, Jeff, for the record, and I know that we had several conversations leading up to today's hearing in terms of some of the things that are included in the changes and what we asked, that was included. I know commercial was still for us important to keep, so maybe if you could just briefly summarize some of those changes and, for example, the park, how many acres now of commercial we're having and so forth.
Certainly. The project was originally zoned back in 2013 with the Westlake project, and the shape of the commercial properties and the residential properties related to that lake. Well, that lake never got built, and so what was left and what you looked at in January was a very odd-shaped commercial piece. What is proposed now is a very easy-to-develop commercial piece that orients along the Ashland alignment, and then the balance of the property, the 7.33 acres, is the portion proposed for residential. There is additional commercial plan down at the corner of Shields in Grantland that is the subject of a pending application we're working on right now. And then other commercial will be proposed on the south side of Ashland and Grantland Avenue, along with the adoption of the West Area Specific Plan, which was talked about earlier today.
And you guys are going to be doing installation of traffic signals and all that good stuff.
Correct. With the Park
required.
West project, there were 4 traffic signals that were agreed to and approved by the City Council. So.
Okay, perfect. I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
All right, motion by Councilmember
second.
Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Roll call?
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go on to 10:10 a.m. number 2. Believe this is in Council District 4. Who do we have from staff that's going to answer? Mr. Trejo, Councilmember Maxwell, do you have any specific question? Want me to go out to the public?
Kick it out to the public.
All right, do we have anybody on this to speak?
Council President, just one thing. I believe you were given a supplement on this project. I do have a copy here that maybe I can give to either you, Council President Chavez, or the Brianna.
It was uploaded to.
You have that?
And
Okay,
sent out.
We have that.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further to add.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts, did you want to speak on this item?
Is this public comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Already taken public comment.
Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of the applicant for the Bliss Avenue Plan Amendment and Rezone in District 4. I want to state for the record, we do concur with the recommendation of staff, with the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission, and with the unanimous recommendation of the District 4 Committee. And as staff mentioned in the Copper River Ranch project, this is part of a package that we put together to satisfy SB 330. And this project, if approved, will result in the addition of 111 potential units, more units than was ever removed at Copper River. So we appreciate the support. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Brianna, anybody else? All right, I'll close the public portion of this. Councilmember Maxwell?
Mr. Roberts, I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me a while back and walking me through this process. The East of Fowler part of my district is a place, we have been making a lot of progress with commercial property, and we have some really cool things coming to that corner. There were some long-term issues with attracting certain commercial businesses, and I think this is a good step to add over 100 units of something our community desperately needs, which is housing. You have my support, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Vice President Esparza. Roll call?
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Chavez.
Yes. All right, let's go on to the 10:15 a.m. Item, actions pertaining to adoption of the new definition of highest need neighborhoods. We had a pretty robust conversation last week. Council, I believe Director Aguirre is going to present his presentation, and then we'll vote on the designation. Director?
Council President, can I make a motion before he presents? Or would you like me to hold until after presentation?
Do you want to make a motion now?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the equity formula at 33%.
Was there public comment?
Not yet. Do we have to?
We have
Okay,
to
let's
have
go
that.
out first and then we'll bring it back.
Oh, wait, is this not a hearing? No. Never mind.
All right.
The motion stands at 33%.
33%, seconded by.
Council President, can I
Maxwell.
offer an addition to that motion? I wanted to make sure that because how I see it structured is the equity formula plus there's the other that will be open to everything, but that we prioritize based on the Parks Master Plan, identifying kind of the greatest needs in terms of the parks that was outlined in the last master plan.
That, and for the record and the benefit of the public, a 33% option was not presented last week. This is something that we're presenting now as an option. It was 25 or 50% that we came up with. So,
That's correct.
but with that, why don't you do the presentation, Director, and then we'll get into the conversation of what consensus is up here.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Council, Council President, members of the Council, Aaron Aguirre, Parks Department. The item before you pertains to the adoption of the new definition of the highest needs neighborhoods as it pertains to the Fresno Clean Safe Neighborhoods Parks Transaction Use Tax, also known as Measure P. The two action items before you today are one, adoption of the weighted index incorporating the equity factors as defined in the municipal code as recommended by the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. And two, adopt the 50% of the Fresno census tracts that will make up the highest needs neighborhoods while prioritizing the 25% census tracts for the initial findings. Staff recommends the council adopt the weighted index as recommended by the Parks, Recreation, Arts Commission and adopt the 50% of the Fresno census tracts that make up the highest needs. This concludes the presentation, available to answer any questions you may have. And do want to add that the supplemental package that we submitted does have the 33% map that was discussed last week. So,
Director Aguirre?
Yes,
yeah, I made the second for the 33%.
Sure.
The 25, the 30, 30, the 50, to be blunt, none of it touched District 4. I think 50%, we're starting to get away from the meaning of highest needs. I think 25 was a little too restrictive. I'm hoping that this will give the Parks Department a little bit of discretion on how to, spend some of those funds. But I would like your department to make it paramount that when you come back to council with recommendations for the remainder of Measure P funds, that we take into consideration making some of the higher applicants on that list ones who may not be eligible for some of these very specific funds.
And Councilmember Maxwell and to Councilmember Sorias, if she'd like to make that in the form of friendly amendment, I'll be happy to accept it. My understanding is the 33% stays within the spirit of equity and highest need, but it also allows us to prioritize the rest of Measure P and general fund parks funding and federal and state grants for parks for the remainder of the parks that don't make it to that 33% cutoff point. So it's my intention to make sure we fund parks across the city, but I do believe that the notion of equity and highest needs should not be closer to 50, it should be closer to 25, but I think a 33% balances that out while sending a clear message that we will use the other funds to prioritize the rest of the parks that may not make that 33% cutoff.
But I think my point was, and I think Councilmember Maxwell brought up another point. My point is we have a parks master plan that identified parks that are in the worst condition yet are not within the 33 percentile. So I want to make sure and clear that we're also using the parks master plan as a guiding point to address those parks that are rose to the top but not within the equity formula.
And I would completely concur with you that the master plan should be the guiding document because that conducted a complete analysis and inventory of the conditions of our parks, and we definitely have significant needs.
I'm okay with giving that consideration, but I don't want to bind this body to that commitment until I see what that list is, what the updated plan.
I'm not going to support the 33%, and here's why. I wasn't even comfortable with the 50%, and the reason for that is because, as we know, all residents are paying essentially into the Measure P fund. When this initiative was marketed out there in Northeast and Northwest and Southeast and Southwest, it was marketed as a Parks for All. I think that was the marketing strategy that they used. So now we're in the space where we're saying that, certain parks are not going to get, revenue or not prioritized. There's the highest needs here and there. And we always go through our own conversations here. But here's what I just want to remind my colleagues of. At the end of the day, any appropriation that is for a park is going to require 5 votes. And it's going to require 5 votes to make sure that we can invest those resources. What I don't want to happen is the perception out there for any community, because, at the end of the day, it passed with a 50-some percent, 51, 52% margin, that they're not getting their fair share. I've gone through this conversation at Fresno Unified when certain parts of the city were, declaring that they did not get their fair share when their taxpayers were paying into the fund. And so I don't think it sends the right message. And we will be obviously watching where those other funds go, wherever this council rests. But I'm not going to support the 33%. I think if any 50% would have been, a good medium point, you presented that option. We visualized it, and now to make up an arbitrary 33% that might or might not fit here, I certainly have constituents in, District 5 that don't have a park, that don't qualify that, and I can assure you that they would not be comfortable with me voting to essentially exclude them from highest needs, because we know that poverty is across this city. And so with that, I'm not going to support that. Councilmember Corbasi?
Yeah, I think we need to be realistic with what this is. I'm a little uncomfortable because I feel like we had a lot of discussion last week. We looked at 25, we looked at 50. Now 33 is being presented, and that's fine. The council can do that. But let's be realistic. This is a total slap in the face to Pinedale. Pinedale's in my district. Herndontown's in my district. Some of the poorest parts of this city. If you look at all the equity factors, Pinedale is constantly up there in terms of being disadvantaged. That community has struggled a lot. I'm trying very, very hard to get more resources to that community in terms of a medical clinic, hopefully park space. And I appreciate the council's support on the item regarding the cannabis dispensary. But, they're not here. Look at 33. They're omitted. And I don't understand how we're saying we're being equitable. And the fact of the matter is, you can call it regressive if you want. The entire city is paying for that tax. There are certain parts of this community paying for this tax that will not see $1 of it. I don't expect it all to go to one district. I know more of it's going to have to go to areas of higher need, but for 3 years, the option is going to be off the table to use Measure P money for the entire city, including Pinedale, and there's no way in hell I can vote for that.
Is that
Councilmember
true, Director?
Karbasi, I don't think that's true. I think that what we need to do, and I want to be able to help you because I'm in the same position with Quigley. Quigley under the 33% does not fit the 33% definition. However, I think that we have a Parks Master Plan, and a Parks Master Plan that will be revised, that will outline areas like yours, like Quigley, that rise to the top, that should be then considered for the overall pot of funding.
Question is, why would you want to tie our hands, though? We don't have to do 50%, but this gives the option for us to have more flexibility, and this was discussed last week. By the last minute, putting in this 30%.
This was presented last week, the 33% option. It was in my packet here, and I think it was also presented to the Measure P Commission as well.
It was. We did not have the detailed maps like we put in the supplemental package today, but it was part of the original presentation material.
Right, and that's what I want to clarify.
Director, can you put up the slide that shows the pie chart? Because I think the assumption is that we're discussing all of Measure P's $38 million when we're only discussing a very small portion of that.
No, Councilmember Arias, I understand that it's a portion of that. I think everybody understands. I think what we're struggling with is how do you send that message that you're essentially asking this council to vote against the interest of their constituents when you know that they're paying into the Measure P fund. And I understand why you're supportive of it because I know it directly benefits your district, but I think you appreciate the fact that we're all advocating for our districts. Councilmember Maxwell has parks like that. Councilmember Carbasi, right? Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Soria. I'm just not comfortable sending that message that says that the money's going to go to certain parts for that specific portion of the pie chart when this measure was sold as Parks for All.
Correct. No, and I completely agree with you, Council President. I just want to be clear that
when Member Cabalsi said that there would be no Measure P funds for Pinedale, that's, I don't want that to be
From this
misunderstood.
council member, Herndon Town, I don't think got TCC money. I don't think, I mean, I'm just trying to see, you talk about equity, but I guess equity means something different to everybody.
Yeah,
If
but-
we're all paying into the pot, everyone should at least be eligible. I'm not saying they're going to get it, but it should be eligible.
Council member, and I would agree with you. I just want to clarify for the public, we're in no way suggesting that Pinedale, Herndon Town, downtown, or anywhere else in the city would not be eligible for Measure P funds for the next 3 years. That's not the case.
Let's talk about Pinedale for 1 second. If we go to 33% based on this map, is Pinedale eligible for this portion of the pie?
So the slide in front of you here, buckets 1 and 2, that falls in the 50% category. Those 50% dollars of buckets 1 and 2 have to go into the highest needs. The remaining 50% can go and be used elsewhere citywide, so it could go to a Pinedale or
But
elsewhere.
bucket 1 and 2 will exclude Pinedale.
As far as highest needs, but the other 50% of the 13.6 and the 6.3 can be used in Pinedale.
Dr. Aguirre, would you consider a neighborhood that has no park space at all kind of highest needs and some of the worst poverty and crime in this community?
I think the master plan has shown where those needs sit, and I believe Pinedale falls within that.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I see a lot of inequity with this whole process, and I share the concerns that are expressed by Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Chavez. When people pay for this Measure P, and everyone does, and people in my district pay for it, you expect to get the benefit of what you're paying into. And I certainly understand greater needs with other areas. I've been supportive of the greater needs in other parts of the city ever since I've been serving on a city council. But I'm troubled by what really feels like an inequitable use of these funds that everybody pays for. And Councilmember Chavez, you're right, it was advertised as this will impact everybody. So I'm not going to be supportive of this motion today.
All right, I think we all know where we're at on this. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak? What do we have?
We have Jose Barraza and Lisa Flores.
All right, Mr. Barraza, if you could unmute yourself, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Jose Leon Barraza. I'm the CEO of the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. I'm also a member of the Measure P Commission, but I'm not speaking as a commissioner. I'm speaking as a resident and as the head of an organization that has been working very hard for almost 5 years to try to develop a site that the National Park Service gave the city of Fresno 15 years ago. And that site is still sitting idle there. And this recommendation go below 50 would actually take out this site, a site that was in with the map that was presented to the voters. So we're drastically taking areas of concentrated poverty, underutilized services of parks, and it would be very unfortunate if you were to exclude parks that have been struggling to get better facilities. So I urge you to support the 50% percentile as the best and most equitable solution. It makes those areas eligible. Then you go and assess because funds are limited, you use the master plan, you use other tools, but be inclusive. Don't be exclusive where you take out all the gains that we made. The Latino, the Hmong, the Punjab, and the African-American residents of Southeast Fresno asked you to please vote for the 50% percentile. And thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barraza. Next up, Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Good afternoon, good evening, I guess. The sun's going down. First off, when certain council people talk about equity, it's kind of really a joke to me because here I am every day, any time I spend money in the city of Fresno, my tax dollars goes to a nonprofit called Chaffee Zoo, and I have to suck it up. Did I want my money going to Chaffee Zoo? No, I didn't. So, for you to say, well, North Fresno is paying for it and they're getting nothing out of it. Well, North Fresno, as Fresno developed, they got parks in their developments. Where are there no parks? Where are the worst parks? Where are there parks that are categorized as landfills? In the south of Fresno and the west of Fresno. So, if you want to stop, if you want to talk about equity, then you need to get right with your planning department and your issues of planning and planning policies. That hasn't happened. This is a way to correct it. This is a way to, bring good things to poor neighborhoods. So when you sit there and you talk about equity, you're talking about one Fresno, North Fresno. You're not talking about the reality of Fresno, south of Shaw. Thank you.
All right, that closes our public comment portion. I'll bring it back up to the dais. So a motion was made for 33%, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria.
I just want to clarify that the motion includes the,
Friendly amendment?
yes, okay, perfect.
Which is what?
Which is to ensure that the second bucket, which is not the equity piece, uses the Parks Master Plan as a guideline for those parks that rise to the top in terms of the greatest needs or those neighborhoods that are not included within the 33% formula.
As a guideline, but non-binding.
But not what?
But non-binding.
Hey, Councilmember Soria, I've got Aldi Ramirez here. We're actually taking an item I think kind of answers your question here, so I want her to kind of speak to that, so might clear it up.
While Aldi speaks, I do want to say for the record that the 33% does include the River Bottom Park in North Fresno, Woodward Regional Park, Pillow Boats, and now Radical in the southeast. So I don't want it to be misunderstood that we're not doing parks. Granny Park, Einstein, El Dorado, a bunch of parks across the city.
Good afternoon, Council President Chavez, members of the council. Soria, great point, and I wanted to bring up, we have an item going to the Measure P Commission in January that speaks to what you're talking about in terms of prioritizing based on the Parks Master Plan. So in January, we're going to the commission, and we introduced it at the December 6th meeting to the commission, but essentially, as you know, the commission has to come forward with recommendations related to Measure P and the general fund. And so we wanted to come forward along with our consultants with a methodology to do that. So we're going to use weighting factors similar to how you are voting on highest needs. And these, we'll call them equity factors just to keep consistency, are based on the Parks Master Plan, pipeline projects, which we're calling currently funded in the FY22 budget, as well as emerging priorities. And that would be community input, right? And hearings, surveys, etc. So I want you to know that the Parks Master Plan is definitely on our mind and we're going to utilize it.
Thank you.
All right, so now in the middle of the roll call vote, are we clear? Continue with the roll call vote.
All right, so this is 33% with the friendly amendment.
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No. No.
Vice President Esparza.
Yes, yes.
Council President Chavez.
No, no, no. All right, 4-3. Next item is our workshop on the formation of a Fresno Veterans Memorial District sponsored by myself and Councilmember Arias. City Attorney, I think you had a PowerPoint presentation. And while we're doing that, just want to make sure for the benefit of the public, they understand what this is about. This is about the legal framework and the process for a Veterans Memorial District for the city of Fresno. And our city attorney is going to do a presentation on what the process, framework, implications are, and then open it up for some questions from the council.
Yes, Raj has a presentation. Can you all hear me? Ready to go?
Let's go.
Okay. Council, Raj Badeja for the City Attorney's Office. We're going to do a brief presentation on the formation of a potential Fresno Veterans Memorial District. Before I begin, I just want to give you a little bit of signposting. So I will talk about what the purpose of these districts is, then we'll go into the process for formation. We'll discuss some of the considerations that you might look at in forming a district, including boundaries, the governing board format, as well as funding mechanisms, and then lastly, we'll present some options to you under the current available options. So the purpose of Veterans Memorial Districts pursuant to the Military and Veterans Code can really be categorized in two different categories. The first is the providing and maintaining of facilities such as the Veterans Memorial Auditorium down the street, and other meeting places for use by veterans and veterans groups. And the other big bucket category is providing supportive services to veterans and their families. That includes behavioral health services, counseling, social services, affordable housing, employment related services. The process of forming such a district also is sort of twofold. It's the formation of the district itself, and then it's discussing the funding of that district. Thank you. So the process is governed by the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Local Government Reorganization Act of 2000, which creates LAFCOs, or Local Area Formation Commissions. These LAFCOs are in charge of all local area boundary changes. So whether it's the city expanding or the county, or it is the formation or the changing of the boundaries of a district, all of that goes through LAFCO. So the LAFCO process on the left includes the city adopting a resolution, basically a resolution of intention, telling LAFCO we want to move forward. That's followed by an application. The application is followed by LAFCO looking at the application, scrutinizing it, looking at the proposal for services that's included in that the city would include. LAFCO would then hold a hearing and accept public comment on the proposal. They would then make a determination on the proposal, determining whether or not the city's proposal would be acceptable. LAFCO could vote that down. If LAFCO votes the proposal down for the formation of a district, then the city has to wait a year before it can bring back another proposal. If LAFCO determines that the city's proposal is viable, it then moves on to the last phase, which is another hearing, a majority protest process.
And Raj, if you could pause there.
Sure.
What is the criteria for determining viable?
I think they look at whether or not the services that are being proposed are services that the district can actually provide. They look at the criteria within the code. I don't have a list right now, but we can provide those to you if you need them.
Okay.
So the last stage of the district formation is the majority protest procedure. Basically, it's if more than 50% of the assessed value within the district boundaries, and we'll talk about boundaries in a second, decide that this is something they do not want, they would submit protests. So if 50% of the people said, 50% of the value people said that they do not want this, then that's the end of the process. If, however, between 25 and 49.9% say that they protest the formation of a district, it goes to a vote of the entire district, or the entire proposed district. Last, if less than 25% of the people in the district say they don't want it, so you have three quarters saying they want it, essentially not protesting, then the district is deemed formed by LAFCO. So once the district is formed, assuming it's formed, the other thing to consider is how are we going to fund the district? The most viable way to do that, because there's no automatic funding for Veterans Memorial Districts following the Prop 218 in 1996, is a special tax. And so that process, some of you are already familiar with because you sat through the Measure P process, but it's essentially the city bringing forward an ordinance and taking it to election, and then that tax, if it were to pass, would be implemented. Now, in the LAFCO process, the city can predicate its application or ask LAFCO to condition approval on the approval of a special tax. So we would essentially be saying, LAFCO, we would like this district only if a special tax is approved by the voters. That would be the route I think that would make sense to follow. So now we're going to talk about some of the considerations. So one of the considerations that you're going to take into account in determining sort of what options you have or would like to pursue are the boundaries of the district. There are two options here. Because the city of Fresno contains within it overlap with the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, any proposed boundary within the city of Fresno can be either the entire city, and that would require detaching the areas that overlap from the Clovis district, or it can be those areas that aren't in Clovis. So as a visual, the second graphic there, this is the overlap. So a lot of District 6, 4, and some of District 5 overlap with the Clovis Veterans Memorial District. Here it is in the sort of light red, and then this is the overlap. So there is some overlap. It's considerable, I'd say. And there's a process for that, which takes additional time. One thing that I missed, and I want to go back to real quick, is the timeline for both of these.
Legal counsel, can you go back to that slide?
Sure. This one?
Yes. So is the white little thing on top, square, is that the amount of the Clovis Veterans Memorial District that encompasses the city of Fresno?
That is not the portion that encompasses the city of Fresno. That actually is from the Clovis Veterans Memorial District's website, and that's their district boundary. So it spans, that's essentially eastern and northern Fresno, Clovis, and then it goes into the foothills and beyond. So their district expands out into the mountains. This is the overlap. So this is the same map that's on the left-hand side. It's grayed out, but it shows you, the top box is District 6, and then you can see Districts 4 and a little bit of District 5 overlapping, and I'll just go back and forth.
Yeah, but it'd be about that portion of the Clovis district that's west of Willow.
So am I reading this correctly, that essentially 6 out of the 7 council districts feed into the Clovis Veterans Memorial?
No, probably 2 to 3. 3 out of the 7 districts have areas of overlap currently, under the current boundaries. So that would be 6, 4, a large chunk of 6, a lot of 4, and some of 5.
Yeah, and council, just for the benefit of the public, as we were going through the research with this, and Roger's doing a great job of explaining that, what the Clovis Memorial District does is it essentially uses Clovis Unified School District boundary lines, which is why you see that overlap into North Fresno into Southeast quite a bit as well. And as Raj was explaining, that's the next step, but I'll let him sum up, and then I'll kind of just highlight some key points for the council to consider as we're going through this process.
So those are the boundaries. The other consideration is the governing board. There are 2 formats that we can sort of utilize here, either an independent board on the right or a subsidiary board. The Veterans Memorial District law does allow for where the boundaries of a district are within the boundaries of a city or a county, for that county or city to essentially serve as the governing board. The consideration here is, how much control the city wants? If the city wants a lot of control, then a subsidiary board is something that can be pursued. I will caution that we've had conversations with Fresno LAFCO about this. There has been some trepidation about it, but we're in conversations and we believe that it is something that's potential. And the other option is an independent board. The city board obviously is the city council, so there are no special requirements there. The independent board requires that the board members reside within the boundaries of the district, and that the majority of the board members, and there's 5 board members, would be veterans. And they are elected every 2 years at the general election. The last consideration is funding. As we discussed sort of initially, very briefly, the most viable funding option, because the district doesn't come with an automatic source of funding. For background, when the Veterans Memorial District law was passed, there was a small amount of funding that came from property taxes that was available. So the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, for instance, started getting just a very small amount of property tax. And that small amount over time added up, and they've sort of created resources for themselves. After Prop 218 in 1996, that was no longer available because any taxation has to be approved by the voters. So that leaves us in the situation that we're in now, that if we form a Fresno Veterans Memorial District, we will have to create funding for it. Aside from a special tax, which requires the steps, adopting, having an election, and it's a special tax, so if the city puts it forward, it's a 2/3 requirement of the electorate, not 50%. And then the implementation, if we don't go with a special tax, the only other options really are sort of like creating your own sources of income, renting out the Memorial Auditorium, if that is an asset of the district, or negotiating fees for services provided by the district. So the way that this special tax would work is it wouldn't be a special sales tax like Measure P. The process would be the same, but this would likely be a parcel tax. So either a set amount per parcel, or it would be a per square foot type amount. Last, we're going to talk about the options. So basically, the options are divided into four major options based on the type of board and the type of boundaries you guys are looking at. If you're looking at all of the city and an independent board, that's the first box in the top left. Then you have the others, all of the city, but in a city council board, some of the city, excluding the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, independent board, some of the city, and then the city council. One thing that I do want to point out is that there is a fifth option that does not involve forming a Veterans Memorial District. It is very similar to having all of the city in a district and the city council being the governing body, and that's for the city just to implement a special tax. A special sales tax would allow the city to do similar, to achieve similar objectives, and so that's the fifth option. And it would function like a city department. We would use city forces, which would likely be the case if you went with option number 3 up there, but it's not quite the same, but it is viable. I'm done.
All right, Raj. A couple of things that I just want to, since I've been in the room with those conversations, and this conversation started quite a while ago, a number of years, and some key points for my colleagues and the public to consider. So you saw the overlap of the area that City of Fresno residents are assessed. That comprises approximately about 40% of the revenue that the Clovis Memorial District receives from City of Fresno resident. That's something important to note. You look at the makeup of their board, and they're obviously all Clovis residents. In all fairness to them, this was created, 1940 something, as Raj mentioned.
Yeah, in the 40s.
And so they didn't have as much restrictions. They had a little bit more flexibility. But the part that I've done, and was trying to be very thoughtful about this, but it needs to be said, because I think we're in that space now where we are essentially having City of Fresno residents paying taxes without any tangible services being provided to them, to the point to where even the building that they're paying for doesn't have any reference to Fresno. It's the Clovis Memorial District, right? It's not the Clovis Fresno Memorial District, even though their revenue is about 40% from our City of Fresno residents. So now to Raj's point, and the two options that I'm seeing, and we obviously don't have to make a decision today, this was informational for a public discussion, is, as Raj mentioned, option 1 is we form an independent, memorial district that will be elected independently. The City of Fresno will obviously not have direct oversight or control over that. And obviously that has its implications. Or we form a dependent, which is under the city's jurisdiction. But something equally as important to consider as well, and our legal counsel has done the analysis on this, is in the implications of LAFCO. LAFCO obviously governs what these districts look, and Raj, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can actually also impose conditions, just like a conditional use permit, and we go through our process. They can actually impose conditions on this memorial district. Is that correct?
Yeah, to some degree, LAFCO can impose conditions on the formation of a district.
So the two options that I think the council is going to have to consider is, one, do we ask those City of Fresno residents that are currently in the Clovis Memorial District to be part of the City of Fresno Memorial District? And if we do that, obviously that's going to spark a conversation with our neighbors in Clovis. And I think that conversation needs to be had. What that would look like, it would essentially be the city of Fresno limits that would be part of this district. And legal counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the first step in that process would be for LAFCO to potentially have an election for just that area to see if there would be a will by those taxpayers to break away and be part of the Fresno. Is that correct, Raj?
So you're talking about the boundaries, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what would happen is if our boundaries were to overlap, then what they would likely do, what LAFCO would likely do is form sort of like a committee, and that committee would basically reach out to the city of Clovis and discuss with the city of Fresno, and then there could be an election.
Okay.
There would be hearings. So it would involve engaging both entities, an election, and hearings.
And while all of that is going on, the rest of the assessment district outside of those boundary lines are essentially on hold while this gets settled, correct?
Yes.
I want to just, very important for the public and for the council to understand that process.
It would be part of the process. So we submit the application with what we envision, what the city of Fresno envisions, and then LAFCO would then take into consideration where there's overlap, and the detachment process would likely go hand in hand with that process.
So then the other option is for us to utilize what would essentially be, Fresno Unified, a little bit of Sanger Unified, Central Unified boundary lines and form our own district separate and apart, which, by the way, does not reconcile or address the assessment revenue that's being extracted from City of Fresno residents to Clovis, but it would be essentially fair to say probably a smoother process or easier process. Is that correct?
The short answer is yes, probably, but I do want to caution one thing. If we're going to be mirroring the boundaries of school districts, much like Clovis's Veterans Memorial District has stated that they are doing, for any portion that's outside of the city of Fresno, then the ability for the city to have the city council sit as the board, so for that district to be a subsidiary district of the city, would be diminished, and likely if it goes far beyond the city limits. For instance, if we go into Sanger Unified and we're into Sunnyside, Past, and then Sanger, there's a likelihood that we couldn't go with the city council as the board. We'd have to have the independent board there.
The independent option on that. Okay, so we have those two options that we just discussed, right? Let me, for the sake of streamlining this, put a third option. What if this body decided to have that boundary separate from the Clovis Memorial District and also form its own, at the same time, form its own district? Would that have to be independent or dependent?
So if the entirety of the district is within the city of Fresno, including the overlapping parts, then it can be a dependent board.
Dependent board.
Sorry, dependent district, and the board can be the city of Fresno City Council. And again, because we've had ongoing conversations with LAFCO, I do want to just put it out there that this is a conversation we're having with LAFCO. There has been a little bit of trepidation from LAFCO about whether or not we can do that. We have done the research and we feel that it's a viable option.
And along those lines, Raj, there's a provision, and I think it was LAFCO when I had the meeting with them that they raised this. I believe the county of Fresno has, 20 years ago, came out with a resolution that they would oppose any jurisdiction overlap for assessment districts. I think that's the way that was framed by Mr. Fay.
I'm not recalling.
Okay.
But we can look into it for you.
Yeah, let's do that research, because I think if we know that off the top of our hand, then we know what the implications are for navigating. And so the last thing I'll say, Council, on this is, we've gone through these conversations a number of times. Councilmember Arias and myself went out and toured the, Veterans Memorial facility that we have, which was pretty sad and quite frankly shameful to see that the fifth largest city in the state has a building in that condition. I understand the history and the challenges, but I think this conversation is going to start with how do we address with what we have and making sure that we can honor and give our respects to our veterans in the city of Fresno. And then the second part of this is, what will that spending plan look like for our VFW posts across the city? What will they look like for, new facilities that we want to, or we intend to build, and providing services for our veterans, whether it be homeless, substance abuse, mental health, things of that sort. And then the last part, which I think is equally as important, is this conversation needs to be reconciled with the Clovis Memorial District, because again, and I said this before, we're essentially getting taxed without any tangible benefit or representation on that board. And I think the time is now for the city of Fresno to reconcile that, because oftentimes that's touted as a model to follow. And it's easier to do that model when you're spending other folks' money and making those investments into those facilities. So with that, Councilmember Arias, you're punched up.
Thank you, Council President. My Council President's always very diplomatic in his words. I tend to be a lot more direct. He's absolutely right. The Veterans Memorial Auditorium is crumbling. So is every veterans post in the city. It's crumbling. At the same time, when you go to Clovis, you see an amazing building, amazing campus. Their staff has six-figure salaries, health benefits, retirement. It's a great gig. And the misnomer for decades has been that Clovis somehow loves its veterans more than Fresno does. But the truth has been that Fresno has been subsidizing the Veterans Memorial District for decades without receiving any representation, any services, and any investment within the city of Fresno. And that's a difficult challenge. I would be less inclined to call out the Veterans Memorial District if they had used those resources to build housing or shelters for homeless vets. Instead, they built an amazing banquet hall that we all get to visit once a year for the MLK breakfast, and where amazing events are held for their community. At the same time, we've just seen the end to the longest war in the United States history. And those vets are coming home. And they're coming home with significant needs for services, for facilities, and within their communities. And we as a city are not prepared to really provide them what they deserve and what they've earned. So I think there's multiple paths to make it right. The only non-negotiable is the status quo. So if that means that we have to have a direct conversation with the Clovis Memorial District, if that means we have to look for a special election, if that means we have to take on LAFCO, then we have to do that for the veterans in the city of Fresno, because if the Veterans Memorial District board members would tour the Veterans Memorial Auditorium in downtown Fresno, or the VA post in West Fresno, or in Parkway, they would see that our veterans in Fresno are asking us to pay for a leaky roof, to pay for broken water faucets, to keep the lights on in this VA post, while they get to ribbon cut and celebrate the latest granite memorial and statue with our resources. So I think it's time for Fresno to use its resources for its own residents if the Veterans Memorial District continues to fail to invest in our residents and in our city with our own resources. So council, I'll be happy to work with the council president that's outgoing and incoming to come forward with the recommendation to continue these conversations. But again, the only non-option I see before us today is doing nothing and remain the status quo and allowing our veterans to go without services in crumbling buildings while Clovis gets to, do another amazing building and memorial statue at our expense.
All right, Assistant City Manager Georgiana, you were punched up.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a little bit of historical perspective to the point of many, many years ago, well, under the Swearingen administration, at the time that the Memorial District was proposing to buy the old furniture store on Clovis Avenue, and our Veterans Memorial Auditorium was literally falling apart. We did approach the Veterans Memorial District and said, hey, we knew, same thing, a lot of revenue is being generated in Fresno. And, before you're investing more resources in Clovis with this regional center, we have this gem. And we were completely rebuffed. We did start this exercise along the lines of what you were all doing. And just one thing I want to caution you, I don't know if your conversations have been with LAFCO's staff, but we started there, but I would remind you of who the membership of the LAFCO board is. And that's another board that the city has no representation on. So just keep that in mind, that you should also be talking to the LAFCO board members as well, because at that time, and probably there's some change in board members, we were getting conflicting information between the LAFCO staff and the LAFCO board members. So just, if you think about it, I'm one of those people up in North Fresno that pays for the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, and it's kind of infuriating that we have no benefit of that. We approached them many times to fund things in the city of Fresno and were rebuffed. And they really didn't, it was no big deal to them. We weren't heard at all at that time. So, at that time we didn't have the energy and resources. We were in the middle of the recession. And so we really just couldn't go to the level that you're going now. And I'm not advocating saying yay or nay on what you're doing. I'm just offering kind of a little bit of the history of what we've looked at in the past. But it's definitely a hard battle. So just wanted to offer those comments.
And city manager, I'm glad you brought that up, because and for the benefit of the public, the current commissioners are Steve Brandow, Mario Santoyo, Nathan Magzik, Daniel Parra, and Gary Yep. And the alternates are Michael Lopez, Scott Robertson, and Sal Quintero. So I think it's a little bit of a different board, but if it's not, we'll get to that point.
Yeah.
Council President, if I may.
Yes.
Just I want to thank you, first of all, for initiating this. I will agree wholeheartedly with what Councilmember Arias said. In terms of the only thing that isn't on the table is the status quo. And I want you to know our administration will stand with you with whatever we're going to do to pursue this. I can think about Council Member Brettafield and a number of other folks raising money to go out here and put a memorial out in front of City Hall. While there is money being raised by our taxpayers in the city of Fresno for another city. I had an event over at the memorial. We were in the foyer area, about 250 people, recognizing some World War II veterans, and it was in the summer months. No air conditioning in that foyer area, and we have no money to fund it. And as you know, I met with all of you about the potential of putting $1 million into our ARPA in order to do some upgrades to the Veteran Memorial. And that's only because we don't have another funding source. So I applaud all of you for the conversation. I think this is one of those things that we're probably going to have administration and 7 council members in 100% agreement. And so whatever we can do to move this forward, we're with you.
Yeah, Councilwoman Soria?
Yes, Council President, I just wanted to ask in terms of the timing, because I know that Rush did a great job presenting kind of the options. I do want to thank you guys for bringing this forward. I think it's extremely critical. I think we all support our veterans, and so I'm kind of ready to go to war for our veterans, on this issue. I think that it's important, and I think that we should be benefiting, from taxpayer money that goes east and doesn't serve our Fresno vets. So just wanting to figure out, I know that there's several options. At what point are we going to decide what option? Like, what's the timing on
Today
that?
was just obviously the public, input and obviously the conversation publicly. But our legal counsel is going to be drafting a resolution that will come back and we can ratify it. And I think that'll happen by way of consensus. The city attorney will obviously be visiting council members and kind of seeing where we're at on what option we want to take, because I think we do need to get to that point sooner rather than later, especially when to put something on the ballot for November of this upcoming year. And so, legal counsel, what would be the approximate timeline for us to be able to do that, or I guess the requirements for submitting something to the clerk?
Well, it really depends on what option you want to go with. I might suggest a committee to help give us some direction on this.
And so ballpark figure, city attorney, for the option of
Roughly
independent?
30 days.
Okay, all right.
I'd say the second meeting in January.
I think we, though, should, in my opinion, and I would be supportive of making sure that we use the entire city as boundaries and figuring out, I know that that's going to be a greater challenge, but I think that we should at least try there first.
Council President, can I make a recommendation that a committee of myself, yourself, and Member Esparza get together with the mayor, flesh out the options, and then make a recommendation to his full body?
I'll second that.
Yeah, Mayor, I think, would you, okay? All right, I think we just volunteered us to serve on that committee.
Voluntold.
Voluntold. Vice President?
Yeah, just wanted to, I mean, obviously, this is a great conversation. I think we're headed in the right direction. We're going to nail things down with the mayor through the committee. Just for the benefit of the public, Council President, if you don't mind elaborating just sort of on the practical functions of the district, notwithstanding, I think the capital investments are clear, but just sort of beyond the capital investments.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of went through this, and Raj did a really good job. And obviously, with forming the district, we would obviously have the mission statement and the vision of what that would entail. And obviously, the brick and mortar piece is one component of it, but I think the other piece is also the services that would come about from there. But I think the one piece that will be critical and important will be also, you know, investing in a lot of those VFW posts that, as you know, you have. You know, I think it's 509 in your district that I incorrectly said was in my other colleague's district. You see the condition that their facility is. I think that should be part of the conversation, and I think we will have those conversations with those VFW posts. And more than anything, I think it'll be sending that message that the city of Fresno values its veterans. We're home to the biggest parade west of the Mississippi, and I think we should show that.
Yeah, I would also advocate that we you know, we take a look, and you know, as we create this district and all of our residents are funding, that we just sort of double check, triple check sort of the definition of veteran. I ran into someone recently here in town, and they went to seek. They had served in some capacity. I don't know all the details, but when they went to the VA to seek services, they were astounded to learn that they were not considered a veteran under that definition. So that's one small thing I'd like to sort of take a look at, one nuance, right, to make sure that we have a sort of broad definition that's encompassing all the folks who have served in one capacity or another.
Council President, if I may, just last comment. As a reminder, you know, you mentioned that we have the Veterans Memorial, the Veterans Parade, and I believe the city provides $50,000 of funding every year to provide all the police services for such an amazing parade. One more example of how that Clovis Memorial District could easily help fund something like that in the city of Fresno. But in closing comments, I would say directly to the Veterans Memorial District Board, who I'm sure is listening today, between now and when we come to recommendation with this body, they have plenty of time to reach out to the leadership of the council and the mayor in an olive branch to see if they can change their mind on what kind of support and relationship we have with the city. But this is on them now. They've had now 60 years to serve Fresno. They haven't. I think the council has spoken unanimously with the administration. We're coming aggressively to find a way to serve our veterans in Fresno, and the Memorial District leadership has between now and then to see if they could find a better way to serve our residents.
Yeah, and I just want to be cautious. Here's my diplomatic hat. Before we start going to war, let's send a envoy. Let's send an envoy over there. The mayor likes to hang out in Clovis too, so I'm willing to go with the mayor and have this conversation with them. And based on that conversation, I think you're right, Councilmember Arias. That'll help forge what direction this council wants to go forward, and then give direction to our legal counsel. And Raj, thank you for facilitating these conversations. I know they were a little bit contentious and uncomfortable, but you did a really good job in kind of codifying in the simplest ways what this would entail for the council. So with that, council, this was just a workshop. We got some work to do. And with that, we will now move on to item 3C.
Council President?
Yes.
I have a point of order.
Sure.
Last Thursday, we had about 12 minutes to inhale our dinner before the 6 p.m. hearing. So I'd like more than 12 minutes this Thursday.
13.
We're gonna be here, I think, pretty late tonight. So
A break for lunch at 5:30?
Sure thing.
All right, 30 minutes enough to eat a pizza?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I think, great point, Councilmember Maxwell. And we do have to start, City Attorney, we do have to start the 6 p.m. right at 6 p.m., right? So why don't we start the ARPA conversation, and we'll, cut at 5:30, grab something to eat, and then come back and finish that. It might. What's that? It's 3C, ARPA, correct? Yes, we won't discuss that till after closed session, along with item 1D that Councilmember Arias requested. We discuss first in closed session and then come out in the public. So who do we have from our ARPA guru world? Oh,
so that would be us.
City manager.
Yes. We're still here ready.
So city manager, last week, it feels like last year. Last week, you came with a number of proposals. I know there was a lot of conversation back and forth. Obviously, I don't think anything has changed on your end. Your proposal stands. I think this will be the opportunity for the council to weigh in, and we did obviously give the authorization to move forward with that contract with the cars, that we had that pending, so that got addressed. But maybe just for the sake of this conversation, maybe just briefly giving an overview on the expenditures and what that would entail, and then we'll let the council weigh in.
Excellent, thank you. So again, item 3C, we're recommending $38.5 million for ARPA allocation. Item number 1 that we're recommending is, let's see here, is $2.1 million to do police technology and equipment. A lot of it's related to some video cameras, a lot of video cameras out in the city right now, real-time crime center, elements related to, providing equipment and technology for the police department. $5.6 million, which we talked about earlier. We had approved that last week. We'd like to get that funded with ARP. We have $3.1 million for the fire drill school. Again, that's one we had talked about during the budget season, that federal government is paying the salaries for those firefighters, those 42 firefighters. This would get the federal government to pay for the training of those at the fire drill schools. $2 million for fire department overtime. Again, we're 70% up on our calls for service this year. We've been watching the overtime, and we will, in part of the contract negotiation discussions we had, part of that is involved in monitoring that process for the overtime. The $2 million for the consolidation of the 911 call center. Again, we need bigger space so we can get more equipment, more people. Staff has identified a location over at the MSC where we can do this project on existing city property, so we don't have to go out and buy new property. $3.1 million for public works as part of the building healthy living environments and neighborhoods, all the stuff we've been hearing about, the streets, the sidewalks, the potholes, the street lights, give them the resources they need, the resources to do that. $2.2 million, this is, I believe we did it earlier today, the item related to the contracts for our employees. This would fund the eligible employees' premium pay for the FY21 efforts that they put forward for the while working during COVID. We heard this earlier today, $250,000 for mobile showers to serve the homeless population. We had a request for that. $13.2 million for new emergency shelter housing and permanent affordable housing. We heard this today when we did the Project Home Key projects, and we're looking at the tiny homes. The Project Home Key 2.0 requires a match for the operations piece, so part of this would be used for making that match on the applications we presented to you earlier. And part of it would be going toward building this tiny home strategy that we want to get a lot of houses up, built quick out in the system. And then 4.5 million for small business assistance, which would include a facade improvement program. Again, looking at helping small businesses recover from the COVID conditions and get back to a flourishing status. So total 38.1 million. One of the things council had asked us last meeting was to look at putting out a survey. Great idea, by the way. We did that. We didn't close the survey, but we captured the survey data as of noon yesterday. We did some data mining on it, some text mining on it today. It's interesting the way the numbers came out. Everybody's got a survey out there. Our survey resulted that the number one thing people are focused on, neighborhood infrastructure, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, potholes. People are really, really eager in seeing investments in that. The number two item in our text mining exercise was housing and homeless. We heard it all day today. Everybody came out today. Housing, homeless, shelters. That was the number two response, what we got. Public safety comments, police, firefighters, crime, criminals, public safety. That was number three. And then 4, 5, and 6, small business assistance was 4. Parks playgrounds, repair playgrounds, do parks was number 5. And then beautification, trash, litter, cleanup, dump debris around the city. That was the number 6 most trending comment that we had in the survey we did. So consistent with what we're recommending, I think it fits with what we heard today. Get the housing, take care of the homeless, clean up the city. And so with that, we'll look forward to the discussion with the council.
The survey that you referenced, and it was a supplement.
It was a supplement we issued.
So yesterday, what was the total number of folks that responded?
We received about 760 responses, and about 600 of them were from the city of Fresno. We screened out and realized that, people from outside the city were responding, so we just looked at the people inside the city.
Did you get an opportunity to, and I don't know if our ISD folks have capacity to do that, like what parts of the city they came from?
We haven't done that just yet. We just took the responses and started text mining. We did it by district. We do know by district.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because I think it'd be helpful. And I didn't see it here. I might have missed it, but you haven't codified that yet, though, right? That hasn't happened. Okay.
Page 3 of the tray memo, page 3 of the supplement.
It's got the breakdown? Okay.
It
All right,
is,
there-
District 1 had 15.15% of responses. District 2 had 20.44. District 3 had 11.91. District 4 had 13.24. District 5 had 10.59. District 6 had 23.68. And District 7 had 5.0.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And I just wanted to make sure that we understood. I hadn't seen that on there. Councilmember Maxwell, you were punched up?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I appreciate the proposal that the mayor and the administration have put together. I think it encompasses a lot of the things that the city needs when it comes to housing, when it comes to public safety. There's a few of these items that I'm still on the fence about and would like a little bit more time to consider. Some of these are really time sensitive, including the $5 million towards, police vehicles and vehicles to our city. Just this morning, we had another homicide in District 4 around Browning and Angus, Barstow and Angus. And I know, talking to the folks in my community, that one of the things they like to see is more patrol vehicles going through their neighborhoods. It's something that they remember when they moved into the neighborhood 30, 40 years ago. They used to know who their patrol officer is, and we had more vehicles and officers who could drive through the neighborhoods and introduce themselves. That's something that has vanished from not just my district, but throughout our city, and something I want to get the ball rolling on ASAP. However, I've also heard loud and clear from a lot of folks, including many of the Fresno State students and youth who were in attendance earlier in the council meeting, that for some folks, public safety takes on many roles. And I think this council can support public safety without denying the fact that, police is one tool when it comes to our public safety toolkit. Obviously, we have our fire department, Chief Donis. We have what I believe, parks as a form of public safety. And we are, investing into new methods of public safety in our city. One of those lately has been Advance Peace, an organization that I think has done really great work in other communities in the streets of Fresno, but one that I think has been severely underfunded and has not allowed them to take off and make the progress that they have made in other cities. I think a couple of years ago when the allocation of funding was initially made, that in some ways it was designed to fail. We hear the police time and time again and their needs, and 9 times out of 10, we're pretty accommodating. And I haven't seen that commitment historically from this council when it comes to alternative forms of public safety. So, Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to approve recommendation number 2, which is the $5+ million for police vehicles. But I also want to make a separate motion to approve $950,000 to Advance Peace.
Council President, I'll second that motion, but I'd like to add in a friendly amendment that we also fund the obligation for the labor agreements that we've just approved in the amount of $2.2 million, $53,600 to be exact, and that we fund the $250,000 for the mobile showers for the homeless residents that we've already committed to purchasing. And lastly, that we add $1 million for housing vouchers for those who are experiencing homeless and are not eligible for the rental assistance program as currently designed by the federal government.
I'll second that, but add another amendment that we table the rest of this money until the new year.
I agree to that friendly amendment.
Yeah, the only thing,
Yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, so we approved the Project Home Key today, 2 more hotels. We've got to show up with the application with money. And that's part of what we were proposing here in the 13-2. So we'd love to get that approved so that we can submit a full application. Similarly with the fire drill schools, we had committed that we were going to use ARPA funds because the feds are already paying for the labor, the 42 officers. We did not have any money in the budget to fund the drill schools that are required to get those guys on boards or those firefighters on board. So we'd like to get the drill schools funded as well. Over time, we can push that till the end of the year. We'll just watch and see how that goes. That makes me a little nervous.
Do we have a timeline on the fire drill schools?
They're doing it right now. She's done one. She's already started.
I'd like to
the
make
second.
a motion for the fire drill schools, and we are going to need the monies for the.
So is this a competing motion? We're only allowed one motion on the floor.
Oh,
I think it's a friendly amendment.
Friendly
The
amendment.
amendment to
At the end, we should probably clarify the.
Okay, time out, folks. So, City Clerk, could you codify what the motion has been so we understand what we're voting?
Right, I was going to ask for clarification. There was a few things said back to back.
Based on the items that we did, Councilmember Maxwell,
I'll
I think
accept
you
a
did.
friendly amendment by both colleagues, Arias and Soria.
Okay, and could you repeat the motion?
Let me try to repeat the entire motion, City Clerk. To this point would be to approve item number 2, which is the $5+ million for the vehicle acquisition, $950,000 towards Advance Peace for proactive public safety, to approve the back pay that we've agreed for city employees, for the mobile showers that is itemized in the mayor's proposal, and additionally for the fire drill school as motioned by, amended by Councilmember
And we need
Soria.
the money for the motel acquisition.
I don't remember anybody making that amendment.
Oh, that's
But
what I also.
You were making that
Yeah,
friendly amendment,
that's what
right?
I was trying to
So
add,
it-
because we do.
$13 million?
Those are the ones that we need for the applications that we approved today to submit
I'll accept that amendment.
for home key.
I'll agree to that additional amendment, so just so we're clear.
Did you get that, City Clerk?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And I apologize. I think, and I'm not putting your words in your mouth, Councilmember.
It was 250,000 too for the mobile showers that
Right.
Councilmember Arias included.
And I think, I believe Councilman Soria was going to allow us to move forward with the drill schools.
Yes, that was part of the friendly amendment, and I did
Okay,
leave out,
thanks.
Clerk, I believe my colleague, Councilmember Arias, made an amendment for an additional $1 million towards housing vouchers, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So that
Let
will
me
all be
just
part of
repeat what the items are being approved. It's item number 2, as listed in this agenda item, 5.637 for police vehicles. Item number 3, 3.083500 for the fire drill. Item 7, 2.253 for the back pay for premium pay for essential employees. Item number 8, 250,000 for mobile showers. Item number 9, 13.2 million for emergency shelters for the homeless. In addition to that, $1 million for housing vouchers for those who are not eligible for the rental assistance program.
And I would also like to note for the record
And
that
advanced peace.
And it was 950,000.
for advanced peace.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, 950. I would like to just note for the record that if passed, this would be one of the hugest things to happen towards our public safety community this calendar year, between the investment into our police department, which has been low on resources for a very long time, when it comes to adequately training our future and current firefighters, when it comes to proactive public safety through advanced peace, when it comes to providing sanitation and housing to young people and all ages alike, keeping these folks off the streets, sheltered someplace where they could be productive members, focus on things like therapy, searching for a job, hygiene. All of these things together are going to work to increase the public safety in our city. And I would hope I have the support of my colleagues in approving this.
Councilmember Maxwell, on that note, I want to make sure that we give our administration the flexibility and the ability to do also with this 950,000 for advanced peace. I don't just want to be in the business of writing a blank check. I think we need to structure that with some deliverables, with some accountability measures, just like we do with our police department, where we have X amount of patrol officers, we have X amount of detectives, we know what they're doing, what they're focusing on, and essentially what they're going to be working on. I also want to make sure we include that for the advanced peace conversation.
No, we will. I've been meeting with Aaron Foster and Isaiah Green, and we've been kind of talking about what a scope might look like and the reporting we would need and the data we would need. So, and the other thing we need to work on that one is, because it's federal money and it's a nonprofit, they need to comply with the uniform guidance that the federal government establishes. So we need to help them follow those auditing requirements that are just a condition of us having the money. On the housing voucher, I just want to clarify, housing vouchers are typically something you issue with means testing of some sort, where people have to demonstrate some, qualifying criteria. If you guys are okay with us working with the housing authority, because it's what they do, and they can just help us, give us some guidance on what are the things you can do.
Is it just mirroring what the housing authority Section 8 vouchers have, Councilmember Arias? Is that what the intent is?
Council, I'd rather allow the administration some time to figure out some of those details.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is fill a gap. There's a lot of folks who cannot demonstrate the impact on COVID. There's folks who, like college students that we heard from today, that they're full-time college students and they don't necessarily qualify for the rental assistance because of the COVID pandemic, but they still need some help. So I'd rather allow the administration to work with the housing committee, come up with something that closes the gap that we've heard today.
Yeah.
All right.
And if I may, I want to say thank you first for the council for approving the items that you have, and to Councilmember Maxwell on the advanced peace dollars. We have a meeting set coming up to reinstitute the Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative. Advanced peace is going to be a big part of that, especially as it deals with mentoring. So this funding would be combined with some other dollars that we're going to be bringing before this council under our workforce development, and that's $7.4 million that we're getting from the state, and a big significant portion of that dollars going to be towards intervention of gang members, getting them out of the gang lifestyle, getting the soft skills and the hard skills that they need, tattoo removal, and a number of other things, and then placing them with an employer to include the city of Fresno. So this ties in very nicely, and along the way, we will need folks to mentor them through the process, to hold people accountable, and I think Advanced Peace will play a significant role in that, and we will need to expand the number of people in that program in order to do that.
I appreciate you and your administration's commitment to public safety and your proposals. I think everything that we're touching on today pretty much is going to be a boon to our local public safety and also for your commitment to proactive, preventive, and intervention when it comes to alternative forms of public safety too. We know that police and fire are huge tools in our resource kit, but that we can make further investments when it comes to proactive approaches as well. So thank you for your commitment, Mayor.
And I could just beg one more time. I'm sorry, I was just beg one more time.
City Manager, we're past our dinner time.
You're in between
Well,
council and
I just
pizza.
want to beg one
some
more
people
time
get to talk, some people don't.
for the
Yeah,
for the
city
for the
manager.
911 center.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, if we can just we just are too small. We're cramped. If I can get the 911 center.
Throw in the 911 center,
Wait,
guys,
hold
if you
on.
want
I
pizza.
actually, that was the comment that I wanted to make.
Councilmember Soria.
That was actually, I wanted to make a comment or ask a question. So what I've heard from one of our vendors, I think ABS or something, the one that's been doing the energy efficiency work, and they do asbestos remediation and so forth. They have said that they have the ability to do the asbestos remediation. That wouldn't cost us the $2 million. So I'm wondering,
That's just the asbestos removal, and then there's all the other work that would go with it. And the 911 center is too small as it is.
no, I understand that. So what I'm trying to ask, so if, because that wouldn't cost us any money, what would this then, would this be in addition to that? I'm trying to figure out what you guys are trying to do. That's why I'm not completely bought in at the moment.
Yes, and a really good point. Two different issues. Number one is that the police department has asbestos in the attic, and it's very difficult to do anything over there, expand, whatever the case is. That's one issue, and that's going to have to be addressed at some point in time. Number two, though, that is more importantly for the pressing moment, is that we've outgrown the communications center in the basement. And the goal was several years ago to try to relocate that to the municipal service courtyard. And so part of that had to do with some seismic requirements to get that funded, and part of it is the equipment. So we're working with the state of California to be a partner in this to fund a portion of the relocation of the equipment. Then we would have to do the seismic and all the move, whatever else was required. So this would give us an ability to move them out of the police headquarters completely and then focus on the asbestos piece
Mr. President?
separately.
Yeah,
Mr.
Councilmember
President,
Carbone needs to
so
really
we
break.
started at 9, it's 5:40 now. I think we're all pretty tired. If I was a dispatcher, I'd still be working right now. That's what they go through. I actually was a dispatcher for EMS. It's not easy work, and putting this investment, look, the first line of defense for safety for officers and the public is dispatch. They can provide advice and medical help immediately, and they can listen in for cues if there is a potential threat to an officer. So making this investment, it's what people have asked for in the past. They want better response times, and this will be that investment.
Duly noted, and I think we can get there. But like to quote the famous philosopher Mr. Miyagi, we can't think on an empty stomach. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back at 6 because we do have to start at 6 p.m. sharp. p.m. and we need to be punctual for our 6 p.m. item, actions pertaining to redistricting. This is the final vote.
6 p.m.
Hearing, can you mute those folks, Brianna? Hearing regarding redistricting, and then two, the bill that we adopted, introduced last week. So with that, do we have folks punched up to speak on this item? I will now officially open up the hearing and take public comment. Brianna, anybody punched up to speak on this?
Yes, we have two at this moment, Gloria Hernandez, Lisa Flores.
All right, and we have Ms. Gloria Hernandez. If you could unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Am I on?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I'm calling because I'm supporting the map that was submitted. Hold on a second, I'm sorry. Map 111. Apparently the community participated in taking information down, and they have made modifications to keep your concerns regarding the tower and other places into account. I think it's important that we start looking at our neighborhoods as communities of interest. Pinedale, for example, is more aligned with, I believe it was District 4. It also places the Jane Addams Elementary neighborhood in District 3, which is identified as a better fit. It keeps the Tower District specific plan area hold in one district, which was one of the complaints that they were split into 3. So I really would appreciate it that you take the community's input into account and support that map. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next up is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, if you could please unmute yourself.
Just real quick, which map are you guys voting on tonight, and can you put it up? Because, once again, I think that the Tower District should be one contiguous area under one district, and it should be District 1, it shouldn't be District 3. That will always be my opinion, and that's all I have to say. But I would like to see the map, because right now, is it the map that divided up literally my neighborhood, or is there a new one that you're considering? I'm not quite sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next, our last speaker is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, go ahead if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi, I also want to join in supporting MAP 111, the Fresno Inclusive Families Map. As you guys have seen, there was a lot of community members that worked on this map, and they continue to work on it to address the issues that you had and concerns that you've had. It reflects the voice and the concerns and the communities of interest of many of our community members. It included many community groups that have been invested in working with people in our neighborhoods, and a tremendous amount of work has been gone to make sure that this is reflective of what the community wants. So I'm asking that that you would reconsider and choose MAP 111.
All right, we did have two additional speakers punch up. Ariana Marmolejo. Ms. Marmolejo, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So tonight's meeting is your last opportunity to do something real for the residents of Fresno that actually uplifts their voices beyond your terms and the maps that you've drawn for yourselves. It's clear that Fresno families want districts to change beyond what MAP 111 does. Last week, you sat there and commended young people for being present and participating in democracy while simultaneously showing us that you refuse to listen to us. Please look at alternatives like the Inclusive Families Map or the newly modified Unity Map as inspiration for making a truly representative map. A better future is possible. Please don't be the last people standing in the way of making that a reality.
All right, thank you. And then our next speaker is Ms. Alicia Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm a Tower District resident, but also, more importantly, a citizen of Fresno. And I would also concur with a lot of the statements that were made in public comment so far. Specifically, when you are looking at the elections code and determining this, the execution of this process, particularly 21621C2, where it does say, to the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. That's not being accomplished by the map the city council has proposed. So, and like, like others have said, the inclusive families map has not only addressed that issue for, particularly for the Tower District, but for Fresno citywide, when they're taking into account many diverse communities that advocates for those communities have spoken up and said what they want. And so when you're looking at the process as well, when you're in 21628 in the elections code, when you're asking, when it says that the council shall take steps to encourage residents, including those in underrepresented communities and non-English speaking communities, to participate in the redistricting public review process. Now, when you just check off a box and make sure we know in about a meeting and enough time to attend, maybe, that's different than encouraging them to participate in the redistricting process. Thankfully, advocates in the community have stepped forth to do that. We just hope that you honor that request and that participation. Don't say you're going to do it and then turn around and push something. In particular, in the Tower District, I noticed some really odd line drawing and separation of neighborhoods that show you guys have not substantiated the reasons for that. For example, the Wilson Island, several others, and I'm sure throughout Fresno that's the case with some of the lines that you proposed. So I encourage you guys to take a look at it and listen to the community, because if you really are supposed to adhere to the election code and letting us participate in the process, let us do that. Thanks.
All right, next speaker is Janine Nkosi. Nkosi, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Janine Nkosi, Regional Advisor for Faith in the Valley, Professor of Sociology at Fresno State, and I'm here to add my voice to the other folks that are speaking tonight and the outpouring of community that have come out and asking for you all to reconsider your support for map 111. It only makes minor changes to district lines to account for the most basic population changes, but fails to remotely consider the community of interest testimonies that many residents have provided. Instead of adopting that outdated map, I ask you to adopt the Fresno Unity map that was submitted today. This map keeps the community of interest identified in the inclusive family map, map 110. The map takes into account some of the comments from other communities of interest that were expressed at the hearing last week. It keeps the Tower District specific plan area whole in one district, District 1. It also moves Pinedale into District 4, which is a district with many neighborhoods with similar needs. It also places the Jane Addams Elementary neighborhood in District 3, which was identified as a better fit. The map meets all of the requirements for consideration. With such an outpouring of support, I urge you to take community of interest testimony into consideration, even if it means using it as a foundation to make further changes. Fresno City families deserve respect and your consideration. Thank you.
All right, let me go to the folks here that showed up to speak here in person. Pedro Navarro.
In person, can you speak for people?
Can you mute those folks? Pedro Navarro, followed by Mario Manganiello after.
Hello, good evening, folks. Just for the record, some of the folks got confused with their comments earlier, but they meant to say they support map 10 or its most recent modified version. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I'm a District 7 resident, and I'm here to ask you to reconsider your support for map 111. As it's been previously said, it only makes minor changes. In other words, it's the city's version of the county's map, but it fails to remotely consider the communities of interest testimonies that residents have provided. Instead of adopting this map, this outdated map, we ask you to adopt the Fresno Unity map that was submitted earlier today. This map does keep communities of interest identified in the inclusive families map whole. This map also takes into consideration some of the comments from other communities of interest that were expressed at the hearing here last week, such as placing Pinedale in a better place, and also keeping the Tower District whole as it is explained in the Tower District specific plan, and as well as placing the Jane Addams Elementary neighborhood in District 3, as it was identified as a better fit there. This map meets all the requirements for consideration. It has the 3 Latino CVAP districts, a 2.68% population deviation, which is within the 10% threshold tolerated by the courts, and it is indeed contiguous. With such an outpouring of support, I urge you to take community of interest testimony into consideration, even if it means using it as a foundation to make further changes. Our Fresno City families deserve the respect of your consideration.
All right, next up is Mr. Mario Manganiello. If you could just give our folks a quick minute to sanitize, please. And that'll be followed by Hashid Kasama right after him.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'm a District 4 resident. I'm here on the side of the people by lending my support to the Fresno Unity Map. This map expands upon the work of the Fresno Inclusive Families Map and offers a better starting point for drawing district lines than Map 111 because it honors communities of interest throughout the city. What you do tonight with your vote matters to us. We invested a lot of time into expressing our priorities to you, and we deserve your attention. In this redistricting process, we as voters are supposed to choose our elected officials. City council members are not supposed to use this process to choose their voters. Like what is close to happening here. Please fix this injustice by adopting the Fresno Unity Map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hashid Kasama. But just give our folks one quick second to sanitize, please. Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead.
Lower the mic. Okay, good evening. My name is Hashid Kasama, and I'm a District 4 resident. I'm here today to ask you to reflect on the poor job you have done in how selecting map 111 only confirms that terrible job. You know, I do get a satisfactory feeling seeing such diverse faces on the council, but just seeing those faces is not enough. The satisfactory feeling is always lost when the body chooses to patronize, ignore, and gaslight us. In fact, it hurts more when the faces that look like you choose to treat you this way. As someone that has followed this process closely and has been highly engaged, I see that the map that you are about to select does not reflect the input that we have contributed as a diverse city with many needs. Have been content with a map that is not the Inclusive Families Map if I could see you actually deliberate about your choices. At least select a map that shows me that you took a look at and respect the communities of interest identified in this map. This process only occurs once every 10 years, which heightens the importance that you do more than the minimum. That you remember that these decisions will outlast your own time in office, and that while no map is perfect, map 111 does not move our city forward. You do have a chance to do what is right by considering and adopting the Fresno Unity Map that was submitted today. Please do the right thing by adopting the map that reflects the will of the people, not yours. Thank you.
All right, Imelda Cruz for redistricting. Just give our folks one chance to sanitize, please. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Imelda Cruz. Oh, gracias. Qué bueno.
Tenemos traductor esta noche.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Imelda Cruz.
Yo soy residente del Distrito 6.
I am a resident of District Number 6.
Estoy hoy aquí para pedirles que reflexionen sobre la decisión que hicieron sobre el mapa.
I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider the decision you made regarding the map.
El mapa 111
Map 111.
solo confirma ese terrible trabajo.
This terrible job only confirms that knowing.
Tengo una sensación de satisfactoria al ver rostros parecidos a los míos y los de mi familia.
I have an unsatisfactory feeling.
parecidos a los de mi familia, de latinos.
Okay, seeing faces that look like my family's,
Pero también me decepciono al darme cuenta
but I'm also upset or when I find out or knowing
que están eligiendo un mapa en el cual están eligiendo un mapa
that you're choosing a map that
donde no están incluyendo las familias más necesitadas.
are have not taken into account or including the families that have the most need.
Aquí tengo anotado lo que se me pide que diga, pero voy a hablar con el corazón.
I have here written down what I'm supposed to say, but I'm going to go ahead and speak from my heart.
Por favor, reflexionen.
Please think about it.
Vean el mapa donde están las familias incluidas. Yo soy trabajadora del campo, madre que mantiene a sus hijos.
Look at the maps. I am a farm worker. I support my children.
Por favor,
Please,
yo no quiero otros 10 años que pasen y que sigamos bajo la sombra.
I don't want another 10 years to pass and we're still living under the shade.
Me aterra mucho la idea de que vayan a aprobar un mapa en el que nosotros podamos estar otra vez en la orilla.
It bothers me very much thinking that we're going to approve a map that's going to, where we have to be pushed to the outskirts or to the side.
Por favor, reflexionen y consideren a los más necesitados.
Please think about it and consider those that have the greatest need.
En el mapa que eligieron no estamos incluidos nosotros.
In the map that you chose, we are not included.
Las comunidades más necesitadas, que somos las que con la pandemia hemos sufrido más,
The families that have the most need are the ones that have suffered most due to this pandemic.
los necesitamos.
We need you.
Señor Chávez, señor Esparza, señora Soria, señor Arias, todos ustedes también. Everybody, please listen.
Señor Chávez,
Soria,
Mr. Chávez, Mr. Soria, Mr.
Esparza,
Arias,
Esparza.
and Mr. Esparza.
Consideren nuestra comunidad.
Please consider our community.
Los latinos somos la comunidad más fuerte que estamos levantando Fresno y todo el país.
The Latinos are the strongest community. We're the ones lifting up Fresno and the entire nation.
Everybody, please, don't forget about the Latin community. Help us check the map again. Reconsidérenlo.
Reconsider it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Let me go to the Zoom folks. Luis Huerta Silva. Mr. Silva, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Fresno City Council. My name is Luis Huerta Silva, and I serve as Central Valley Redistricting Organizer with California Common Cause, and I am a resident of District 2. Our organization continues to believe that you have misinterpreted our city's charter language. It is not the case that you must disregard any proposed map that draws a sitting council member out of their district. Our charter says no boundary shall be altered so as to exclude any incumbent from office prior to the expiration of that incumbent's term. What that means is that no district can be drawn to kick out an incumbent out of their office before their term ends. But that is common sense and is true over every redistricting in the state and nation. If a state lawmaker, for example, elected in 2020 is drawn out of their district in the 2021 redistricting, they complete their term. If they want to run again at the end of their term, they either have to move to represent the same district as before, or they could run against another incumbent who lives in their new district. Not only is this true everywhere in this country, at all levels of redistricting, it is also the state law. The Fair Maps Act says the same thing as the charter in Election Code Section 21626, subsection A. The charter language does not mean you can't adopt a map that draws an incumbent into a new district. The charter does not say no boundaries shall be altered as to exclude any incumbent from their district. It says no boundary shall be altered so as to exclude any incumbent from office prior to the expiration of the incumbent's term. Your council's interpretation pretends those last 8 words do not exist. Above all, despite dozens of Fresnans speaking up at each of the redistricting hearings, we feel ignored. When politicians place their incumbency over the priorities of their constituents, the trust in our leaders dwindles. Redistricting is a once-in-a-decade process with generational effects, and we cannot wait another 10 years to have equitable government processes. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing my words.
Thank you. Last speaker is Rain Chamberlain. Ms. Chamberlain, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
All right, I just want to comment in support of the redistricting map 110 for Fresno inclusive families. I don't have a whole lot else to say beyond that, but I do want to support that work that the community has done. And I need, again, as always, need y'all to be listening to the community voices and the important work that's put on by advocates for the community.
All right, thank you. That closes our public portion piece of this. I'll bring it back up to the dais, the committee members.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second that.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by, or Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. All right, we went out to the public already. Do we still have Councilmember Bredefeld on, City Clerk, or is he off now?
No, he has left the meeting.
He is off? Okay. Any opposition?
Well, and to be clear, it's the motion to approve the same motion and map as last week.
That's correct. Map 111 was ratified. All right, seeing none, no opposition. One opposition, Councilman Soria. Motion carries. All right, let's go back to the ARPA item that we were discussing previously. City Manager, I think we were in the middle of the appropriations conversation, and just for the benefit of the public, City Clerk, could you recap the motion that was made?
Yes, I can. The motion was for number 2 as listed for the 5 million plus for vehicles, number 3, which is 3.08 million for the fire drill, number 7, 2.53 for the back pay, number 8, 250,000 for the showers, number 9, 13 million regarding the shelter, $1 million in housing vouchers, 950,000 for advanced peace, and I believe the balance to be tabled for the new year.
Council President, just for the record, I'm not planning on taking any more friendly amendments to my motion at this time. I don't feel ready to make a decision on the remainder of the dollars just yet.
All right, so we have that codified
And
now.
Council President, for the record, it'll be tabled for January 13th, which is our next scheduled council meeting. And I would like to just say for the record that we have received hundreds of emails from the survey results. And I personally would like to be able to read every single email that we received just today over the Christmas break so that we have an abundance of information. I would also ask the public that there's still plenty of time to provide us more feedback. This motion, if it's approved, would allocate 25 million of the 171 million, which means that we still have $146 million to consider in the coming months. So please continue to provide us your feedback, your ideas, your input. This continues the budget process that we started last year. We got plenty of time, and we want to make sure the public understands that we're only taking action if the motion carries on 25 million of the 171 million, and that there's plenty of opportunity for them to provide us more feedback over the next few weeks.
All right, so with that, let me actually take it out to the public. The first person we've got punched up is Ms. Councilor Carbasi, push your button.
I did. I pushed it like 5 times just now.
Go ahead, Councilor Carbasi.
Look, so there's no amendments being made? Is that what I'm hearing? I will not be voting for it then. I just want to clarify 2 things. How is the $1 million going to be spent for the vouchers? Do we have any structure? Because we just grilled someone for trying to build housing in North Fresno for students, and we spent more time grilling that person who had a plan, and we have no plan forward whatsoever. I mean, I get it. People on here talk out of both sides of their mouth, but do we have a plan?
I think the idea, and by the way, we did approve that money, and we're approving
We
the
did?
money in this
Yeah.
ARPA allocation that you would not be approving here today. It is part of the motion that I made to include the $13 million for that housing. I believe the idea, I didn't make the friendly amendment, but I would imagine the maker would meet with the administration to work out a process, either in the homeless committee or with the housing authority, to create a structure to determine who would be eligible for those funds. But the maker of the amendment is back in the room.
What,
so
what I
maybe
would
he
say
could
is by
speak
not
to it.
being flexible, you get your things in, you're not open to anyone else's ideas, and then...
I've taken about 4 friendly amendments to my motion already.
Correct. I understand that. That's fine. You made your decision. but you've put me in a position where I can't vote for it. I voted for advanced peace. I met with Aaron Foster. I met with the group. And they convinced me to support this process, but we also had a timeline, we had certain promises. Without having any understanding how this money is going to be spent, without having any audit to see how the program is going, we're on par with being as bad as last year. Now, I hope what they're doing has made a difference. They need more time to prove what they can do works, and I want to give them that time. But you were forcing me, council member, to vote against advanced peace today.
Well,
That's what's happening now.
Councilmember Carbasi, if it'll help, I had the same concerns that you're voicing, which is why we directed our folks or entrusted them with developing the framework that they will then bring back to the council. This is not a blank check, and I don't want that perception to be out there. But I understand your comfort level with the details.
I feel like I agree with you, Council President. I just feel like we say one thing earlier in the day, and now we're saying something different. It's just, well, I wanted to talk about the resiliency program with the chaplaincy. We were talking about alternative ways to help alleviate the trauma and the problem people face. I wanted to talk about the 911 dispatch center. And I remember we talked about that extensively, and we grilled the administration because of response times. And it looks like we're not gonna, be talking about that today. If we're gonna talk about that later, that's fine, but I'm a no. That's just.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Okay, can we mute those sound effects that are coming through the phone? All right, let me take this out to the public. Ms. Haley White, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I've been trying to speak since this afternoon. Bless all of you for being at this all day. I just want to say Fresno is blessed with a diverse, committed, and passionate assortment of community organizations and loud and invested community advocates and residents. These are often people with boots on the ground experience with our most vulnerable demographics in some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods. Many of them have even more experience working directly with your constituents than any of you do. You've invited these citizen groups to be part of the democratic process. You give lip service, thanking them for showing up and doing just that. But ultimately, it feels as though you continue to ignore their voices and experiences, even to the point of walking out of the chamber occasionally when the community is talking. And oftentimes this means you contribute to putting the financial and emotional burden of caring for Fresno and Fresno's most marginalized on their small shoestring funded organizations and on your residents' shoulders when you have ample resources and funding to take it on with their guidance instead. We need permanent human-centered solution to help our unhoused neighbors, not temporary fixes. Renters need protection, especially as the pandemic rages on. Parks south of Shaw should be accessible and lit up as parks on the north side. It is not an equitable starting ground. Fresno's west side desperately needs basic infrastructure. ARPA funds should absolutely not be used to increase an already inflated police budget that has not bothered to address any of the racism and white supremacist allegations you said you'd look into after Officer Fitzgerald's termination. The only communities that inflate police department budgets are those that have failed at all other preventative and community-based measures. Redistricting should not split up and weaken neighborhoods, but work to strengthen the voices and unity of our residents, especially those who have been putting on the work to fight for the family inclusive plan. You have a wealth of knowledge and experience available to you from Fresno's diverse community voices.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Listen to them.
Thank you, Ms. White. Next up is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Just very quickly about the motion that's in front of you. I love the idea of giving money to Advance Peace. I think that is a very worthy program. Back pay, totally understand. Mobile showers, it's about time. I remember when Gilbert Felix from Esmeralda's office suggested that, and it fell on deaf ears. Now it's how many years? I'm glad that's coming about. The fire drill school, I love the fire department. I think that's a positive. My 2 areas of greatest concern is why are we spending this the money that you're getting is radical money to create social change. And I'm not doing this. Why are you spending $5 million on vehicle acquisitions? Vehicle acquisitions should be in your annual budget. It is a process. It is an element of an annual budget. So why are you offloading a line item off an annual budget onto this, where you can actually use that $5 million for something positive to really change people's lives? I also don't like the fact that you guys are going to spend money on what, 300, 500 Glocks? Really? Where are we at war with? You know, it just upsets me that we're going to spend money militarizing. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the acquisition of property for the homeless, for this home key thing. Where are your policies and procedures in regards to how your housing is run? You know, and I know the reason why you're doing it. You're doing it because you still are under the exemption of CEQA, where you do not have to do environmental studies to purchase land next to one of the biggest polluters in town, which is Highway 99. So, you know,
Thank you,
guys,
Ms. Flores.
just
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up is Ms. Gloria Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
I agree with the previous speakers. I don't understand why we got cops asking for more guns and more vehicles during this process. I just don't understand. I mean, you know, I go through my neighborhood, I go through other neighborhoods and they're dark. We don't even have street lights. That's the number one, you know, to prevent crimes. I support the showers. I support the fire drill. I support the advanced peace. But my question to you is, why are we always giving to the cops? Why aren't we giving to the children? Why aren't we lighting up the parks in the evenings for the kids? Make it up to 10 o'clock. That's a curfew. That's when everybody, you know, do you know where your kids are at comes out on TV. I just don't understand, you know, working with mental health for over 20 years, an idle mind's a dirty mind. If you don't get these kids busy, like Alfonso Hernandez used to keep them busy, they're gonna go and do all kinds of crazy stuff because they have nothing else to do. And we keep giving to the cops and crime, you know, shootings go on. What are we doing wrong? We need to ask ourselves, why are we getting the motel owners rich instead of building up and getting tiny homes and proper housing for the people instead of temporary housing solutions? Why are we treating them as second class? They're human beings down on their luck. I don't understand how the cops keep being the ones that keep getting stuff and you're not discussing other issues. Why? That's what I want to know is why? When's it going to stop? When are they going to stop sucking us dry? Maybe we, instead of using the money for the guns, maybe we should start buying the bonds so that when they do another shooting, when there's another malpractice lawsuit, wrongful termination, whatever, they pay for it instead of us. You really need to reconsider your priorities because some of us are awfully tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next up is Ms. Rain Chamberlain again. Ms. Chamberlain, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I am all for advanced peace. I am all for this mobile shower, even though that's not nearly enough hygiene stuff. It is a good start. But not one single dime of ARPA money should go to police. Not one single dime. Certainly not to police cars, which in the fine print, it was looking like it was undercover police cars. And you all aren't even mentioning that part one way or the other. But regardless, no more money to police. Definitely not this ARPA funds. There is national pushes to make it to where cities get penalized or possibly even money revoked if they use ARPA funds on police. You're likely to lose us this money. You're likely to cost the city a whole lot of lawsuits on the back end. And I will absolutely be pushing for that to happen if you all spend this money on police. After changing it, after hearing all of our public comment and changing it and delaying some of the things, but pushing this through, amended, with barely anybody left in the meeting, because this is hours and hours later and nobody really knew exactly when this would be. It's like questionable gray area on the Brown Act. And we've all expressed we do not want money going towards the police.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. Next up is Ms. Marissa Moraza. Ms. Moraza, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marisa Moraza, and I'm speaking as a resident of District 2. I'm calling on the council to use ARPA funds to fund housing solutions now. The city needs to use the $171 million to address the inequities of the pandemic and help those most impacted. This means funding people, funding community, not the police. You approved a $190 million police budget for this fiscal year. So why are you pulling this recovery funding from this recovery funding? That is the people's money. We support the calls to have the city support right to counsel, rent control, and just cause protections. And you're starting with some of these amendments, but you need to listen to community. What is their feedback? Are you listening to their suggestions and soliciting their ideas and proposals of those most impacted? Also, earlier today, we heard of a new, quote unquote, higher density project at Copper River, the Lark, with 1-bedroom units starting at $1,800. Who is this helping? And how is this solving our immediate housing crisis? Regarding ARPA funding, we need a transparent, inclusive, and intentional public input process. We urge the city to use a 4-round process where each round has multiple meetings to provide context, gather project priorities, and allow community members to vote on those priorities. You have a survey that has been out for 6 days. Most of the answers are from North Fresno, and it lists police and housing in the same questions and has inconsistencies in how priorities are listed. This is not enough to base decision making. And on a final note regarding public input, I'm disappointed to no longer see the e-comment option, which allowed residents to submit comments ahead of the meeting and be a part of the public record. I want to know if this option will be reinstated and why was this option removed for today's meeting. Council, please listen to community, trust in your constituents. Decision makers, you can choose another path so that Fresno emerges out of this crisis stronger, healthier, and more united. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moraza. Next up is Mr. Robert McCloskey. Mr. McCloskey, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to say it, that the whole process of discussing the ARPA funding has been flawed. The timing of it, just before the holidays, the last meeting in December, when many people are already on vacation or whatever, the lack of community outreach, the short comment period you gave everybody, 2 minutes, and then today, putting it off to the very end of the day. I mean, we see what's going on. The whole process has been somewhat of a sham, and I agree with earlier speakers. It does border on a direct violation of the Brown Act, which I personally am consider filing that. We have to focus on our public dollars going to housing stabilization, rent control, and most of all, providing housing for not only the homeless, but low-income housing. It's deplorable that the city has sat on $171 million for over a year and is now finally deciding to spend those monies. If you may or may not know, I'm a writer for the Fresno Community Alliance newspaper, and I just wrote an article called "Shelters Are Not Housing." I did point out that the current Home Key project is not working. 60% of the people that have left the shelter and those motels have returned to the streets. Those are not permanent housing. I do applaud the city's effort to support the housing for the students that's coming up. Permanent housing, that's what we need. We need a housing first approach, which permanent housing is a starting point. People are provided independent housing immediately.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey.
And it saves a lot of money. You got to look at how permanent housing, instead of 60% people going back on the streets and costing emergency room hospitalization.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Next up is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi,
All right, thank you so much. One, thank you so much for advanced peace and for the showers. I have other things to thank you for, but I do want to mention the survey is problematic. A lot of people saw that there's topics lumped together that don't make sense, and I could not finish the survey even though I had comments to put in the additional comments because I could not write correctly prioritize things in a way that is accurate for me because there was things like police and homeless shelters that were lumped together and other things that should be separate, even police and fire. So please adapt that before continuing that. Regarding the housing vouchers, very supportive of that, and thank you so much for adding that and noting what that one person said. If we don't have enough housing options, they won't be very effective. I know people who have struggled out there who I've met who were struggling for a very long time and couldn't find a place, or they end up in the slum. So please direct more money into affordable housing for street family and the housing insecure. Regarding the what Chavez said about like being concerned about people who are on the street when we mentioned the student thing. Thank you for that. We do need that student center. I'm so grateful for it, but we also need places for shelter for youth and for others. Please do not put it on Parkway. You want to be successful in helping people, and if it's not going to work out for the people who are there because they feel unsafe, you're not going to be successful. You've shown that this whole project showed with the youth thing that there are places in other parts of the city that you could buy, and people mentioned about places that youth could go. There are options. Please, Soria, go forward with a community housing hearing plan. Please use lighting to address safety rather than, and other creative options. Please use more tiny houses. And also I want to emphasize, I heard people emphasize that people spoke for 3 hours. Please do not dismiss all the words that have been said to you. These are coming for people who took time out to be able to share what is important to you.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
take it
Villegas.
to heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Alicia Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you again for letting us speak. I do have a few comments that sort of resonate with others that have already been made, but some of my own. First and foremost, I will vehemently disagree with this funding to the police department at all. And that's, there are of course some political and personal reasons for that. However, from a logical standpoint, if you can't substantiate spending funds on something with a logical background of where that money is going to come into play in as far as being effective, then it's just throwing it away. When our houseless community has been suffering, and houseless advocates in Fresno have been pushing for long-term solutions like tiny homes and the like, and you guys continue to cycle into throwing money away. You guys are putting a Band-Aid on a gash. So I really got, and I'll be honest, I grew up in Southeast Fresno. I'm a Tower resident now. There are areas of town that I grew up in and that I go back to, they look the same. There's no lights, there's walkable areas aren't supported. And this is not a product of the people that live there. This is a product of the systemic lack of address that our very small and disproportionately powerful city council has. So I'm just going to reiterate the concerns that I have as a community member growing up here and, putting myself through college, getting to a place where I hope I can help my community members, advocate as well. But you guys need to step up too. This is when you get this much community feedback and then you continue to do the opposite of what we ask, that is not working for us. And that's all, that's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next up is Ms. Jessica Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello. So once again, I'm here on this call. My name is Jessica Ramirez, community advocate with Faith in the Valley once again, and definitely I'm here in regards to the ARPA funds. I definitely encourage you guys to put that towards the housing, permanent housing. We don't need it just temporarily. We need this stuff to be taken into action. It's these, like, I don't know if you guys have that chance to read the paperwork I passed out. I'm not sure, but the thing is that I would like some feedback, some responses into that letter that I passed out to other council members. And, basically like, this is reality of life that we going through, traumas, pain. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys have kids, sisters, siblings, and someone in your family members are going through this, and we need to stop this now. And with all the community being there, showing up, we put our boots out there. We went out there. We did the homework. We are experts in this. We are expertise. We're doing it without pay. It's okay. We understand it. We love this job, and this is why we're doing it. But we want to make a difference. While you guys are there sitting down, yes, thank you guys for taking that time and everything. But the thing is, you guys are getting paid. At the end of the day, we're not, and we're doing our job. Getting these people involved, and people pretty much, this is what they need. So this is why they're there, showing up. And like I said, this is what we come as one, because at the end of the day, it's all from everyone that's coming together. And we don't just show up and say, oh, today we're going to speak about this. No, it's because we want to make a difference, make a change. And as you guys, sorry, I'm kind of like pumped up, but I'm tired. I'm going to continue on being on these meetings. And like I said, the ARPA funds, I encourage you to put that into the housing. And, I just want to thank God for just allowing me to have this voice, for me being able to have that.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Next up is Alexandra Alvarado. Ms. Alvarado, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members and mayor. Firstly, thank you for the investment in advanced peace. I ask the council to not use this money to invest in police vehicles. Many community members have made it clear that further investment into the current police system is harmful and dangerous. So it is not where ARPA money should go. Funding needs to go towards housing stabilization, emergency cash assistance, youth and community resilience centers, infrastructure projects, free and on-demand rapid COVID-19 testing, vaccines, mass health and wellness programs. The housing crisis in California was at its worst pre-pandemic, and the situation has only worsened. Investing in policies that you listened to this morning by impassioned residents, leaders, and students who shared their stories, who spent the morning with you, urging you to invest in sustainable policies from the Here to Stay report, right to counsel, stronger protections for just cause evictions, and rent control is where we want to see ARPA money and investments go into. Participatory budgeting is needed. Participation and decisions for these funds should not be available only to a select few and needs to be guided by the residents of Fresno. We have sent you all letters for you all to consider for public input and guidance on how you can gather that. The survey, it was only released recently. It's confusing and misleading because of the choice the mayor's office you have made to keep housing and policing in the same category, even though community members are asking you to disconnect these two issues. I don't understand why you all think an online survey is enough to get public input. We all know access to technology is tough. I urge you to reconsider spending this money on police and to further discuss how this money should be spent with adequate community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Imelda Cruz for ARPA funding. And we have our translator. I saw our, oh, here we go. If you could please come up, sir. All right, Ms. Imelda.
Buenas noches otra vez, Imelda Cruz.
Good afternoon again.
Soy miembro de la comunidad de Fresno en el Distrito 6.
I am a member of the Fresno Community District number 6.
Quiero que el Consejo Municipal tome medidas y apoye las políticas que apoyan a los inquilinos.
I would like the City Council to take action on policies that take into account renters,
Como el control de alquileres,
like rent control,
las protecciones contra el desalojo por causas injustas,
protection against being kicked out of your house or unlawful detainers for unjust reasons,
y el derecho a un abogado.
and the right to counsel.
Trabajamos muy duro.
We work too hard,
pero todavía no podemos ni siquiera llegar al fin de mes ya sin dinero.
but we can't even make it to the end of the month, and then we don't have any more money left.
Dar prioridad a viviendas seguras y asequibles,
Give priority to affordable housing and secure, safe housing
para todos los residentes,
for all the residents,
mejorará la calidad de vida de todos en la ciudad.
and improve the quality of life for all the people who live in the city.
Como residente de Fresno,
As a resident of Fresno,
yo injustamente fui desalojada de mi vivienda
I was unjustly evicted from my house.
y me fui con mis hijos 2 semanas a un hotel.
I had to live with my children for 2 weeks in a motel.
Hay mucha necesidad de vivienda.
There's a great need for housing.
Cuando se hizo el censo,
When the census was undertaken,
no todos fuimos contados.
not all of us were counted.
Vivimos hasta 2 o 3 familias en una casa porque no podemos pagar mucho la renta.
Up to 2 to 3 families live in a single dwelling because we cannot afford the rent.
Por favor,
Please
distribuyan ese dinero para vivienda.
distribute that money for housing.
Considérenos, yo que fui a vivir a un hotel, sé lo que se sufre y sé las injusticias que hay por parte de muchos arrendadores.
Consider us. I had to live in a hotel, and I know the injustices that are perpetrated by the landlords.
Y con los sueldos que ganamos en el campo,
And with the income we earn in the fields,
no podemos comprar una casa.
we cannot afford to purchase a home.
Ese sueño se ha vuelto más lejano para nosotros.
That dream is further and further away for us.
Así es de que por favor consideren para la vivienda ese dinero que se va a distribuir.
So please consider investing that money in housing. That money is going to be distributed.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Mario Manganiello, followed by Mr. Pedro Navarro. Just give our folks a quick minute to sanitize.
Hello, I'm a community member in District 4. I want the City Council to take action and support policies that support renters like rent control, just cause eviction protections, and right to counsel. We are working so hard yet still cannot make ends meet. Prioritizing safe and affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. We have the opportunity to address the ongoing housing crisis and fund systems of care by directing ARPA funding going to the city to address community needs. We need to create an inclusive, accessible, and transparent public input process to direct the $171 million in ARPA funding. I recommend the city use a 4-round process where each round has multiple meetings to provide context, gather project priorities from community members, allow community members to vote on their priorities, and then report back to the community what was gathered. Fresno leaders shouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Decision makers can choose another path so that Fresno emerges out of this crisis stronger, healthier, and more united. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mario. Our last speaker will be Mr. Pedro Navarro. Mr. Navarro.
Good evening, folks. I'm going to speak with you all today. Pedro Navarro Cruz here, District 7 resident, just transferred to District 1. I just want to echo the demands that were made earlier. We definitely want a fully funded right to counsel program to prevent evictions. We need rent control, stabilization in our community, and we also need a just cause eviction protections and transparent and meaningful community input process for ARPA funds. I also want to bring to your attention that over the course of the last day and a half or so, you should have received around 115 emails in regards to the parks. We had residents from all over the city express their desire to keep the lights on at least till 10 p.m., as well as the gymnasiums. I just want to put into perspective how during the pandemic, a lot of the private gyms, they've either closed or cut down their hours. And so our places to go exercise are very, very, very limited. And it really, those 115 emails are just scratching the surface. As a person that's an avid user of these parks, folks always reach out to me and ask me, what can we do for our park to have this or that? And it's, I mean, I encourage them to be out here and voice themselves. So it's those 115 emails are, it's just really scratching the surface of what people really, really want to see. So I urge you all to listen to them. As I mentioned, I just want to put in perspective also that because of Measure P, I hope that you all aren't relying on just Measure P funds to suffice what the parks needs. And I also hope that you're not just waiting to hit a ballpark and land some major grants for our parks to be accessible. While I'm personally very happy that we're having all these different grants coming to Fresno and more parks, what good are they if we can't use them when we're out of work, you know? When we're trying to relax, when we're trying to spend some time with our family. So just really, really urge you all to add some funds to the Parks Department and keep the lights on.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. That concludes our public comment portion. I'll close that off, bring it back up to the dais. A motion was made by Councilmember Maxwell and seconded by Councilmember Arias. City Clerk, do we still have Councilmember Bredefeld, or did he not come back?
No, he's done.
All right, so saying that, is there any opposition to the motion? Councilmember Corbasi, any opposition to the motion?
Yeah, I can't tell people to be on hold when 911 calls, so
Okay,
no opposition.
Councilmember
I'm opposed.
Corbasi is voting no for the record. Motion carries. All right, City Attorney, we're now going to go in a closed session, do the announcement, and then do we expect any announcements at the end?
No, but we're coming back to open session anyway, right?
We will. We're actually going to come back and take the last items, 3B and 1D.
Okay. First of all, existing litigation, national prescription opiate litigation. Also, Conference of Legal Counsel, existing litigation on City of Fresno versus Lyles and Carollo. Real property negotiation concerning the Lee property by Granite Park. Also, Conference of Real Property Negotiator concerning a number of APNs that are listed, the former Running Horse property. Conference of Real Property Negotiator concerning the UMC campus. Labor negotiations concerning the listed bargaining units, and then a special closed session meeting for the property listed at Herndon and Brawley.
Any announcements expected afterwards?
No.
Thank you.
Soria recused herself on closed session item 5C, the real estate item.
Yep, and I recuse myself on the UMC item. All right, let's finish off. Time is 8:34. We are back in open session. Let's do item 1D first. And Councilmember Arias, you requested to postpone until after closed session. So do you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Council President, for the robust, informative closed session. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Esparza, and we already went out to the public on this one for consent. So any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, let's go to last item 3B, and this is a resolution to approve authorize the city manager to execute a submission for a settlement of documents. City manager, who do we have on deck to answer any questions if needed? 3B. I don't
Council,
think
this
we
is
need
the
it.
opiate litigation. You just need to approve the resolution that was discussed in closed session.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We do need to go to the public, though.
All right, Councilmember Soria made the motion, second by Vice President Esparza. Do we need to go out to the public on this? Anybody punched up? Seeing none, I'll close that portion. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. That concludes our council meeting at 8:35. Last meeting of the year.
Did we break the record?
Thank you. Yeah, we did, actually. This is the longest meeting of the year. And
For the
my
record, it
last
was-
meeting.
Council President, I just want to thank you for the year and everything you've done. And what a great last meeting. Great food, great decorations. Your staff did a great job, though, seriously. Thank you.
Well,
No, but thank you, Luis, for everything.
I'm happy this is my last meeting, and like I said earlier, I will not be urging any of my supporters to storm the building and try to maintain me as president.
One more year.
Good. No, thank you.
Council
All right.
President, thank you.
Thank you, guys.